Chapter 1788. Big Brother, this young Master O is really generous. We have profited greatly from this transaction. Xianxia appeared very excited. If it were someone else, if they were not in urgent need, the black profound turtle shell would only cost about 3 million medial-grade spirit jades. 2 million medial-grade spirit jades and an inferior-grade Dao tool. What a surprise. The Iron Hand Yama frowned and said, "This O Jinyun does not look like a businessman to me. He looks more like a sect disciple. The owners of such large shops are usually large sections. How can ordinary people bear the cost of refining Dao tools?" Xiaochen nodded. Old Yama shares my opinion. From start to finish, this O Jinyun does not look like a businessman at all. After the transaction is over, let's leave quickly. How could a regular businessman be like O Jinyun, not hiding his needs at all? Xiao Chen's final expression also seemed somewhat off. When they arrived on the second floor, there was indeed someone attending to Xiao Chen's group, saying that they had already received instructions. The three could choose any inferior-grade Dao tool on the second floor. The Iron Hand Yama was rather interested. Although it was only an inferior-grade Dao tool, it was still a Dao tool. The Iron Hand Yama's goal was clear. He needed a pair of gloves, preferably with the fire Dao. Xiao Chen casually sized up the surroundings, occasionally taking down a Dao tool to study. In the end, he was somewhat disappointed. Even the medial-grade Dao tools sold here were far inferior to the Tyrant Saber in his hand. The word tyrant caused the Tyrant Saber's quality to soar, directly advancing to peak superior-grade Dao tool. The Dao tools here were all made with great effort. However, without exception, they could only be considered craftsmen. The blacksmiths were still far from Grandmaster level. As for great Grandmaster level martial sages, that went without saying. However, this was just because Xiao Chen's standards were too high. To ordinary people, the Dao tools sold here were all high-quality goods. The profound cloud pavilion was famous in this vast sea region. The Dao tools sold here were limited in number and sold out practically every month. Even with spirit jades, they were hard to buy. The profound cloud pavilion sold at most 5 Dao tools every month. Many of the Dao tools were just decorations, not for sale. After all, the profound cloud pavilion could not refine Dao tools with just enough materials. It also needed time to nurture and form a great Dao. Unless there was an extremely strong expert who forcefully imprinted his own Dao aura on it. That would be quite damaging to one's mind and cultivation. Only large sects with many experts would have the capital to do so. "Brother Xiaochen, I've made my choice," the Iron Hand Yama said as he walked over with an excited expression. Xiaochen glanced at the boxing gloves on his hands. The pure black boxing gloves looked quite heavy. Gauntlets were a special type of weapon to begin with. They were not mainstream weapons and were rather rare. It was a blessing to be able to find a pair of gloves that satisfied him. Xiao Chen nodded and agreed to complete the transaction. While he was at it, he dealt with the other materials as well. After obtaining the spiritual jades, he immediately left. After returning to the Black Cutlass, the group met up with Luo Nan and the others. Then, they left the pirate hall in a hurry, not showing any reluctance to leave. "Young master, I've inquired about their origins. It's a group of pirates. From the looks of it, it's their first time in the Ash-Gray Sea. That pirate group is only a 5-star pirate group." In the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion, the manservant honestly reported the information he obtained from following Xiao Chen's group. When O Jinyun heard that, he could not help laughing. A 5-star pirate group? I thought that he was a disciple of some sect and that there would be a major character traveling with him. It turns out The manservant smiled and asked, "Young master, should we do it ourselves?" O Jinyun retorted disdainfully, "Do I need to make a move personally for such minor characters? Gather some experts of our sect in the city. After they leave the pirate hall's protection, make a move." Inside the Black Cutlass, Xiao Chen and the others still did not know that someone was targeting them. However, Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama felt that something was wrong, so they got the crew to remain vigilant and not let down their guard. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chen and said, "According to the information we obtained, what Yen just said is true. There are indeed 3 rank 6 sects around the myriad star mountain, all demonic Tao sections. They are the Fantasy Cloud sect, the Blood Demon Palace, and the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama exchanged looks, shock flashing in their eyes. The Iron Hand Yama asked, "What is the relationship between the Fantasy Cloud sect and the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion?" Elder Tang replied, "The masters behind the 3 largest refining shops in the city are these 3 great demonic Tao sections. The 3 great demonic Tao sects have strong influence in the vicinity. This is the Starlight Sea region. Starlight Sea region. Because of the myriad star mountain, the surrounding sea region was known as the Starlight Sea region. However, the Starlight Sea region was just the tip of the iceberg of the ash-gray sea. Even so, this tip of the iceberg was much larger than the entire Grave Sea. Finding it strange, Elder Tang asked, "Is there a problem?" "It's fine. Senior Tang, please continue." "Right. The myriad star mountain sounds like there is only one mountain. However, in reality, there are 100,000 mountain peaks connected to each other. It is vast and boundless. Over the years, pirates and demonic Tao cultivators come to the mountain to seek fortuitous encounters. There will always be people who gain something. Every half a year, 10,000 stars will appear on this 100,000 mountain peaks, illuminating the surroundings and creating a celestial phenomenon where night never falls. At this time, many strange mysterious phenomena will appear on the myriad star mountain, triggering many fortuitous encounters. At this time, the 3 great sects will send their elders to lead teams deep in the mountains to seek fortuitous encounters." That was the general situation. Elder Tang thought for a while before continuing, "After we pass this pirate hall, we will have to be extremely careful in the following sea regions. We will run into strong pirate groups nearly every day. The path after this is not easy to find." The tempers of pirates were strange and unpredictable. Who knew when a pirate ship would arrive and force them to stop for inspection so that they could plunder everything? Just as Xiao Chen's group discussed countermeasures for the path after this, sonic booms came from behind. Closely following that, a 300-meter-long black ship with the skin of an oceanic ferocious beast hung on it appeared. It pressed down amid berserk demonic chi. That black ship was a demonic Tao sect ship that rivaled a 6-star pirate ship. It was faster than the Black Cutlass, which was not traveling at full speed. However, it was very large. The Black Cutlass seemed insignificant before it. "The scimitar ship in front, stop obediently. Otherwise, I will smash you to death." An arrogant and egotistical voice came from that black ship. Right after the voice spoke, a few wills of soul carrying the power of the world landed heavily on the Black Cutlass. The Iron Hand Yama's face sank. 4 early-stage star venerates and a middle-stage star venerate old man. They are somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Qin scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and discovered some other pirate ships nearby. If they fought here, they would expose themselves and attract a strong enemy. There's no need to stop. Continue forward. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and a blood mist spread out, encasing the Black Cutlass. The Black Cutlass immediately turned strange. It was like a demonic ship moving at full speed on the vast sea. "How dare you run?" 50 kilometers away, a skinny old man stood at the bow of the ship. This old man's star venerate will sense the Black Cutlass moving far away. He revealed a mocking expression. "Yang Fan, raise the flag and give chase." The old man shouted, and the beast's skin on the surface of the black ship was removed, revealing its true appearance. The carvings and symbols on both sides of the ship looked familiar. With one look, it was clear that this was the Fantasy Cloud sect's ship. After removing the disguise, the old man hung up the 2 spare black sails of the ship. Then, he raised the Fantasy Cloud sect's flag. Demonic chi immediately soared from the entire ship. It seemed to be floating on the sea as it advanced at a ghostly speed. Originally, the demonic Tao wanted to hide its identity. Now that the Black Cutlass was about to flee, the ship no longer had any intention of doing so. The demonic Tao sects were not used to doing things in secret. Such a grand display suited their tastes. "Young Master Xiao, that is the Fantasy Cloud sect's ship." After the ship removed its disguise, Elder Tang immediately recognized it, making him feel somewhat nervous. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He understood that O Zhenyun had sent people to kill their way. Indeed, they were demonic Dao sects, going back on their word and killing others to snatch their treasures. They did not feel embarrassed at all. The moment they left the vicinity of the pirate hall, they ran over impatiently. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could see very far away on the sea. He discovered that there were always other pirate ships in the surroundings. He could not find a suitable place to fight. While Xiao Chen hesitated, the Fantasy Cloud sect's demonic ship finally blocked the Black Cutlass's path. "Big brother, what should we do?" Xiao Sua's voice came from the control room, sounding somewhat anxious and flustered. Just the name of a rank 6 sect was enough to scare people to death. The firepower, performance, and every other aspect of this ship suppressed the Black Cutlass. There were also 4-star venerates, and one of them was a middle-stage star venerate. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, this would not be easy to deal with. This is indeed somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the black demonic ship in front from the crow's nest. However, he did not panic. Board the ship and kill them all. 2 early-stage star venerate experts led a group of demonic ship cultivators towards the Black Cutlass. Chapter 1789. It looked like the skinny old man wanted to end the battle quickly. The moment he made his move, he sent 2 early-stage star venerate old men to rob the ship. "Block them." Xiao Chen ordered indifferently with a cold expression. Elder Tang roared, and many dormant ferocious beasts flew out of the spirit beast platform. Elder Tang stood on a cold steel eagle. Then he stood on a cold steel eagle and controlled the many spirit beasts to hold back an early-stage star venerate old man. The Iron Hand Yama smiled coldly and put on his gloves. A terrifying killing intent burst out of his body as he clashed with the other early-stage star venerate old man. One of the 2 fought with numbers, while the other punched the enemy. They moved widely, displaying extraordinary strength. Right from the start, the Iron Hand Yama held the upper hand, catching the 2 early-stage star venerate old men off guard. The moment the remaining demonic demon ship cultivators appeared on the deck, they suffered the terrifying attacks of the archer towers. The moment the various archer towers and formations that rivaled 6-star pirate ships activated, the demonic demon ship cultivators cried out miserably. This was a one-sided massacre. The scene surpassed the skinny old man's imagination, startling him. Originally, according to the information, this Black Cutlass only had 1-star venerate. The people that the skinny old man brought were more than enough to kill the other party. However, the situation was now the other way around. "Go and help." The skinny old man instructed the other early-stage star venerate old man beside him. His expression slowly turned grave. The skinny old man swept his gaze around and looked at the still calm Xiao Chen on the watchtower. For some reason he felt excited. As long as the skinny old man took down this person, he could quickly end this chaotic situation. The skinny old man held a ghost pennant in his hand. The black cloth hanging from the tip of the pennant gave off a strange black light. "Is he going to attack me?" Xiao Chen thought when he felt this old man's gaze. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he soared into the air. Then he said coldly, "Old fogey, come out and fight." Xiao Chen really wanted to see for himself how capable a demonic Dao expert was. "Sending yourself to death? As you wish." The skinny old man laughed strangely. Then he soared into the air while holding the ghost pennant, charging at Xiao Chen. "Ghostly snake." With a wave of the ghost streamer in his hand, a cold wind blew, and an illusory black snake image flew out of the streamer. That gargantuan snake was like a soul, gently drifting over and charging to Xiao Chen's side. His speed was frighteningly fast. Before Xiao Chen could react, he had already arrived before him. Boom! The ghostly shadow snake brought with it a sinister wind, giving off deep sonic booms. It was like the roars of 10,000 ghosts as it surged towards Xiao Chen like a tsunami. Xiao Chen's soul immediately surged, and he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flashed with light. His soul condensed, no longer affected by the sonic boom, and quickly returned to normal. However, the ghostly shadow snake had already arrived before Xiaoqin. It looked like it would swallow him whole. Saber. Xiaoqin drew the tyrant saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A flash of electric light flashed in the sky. Xiaoqin ruthlessly chopped the ghostly shadow snake in half, feeling extremely alarmed. Xiaoqin nearly fell for it. However, that skinny old man was even more shocked. This ghostly shadow snake of his was a killing move that could instantly kill an early-stage star venerate. To think that Xiaoqin broke it with one saber strike. The skinny old man pointed the ghost streamer to the sky, and a dense black fog immediately spread out, wanting to encase Xiaoqin. That pitch-black space was so dark that one could not see one's fingers, like a deep abyss. Xiaoqin's face sank. Electric light burst out of his feet as he frantically moved back. After the lightning tribulation, Xiaoqin's comprehension of the Thunder Dao had deepened further. Xiaoqin could move a short distance and execute the Thunder Dragon steps that he practiced in the past, reaching a speed close to teleportation. The electric light under Xiaoqin's feet quickly formed two lightning dragons, carrying Xiaoqin as he retreated. The skinny old man laughed strangely, and the black fog continued to spread out, pressing closely on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin moved even faster, continuously circulating his Thunder Dao. The lightning dragons under Xiaoqin's feet turned from an initial image to solid. Surging thunderclouds appeared in the sky with Xiaoqin as the center, encasing dozens of kilometers around. The black fog's range was even vaster. The cultivators on the two ships, who were fighting intensely, quickly moved away. After they returned to their ships, they quickly turned around and left, not daring to get close to where the two were fighting. Pa! Suddenly, a snake image came out of the black fog. It swung its tail and struck Xiaoqin, sending him flying. Actually, a country bumpkin like you can understand the means of a demonic Dao sect. The means of my fantasy cloud pavilion are ever-changing. Brat-die. The black fog covering the surrounding 50 kilometers suddenly turned into a terrifying ferocious beast head. This ferocious beast looked like the Yazi beast demon soul. It gave off a terrifying aura that was hard to distinguish between real and fake. The huge beast head charged straight at Xiaoqin. Clumps of jade-green light flew out of the ghost streamer in the skinny old man's hand and entered the ferocious beast head, making the illusory ferocious beast head even more sinister and terrifying. This is no longer a simple illusion. It also involves the use of soul energy. Xiaoqin brought out his divine dragon war body. His dragon bones and veins moved silently, and surging vital qi filled his entire body. Dragon might materialized on his body, protecting Xiaoqin like a divine dragon armor. Bang! The huge ferocious beast head crashed into Xiaoqin, producing a loud sound. The sky changed color, and waves surged. Even the clouds in the sky exploded. Xiaoqin's qi and blood shook. However, with the strong defense and recovery of the divine dragon war body, his injuries were not obvious. The most important thing was that the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool was extremely compatible with the divine dragon armor formed by the dragon might. Xiaoqin's soul was not affected at all. This prevented the greatest effect of this killing move from being unleashed. This fellow. No wonder young master said not to underestimate him. The skinny old man's face finally revealed a trace of seriousness. This move of his was a move that could directly destroy a person's soul. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin appeared fine. After 2 exchanges, Xiaoqin gained a preliminary understanding of this old man. The killing moves of the Fantasy Cloud sect probably focused on such strange long-range attacks, attacking the soul and catching others off guard. Xiaoqin was rather weak in close combat. Otherwise, that Zhou Jinyun would not have spent so much money to refine an essence magnet treasure armor. Split. The skinny old man shouted, and the ferocious beast head split into 3, turning into 3 10-kilometer-long ghostly shadow snakes that ferociously attacked Xiaoqin. They bit, crashed, wrapped around, or interfered with demonic sounds. The 3 gigantic demonic shadow snakes occupied half the sky. All sorts of terrifying attacks made everyone feel a deep sense of fear. The accumulations of a rank 6 sect were truly startling. To think that a random middle-stage star venerate old man possessed such strength, far beyond the late-stage star venerates of those rank 5 sections. They were on completely different levels. The more Xiaochen fought, the more startled he became. If not for his strength improving, he would have lost in one exchange. Xiaochen brought out his Thunder Great Dao and Saber Great Dao to their limits. As he brandished his saber light, thick lightning bolts descended from the sky and danced chaotically with the saber light. Although the ghostly shadow snakes were ferocious, they found it hard to gain an advantage against Xiaochen's saber techniques. Amid the boundless electric light, Xiaochen was like an overlord overlooking the world, exuding a strong aura. Not wanting to continue fighting, Xiaochen roared ferociously and brought out 50% of the tyrant saber's might. Then he sent out 3 saber strikes. Electric light burst out, resplendent and dazzling, even more piercing than the sun. After the 3 saber strikes, the 3 ghostly shadow snakes all exploded into nothing, vanishing. The skinny old man showed a stunned expression. He had not expected Xiaochen to be able to bring out such a terrifying saber light. Taking advantage of the moment, the skinny old man spoke coldly. The 2 lightning dragons under Xiaochen's feet suddenly burst into flames, turning into clumps of electric light that spread throughout Xiaochen's body. In the next moment, Xiaochen appeared directly above the skinny old man. Xiaochen instantly executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane. Demonic soul protection. This startled the skinny old man. Then he grasped the ghost pennant with both hands and shouted. Suddenly, the skinny old man's complexion turned incredibly pale. He instantly drained a large amount of his soul energy. The ghost pennant materialized a round shield with a ghostly face and blocked Xiaochen's sure kill, resolving the mundane. The skinny old man's resolving the mundane's eternal saber light knocked him back. Cracks appeared in the ghost pennant in his hand. Blood leaked out of a corner of the skinny old man's lips. He was severely injured but not fatally injured. Without infusing your will of soul into your killing move, you can't kill me, Junior. The skinny old man laughed maniacally. However, he no longer dared to continue fighting with Xiaochen. Then he landed on the demonic ship and stood at the bow, grabbing the flag there with both hands and continuing to drain his soul energy. After a while, black fog spread out on the demonic ship. Then, it soared into the air and left at lightning speed. The skinny old man looked at the people on the black cutlass and shouted coldly, "All of you, just wait for the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's boundless revenge." Xiaochen landed on the black cutlass and sheathed his saber. Then, he looked coldly at the departing demonic ship. The accumulations of a large sect are indeed extraordinary. It will be difficult to keep this old fogey alive. The Iron Hand Yama shook his head slightly and sighed softly. That might not be the case. Xiaochen said indifferently. 4 purple petals appeared in his right eye, spinning rapidly. Clouds moved in all directions in the sky. Then, 10 tribulation clouds gathered around the demonic ship. In the next moment, the many cultivators on the demonic ship showed horrified expressions as the 10 lightning tribulations merged together and struck down without any warning. Chapter 1790. It was 100 meters tall, and it was very intimidating. Just the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang would not be able to kill all the fleeing star venerates. Xianxia turned around. He had just finished speaking when he saw the silver fox embroidered war banner, and his expression changed. Furthermore, as the black cutlass absorbed more blood mist, its degree of demonization increased. "Brother Yen, you're finally here." Although the enemy was strong, it did not mean that he could not hold his own. The demon blood vulture went without saying. Furthermore, he still had the immemorial demon soul formation, his trump card. The biggest problem was the lightning tribulation. Alright, now was the time to use him. Xiaosua returned with a full load from the demonic ship. With a wave of his hand, he handed the demonic ship's war banner to Xiaochen. "It's me, Wei Xiaofeng." On the black cutlass, Xiaochen and the others all felt an extremely strong pressure. Xianxia quickly crushed the jade scroll in his hand, and a scarlet light enveloped him. It was similar to the light of the Iron Blood token. Xiaochen did not want to give the other party a chance to report back. If Zhenyun personally came with experts, it would be troublesome. It was also quite compatible with the war flag of the devil sect. The lightning tribulations of demonic Dao cultivators were usually 10 times, even 100 times more terrifying than those of righteous Dao cultivators. This ship was quite extraordinary. When the lightning tribulations shock waves scattered, the demonic ship cultivators who could not escape in time were blasted half to death. When the heavenly Dao did not tolerate it, it was often the greatest reliance for righteous Dao cultivators to belittle the other party. They could easily take the moral high ground. Yes. He took out the jade slip. Didn't that Xianxia say to look for him if there was any trouble? Before Xiao Chen's gaze, the demon blood vulture unwillingly spread its wings. A terrifying aura immediately spread out. An hour later. His big brother is me. Other than the fact that one's mental state would not be able to keep up, it would be easy to form inner demons, and it would not be easy to consolidate it. This was a bona fide pirate ship, a peak 6-star ship, far superior to the Black Cutlass. The Iron Horn pirate ship tailed the Black Cutlass, afraid of alerting it. Hence, they kept a distance. However, it would only take him 4 to 5 days to catch up. It was time to show off his perfect acting skills. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the Fantasy Cloud sect's demonic ship was defeated. Xiao Chen and the others clearly sensed that this young, black-clad man was actually a late-stage star venerate. Captain is wise. Behind him was a war flag embroidered with a silver fox, fluttering in the wind. It could be seen that he had already recognized Xianxia, and Xianxia had already guessed his origins. Xiao Chen took the war flag and sensed it. He found that it was indeed extraordinary. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang returned one after another with their gains from killing the star venerates. Xiao Chen didn't care. These kinds of harvests didn't need to be handed over. They were all personal spoils of war. Even without Xiao Chen, they could not do anything to the Black Cutlass with just this late-stage star venerate demon blood vulture. This person's background wasn't small, and he had a huge backing. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. On the crow's nest, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture, which was still sleeping. When that Wei Xiaofeng heard that Xiao Chen had a big brother, he seemed to have heard something funny. Come. Tell me, who is your big brother? Xiao Sua asked excitedly. Clearly, he had gained a lot by sweeping this demonic ship clean. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I'll use the jade strip to send over first. There's no need to suppress your speed. Just fly at full speed and rush over within 1 day. At that time, the Black Cutlass will be completely under our control. It will be hard for us to escape. Ha! Captain is really clever. Your intellect is unparalleled. You managed to pin down that Black Cutlass. In terms of war flags, the Iron Blood War Banner was naturally the best. However, the Iron Blood War Banner could not be used openly. It could only be used at the most crucial moment. Halfway through the 10 seconds, Xiao Chen suddenly said with a serious expression, It is not impossible for me to submit to you. However, you have to ask my big brother for permission first. Back then, when the skinny old man infused his soul energy into the demonic ship's speed soared. When sin was born, even a very ordinary lightning tribulation would cause great harm. The Iron Hand Yama felt some fear. Although he was weaker than Xianxia, he did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. 10 layers of lightning tribulation descended. The skinny old man, who was infusing his soul energy into the war banner, revealed an expression of despair. The fleeing star venerates immediately revealed expressions of despair. They had not expected the Black Cutlass to have such a move. The righteous Dao cultivators called this a heavenly tribulation. The heavens would deal with the evils that they brought upon themselves. Who wants to make a move on my Chin Di? Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. His perfect acting had nearly been exposed. Earlier, he had been running because this place was not a suitable place to fight. The 6-star pirate ship braved the wind and waves. Amid the strong winds and heavy rain, it triggered a terrifying mysterious phenomenon. Amid the thunder and lightning, it pressed over. In the end, a strong pirate ship blocked the Black Cutlass. This was the thing that Xiao Chen did not want to see the most. This person's cultivation is slightly weaker than Xianxia's. However, he is younger. His talent is probably extremely horrifying. Xianxia said indifferently, as I expected, after 2 months, that group of people from the Black Cutlass finally ran into some trouble and came to me again. This made Xiaochen's eyes light up, leaving him with a deep impression. If he modified the illusory cloud war banner of this demonic ship and used it on the Black Cutlass, its performance would immediately increase significantly. Demonic Dao cultivators possessed horrifying strength. Their cultivation speed had always been faster than that of righteous Dao cultivators. A handsome black-clad man stood at the bow of the 6-star pirate ship with his hands clasped behind his back and a sword on his back. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. There is no need to be afraid of him." On the Black Cutlass, as Xiaochen crushed the jade strip, that black-clad man continued, "I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. I have always been very patient, but I have a bad temper. Either submit to me, Wei Xiaofeng, or die." The black-clad man opened his hand, and a flickering jade strip appeared in his grasp. When the people on the Black Cutlass saw Xiaochen's quick change in expression, they all felt ashamed of their inferiority. Without the skinny old man's protection, they would not be a match for Xiaochen. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation before them was the divine lightning eye that Xiaochen executed after comprehending the Thunder Great Tao. A peak 6-star pirate ship even larger than the demonic ship appeared in everyone's vision. The black-clad man had a stern air, and his eyes were sharp. His entire body radiated a cold, murderous aura. "Captain, what are you laughing at?" However, the black-clad man did not show any fear in his tone. A few beams of light quickly scattered in all directions. Those were the injured star venerates on the demonic ship fleeing frantically. Helpless, the black-clad man chose to fight the fantasy cloud sects people. However, it seemed like heaven did not grant his wish. After dealing with the problem, the black-clad man naturally had to leave quickly. Slowly, the entire pirate ship appeared in everyone's vision. It was at least 600 meters long. A clear and cold voice resounded in all directions amidst the stormy sea waves, clearly imprinting itself into everyone's ears. The black-clad man held back his laughter as he lowered his head and looked at his feet, not wanting to give himself away. Xiaochen said to Xianxia with an excited expression on his face. In the next moment, Xianxia's figure vanished. "This is the war banner forged by the Fantasy Cloud sect. It is much better than the one on our ship." "Yes." When the Iron Horn pirate ship's crew thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, they immediately became excited. Xianxia, who was chatting with his subordinates on the throne in the ship, suddenly laughed. When Xianxia saw Xiaochen's expression, he felt satisfied. He said calmly, "Little brother Xiaochen, don't worry. You and I made an appointment in the Grave Sea. Now that you are in the Ash-Gray Sea, Xianxia will protect you." A cold snort rang out. Then, a red light flashed in the Black Cutlass's upper reaches, and the imposing Xianxia with an extraordinary air appeared beside Xiaochen. Xianxia gave chase like a phantom. By the time the demon blood vulture returned, all the fleeing star venerates had been killed. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang received orders to pursue the fleeing star venerates. Late-stage star venerate. The black-clad man swept his gaze around and fixed it on Xiaochen. Then, he said with interest, "A newcomer? It is rare for such an eye-catching new pirate to appear in the Starlight Sea. Are you interested in joining me, Wei Xiaofeng's command?" The might of the lightning tribulation was completely different from before. Furthermore, the skinny old man was incredibly weak. Unable to split himself up, the lightning tribulation immediately killed him without any suspense. This youth had an extraordinary air and a great boldness. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted Xiaochen to submit to him. "Young Master Xiao, what should we do?" The Iron Hand Yama sent a voice projection. The situation was not good. When Wei Xiaofeng saw Xianxia, he smiled coldly, showing disdain on his face, not showing any fear at all. The sky suddenly turned dark. A strong, storm-like aura surged over from the sea in front. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen said directly, "Set sail immediately. We will not stop." Whoosh, whoosh. Xiaochen opened his hand and directly crushed the jade strip. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, he seemed to be targeting the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's demonic ship. He did not expect the Black Cutlass to destroy the other party. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and work. Chapter 1791. Xiao Chen stood next to Xianxia, observing Xianxia's expression from the corner of his eye. Xiao Chen found it funny when he saw the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. It seemed that he had accidentally gone too far. However, Xiao Chen liked this scene very much. He really wanted to see how Xianxia would react and how he would deal with this matter. Xianxia of the Iron Horn Pirate Group. The second person was Xianxia. Wei Xiaofeng purposely emphasized his tone and said coldly, "I was wondering who his big brother was." "So it's you. I'll count to 3. Hurry up and scram." In the darkness, one could vaguely see that there were many people standing behind Wei Xiaofeng. Among them, there were people with exceptionally powerful auras. They were much stronger than Wei Xiaofeng, but they did not want to suppress Wei Xiaofeng's sharpness, so they intentionally suppressed their own auras. "Xianxia, young lord told you to scram. Why aren't you scramming? Are you trying to make life difficult for the Silver Fox pirate crew? Do you still want to live in the Infinite Star Sea in the future?" A cold voice came from behind Wei Xiaofeng. The tone was particularly hard to accept. At this moment, Xianxia was cursing Xiao Chen in his heart. Of all people to offend, he had to offend this Wei Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, he couldn't show it on his face. One could imagine how depressed he was. He was conflicted in his heart. Should he be the big brother or not? After a moment of hesitation, an answer appeared in his mind. Between offending the Silver Fox Pirates and the Scarlet Blood Inheritance, he quickly made his choice. The Scarlet Blood Inheritance. With the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, everything was worth it. Scram! In less than 3 seconds, Xianxia suddenly spoke, turned around, and left. Wei Xiaofeng laughed out loud. "At least you know what's good for you, newcomer. Did you see your big brother? I opened my mouth and he rolled away like a dog." Surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not expect Xianxia to be so decisive. He said he would not help, and he did not help at all. Poochie. However, in the next moment, Wei Xiaofeng, who was still laughing, didn't even have time to smile. Xianxia, who had already turned around and vanished, flew into the air. At some point, he had appeared in front of Wei Xiaofeng and chopped off his head with a chop. His movements were so fast that no one could react. More importantly, everyone thought that he had really left, and their minds couldn't react at all. This included Xiao Chen. Even though his state of mind was different from an ordinary person's, his face still revealed a trace of unconcealable surprise and shock. A terrifying aura spread out from Xianxia's body. A will of soul enveloped the entire pirate ship. After killing Wei Xiaofeng, Zhang Xian took advantage of the shock of the elders behind him. His movements didn't stop, and he continued to attack. Kill, 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 kill. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Xianxia's body. The killing intent was like a tide, much more terrifying than the surging waves of the ash-gray sea. It was a living hell on earth for the other pirates. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 10 people had died. By the time the others reacted, more than 10 people had died. Half of the top forces were already dead. They were completely scared out of their wits, and their hearts were filled with fear. Without a pillar of support, their first reaction was to flee in all directions. However, this action gave Xianxia a better opportunity. If they worked together, they would still be able to fight Xianxia. If they split up, they would fight on their own. They really couldn't withstand a single blow, all of them dying miserable deaths that were completely unsightly. Right now, Xianxia was like a completely different person. He was like a killing god that appeared from hell, cold, emotionless, and decisive in killing. His original scholarly air was gone. When he attacked, he always targeted a vital point, deciding life and death within 3 moves. Not a single person on the other party's pirate ship could last 3 moves against him. Xianxia single-handedly washed this 6-star pirate ship in blood. "You broke through," the final person looked at Xianxia in horror. His face filled with horror and shock that he had not expected. No matter what he said, he could not finish his sentence. Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you know why I am the last to kill you? It is to let you experience the torment of this fear. Right after Xianxia spoke, a sword light flashed, and a head flew out along with blood. The final person was the one who cursed Xianxia the most viciously earlier. Xianxia casually wiped off the blood on his sword and arrived before Wei Xiaofeng's headless body. Then he took out a formation plate from Wei Xiaofeng's chest and gently crushed it. The main formation of this ship immediately broke. Then he sheathed his sword. Xianxia turned around and leaped up, gently landing on the black cutlass. The people on the ship had not recovered their wits yet. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. That huge pirate ship disintegrated, then got corroded by the seawater of the ash-gray sea. Just like that, the pirate ship, which had given people a strong sense of oppression, disappeared from everyone's sight without a sound. The Iron Hand Yama and the others recovered their wits and looked at Xianxia, who was beside them. They could not hide the horror in their eyes, and they subconsciously moved back. This was truly a situation where they could not control their bodies. This was an instinctive fear that came from their bodies after witnessing the earlier scene. A great demon! The thousands of words in Xiao Chen's heart turned into these 3 words. This Xianxia before him was the true great demon. Those so-called demonic Dao cultivators were nothing before Xianxia. Xianxia's decisiveness in killing flabbergasted everyone. The speed at which he changed his expression caught everyone off guard. What was even more terrifying was that Xianxia was so strong. However, Xianxia did not show any arrogance or willfulness. He was meticulous and ruthless. A pirate ship that looked strong crumbled so easily in Xianxia's hands, not leaving a single survivor. He broke through to wholly venerate. The Iron Hand Yama sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen could hear the fear and trembling in the voice projection. However, Xianxia showed an unsightly expression. He sighed softly, "Little brother Xiao Chen, this time, I caused a great disaster for your sake." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. "I can't see the pressure of causing a great disaster on your face." However, Xiao Chen still went along with Xianxia's words and asked, "What do you mean?" The Silver Fox Pirate Group is one of the 3 overlords of the Starlight Sea. The captain advanced to wholly venerate many years ago. No one knows his true cultivation. The 6 giants under him are all as strong as my Iron Horn Pirate Group. There are also many pirate groups under him. Xianxia muttered, "The one I just killed was his son." The Iron Hand Yama forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Senior Yen, actually, you did not have to kill him. If you revealed your holy venerate cultivation, they would definitely not attack you head-on." Indeed, a holy venerate was a peak expert in the Starlight Sea, capable of sweeping through a region. Even in a rank 6 sect, holy venerates were rare. At the very least, they were inner sect elders who ranked near the top. If Xianxia revealed his holy venerate strength, Wei Xiaofeng would definitely retreat. You do not understand Wei Xiaofeng. He is a very terrifying junior with startling talent. He will definitely become a holy venerate within 10 years. Sooner or later he will seek trouble for me. If I did not kill him, I would definitely die at his hands 10 years later. After a pause, Xianxia said, "There is a saying, do not bully the young for being poor." Hence, I did not bully him and directly killed him, ending all troubles once and for all. These words were really well said. How many seniors had died in the hands of the younger generation, becoming stepping stones for others? If everyone were as decisive and merciless as Xianxia, such a tragedy would not have happened. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his back. He was a junior like Wei Xiaofeng, a junior with even more potential than the other party. It was like Xianxia's words were directed at him. "I will not bully you. I will only kill you." These simple words caused everyone to feel an indescribable chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Xiao Chen calmed himself and consoled, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. My hands and feet are very clean. I believe that no one will know." Xianxia revealed a bitter smile. Then he sighed softly, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Little brother Xiao Chen, even if I do not want to go to Myriad Star Mountain with you this time, I have to. If I do not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, I will die at the Silver Fox's hands sooner or later. You won't just watch Big Brother die, right?" Here it comes. After talking for a long time, they finally reached the main topic. Furthermore, what Xianxia said made sense. Xiaochen had nothing to say to that. Chapter 1792. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the person. Xiaochen finally understood how the Iron Hand Yama and the others felt when the Scarlet Blood War banner was borrowed. There was no room for refusal. Big Brother Yen, are you really willing to accompany us to the Myriad Star Mountain? Xiaochen's heart was in turmoil, but he didn't show it on his face. There was even a hint of joy hidden in his tone. When Xianxia saw Xiaochen's expression, he could not quite grasp it. He did not know if Xiaochen was truly frightened. Just as he had planned, she was convinced by him. However, it didn't matter. The heavenly Tao was heartless, and the strong were respected. His strength was much higher than Xiaochen's, so he really didn't have to worry about anything. It would be best if Xiaochen could truly submit to him. That would save him a lot of trouble, and it was in line with his usual style of doing things. It didn't matter if he didn't sincerely submit. The scene just now would leave an indelible shadow in Xiaochen's heart. It was hard for him to muster the courage to resist himself. Xianxia nodded. Go. I never fight a battle that I'm not confident of winning. Since I've decided to go, I'll have to make a proper plan with you guys. All right. Xiaochen led Xianxia, Elder Tang, the Iron Hand Yama, and Xiao Suo into the Black Cutlass's reception room. Brother Xiaochen, how did you plan to go to the Myriad Star Mountain? Xianxia asked after he sat down. Xiaochen said honestly, I don't have a plan. There's still half a year before the phenomenon of the Myriad Star Mountain will appear. I plan to wait and see what happens, to see if I can take advantage of the chaos to find the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Xianxia continued to ask, what happens after we find it? Naturally, Elder Tang answered without hesitation. Xianxia smiled and said, how can that be possible? The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure would definitely cause a commotion. How could he leave so easily? The leaders of the 3 great demonic Tao sects are all holy venerate experts. Any one of them can take your life. This. Elder Tang was at a loss for words. But don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll definitely deal with the sacred venerables. However, I also have a request. When the time comes, you have to listen to everything I say. Even if it's a sea of fire, you'll have to jump if I want you to. The piercing light caused the expressions of Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama to change. Xiaochen smiled and said, it's fine. Big Brother Yen is just using an analogy. I believe in Big Brother Yen. When the time comes, I will definitely listen to Big Brother Yen. Brother Xiaochen knows me well. Come, let's have a drink. Xianxia raised his wine cup, clinked it lightly with Xiaochen's, and drained it in one go. Putting down his wine cup, Xianxia looked at Xiaochen and said, later, it seems to be the problem of how to split the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. Xiaochen interrupted, that doesn't matter. We're not asking for much. Even if it's just 1%, the harvest from this trip would be heaven-defying. 1%? How is this possible? Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he interrupted Xiaochen's words, causing their hearts to sink again. You're not even willing to give me 1%? Xianxia did not pause. He continued, I do not care about the natural treasures in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. It will be fine as long as my subordinates can get some. However, if there is the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, you have to give it to me. I have always been a straightforward person, open and aboveboard. I will say whatever I want to say. If the few of you agree, then I will definitely do what I said. If not, then I can only go far away and leave this starry sea. Open and aboveboard? Aboveboard? That sounded true. However, if anyone really believed it, that person would be the greatest fool in the world. Xiaochen glanced at Xianxia and said indifferently, can we discuss this first before making a decision? Xianxia smiled and said, no problem. When the sky turned bright, the Iron Horn Pirate's ship appeared amid strong winds and huge waves. Xianxia stood up and took his leave, returning to his pirate ship. The Iron Horn Pirate's ship was even larger and stronger than Wei Xiaofeng's. This cast a shadow in the hearts of the Iron Hand Yama and the others. Xianxia was already terrifyingly strong. Adding this pirate ship to the mix, it felt like there was no chance of survival. Big brother, why did you not agree to him directly and act according to the circumstances? The Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he said, even if it is just acting, I cannot go back on my word after agreeing to something. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and left silently by himself. As the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang watched Xiao Chen's lonely figure, they both felt a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Inside the captain's quarters, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of thousand-year flame and drank by himself. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile, but he could not hide the melancholy on his face. Such emotions only appeared when no one was around. Xianxia's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Originally, Xiao Chen estimated that even if Xianxia was a peak late-stage star venerate, Xiao Chen would still have a trump card to challenge him. With the demon blood vulture working with the Yazi beast demon soul and Xiao Chen's strength, he could fight it. However, the other party suddenly advanced to holy venerate. Everything was different. Xiao Chen needed to obtain the Scarlet Blood Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, how would he have the qualifications to enter the Divine Dragon Empire and meet Lu Ruyue? As Xiao Chen looked at the thousand-year flame, he could not help thinking about the various things in the Kunlun realm. Only now did Xiao Chen realize how fortunate it was to have a big brother in protecting him in the Kunlun realm. Many old monsters did not dare to jump out and bully the weak. After coming to this great thousand worlds, a random Xianxia made him feel a deep sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, and it wasn't that he didn't improve fast enough. It was just that his time in the great thousand worlds was too short, and he simply couldn't compare to those people. Mo Chen's image appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He could not help but smile. If you were here, you would definitely be able to think of a solution. It was not time to give up yet. Back then, when Mo Chen was alone in the Cloud Sea domain, her situation was much more difficult than Xiao Chen's. The huge Mo family and the heavy burden were all on her shoulders. Now it was just the pressure of a ship. How could he be hit by it? No one was undefeatable. Xiao Chen would definitely be able to think of a solution. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and thought hard about a solution. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a light flashed in them. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. If Xianxia was really that strong, back when Wei Xiaofeng told him to scram, Xianxia would not have needed to play any tricks. Xianxia pretended to disappear first before suddenly attacking. In the end, Xianxia managed to kill an entire ship of people by catching them off guard. Right, that must be it. Xianxia had just advanced to Holy Venerate and had no time to stabilize his strength, so he chose to end the battle quickly. A large part of the reason why Xianxia managed to kill the entire ship of people was probably that, as time dragged on, Xianxia's foundation would be exposed. His weakness of having an unstable foundation would be exposed, so he had to use all of his strength from the very beginning, not holding back any of his moves. The earlier massacre was far from as easy as it looked. In the Grave Sea, Yi Feng's big brother Yi was also a holy venerate. However, the feeling that this Xianxia gave Xiao Chen was far from comparable to big brother Yi. The truly terrifying thing was still Xianxia's scheming and decisiveness in killing. Xianxia's words of, "I will not bully you, just kill you," made Xiao Chen feel lingering fear. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly started laughing loudly. "Xianxia, what a great one. To think that you put on a show before me again. I nearly got fooled by you." On the Iron Horn pirate ship, Xianxia, who landed on the ship, immediately turned much paler. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. However, his face was filled with unconcealable joy. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Xianxia's weak appearance, the Iron Horn pirate ship's doyens were greatly startled. Xianxia waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's just that my veritable essence energy and soul energy are drained, and I feel somewhat weak. I will recover completely after resting for a few days." How can it be like this? Could it be that big brother went all out against Xiao Chen's group? Xianxia shook his head and said indifferently, "Of course not. I killed everyone on Wei Xiaofeng's ship." But the others were greatly startled. The Silver Fox pirate ship's fame resounded like thunder. To think that Xianxia's big brother killed his son and even slaughtered an entire ship. Those who accomplish great things have to make some sacrifices. A look of extreme confidence flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he said coldly, "You all underestimated the strength of Xiao Chen and his ship. If I were to face that ship head-on, my victory would be even worse than what I am now. I used the smallest price to completely subdue that ship. Everything was worth it. Life was like a play. However, sometimes, getting too immersed in the play was not a good thing." Chapter 1793. Xianxia arrived half a month later. Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the captain's quarters, studying the dreamlike mundane world saber technique, was suddenly brought out by Xiao Suo. "What's so mysterious?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked curiously at Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was not such a wishy-washy person. There was definitely a reason behind this. Xiao Suo muttered, "There are some changes to the ship. It seems like it is about to completely demonize." When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed slightly. He immediately knew what Xiao Suo was talking about. Actually, the black cutlass had been in the process of being demonized. The scarlet demonic fog permeated every part of the ship at every moment. When the ship was first modified, the Ghost Elder had done something to it. No matter how he modified it in the future, he could only upgrade it according to the framework set by the Spectral Elder. He would always use the immemorial demon soul formation as the center. In the beginning, the changes weren't that big. As time went on, Xiao Suo discovered some clues. Later on, Xiao Chen also discovered some clues. The two of them had discussed it that day. Even if it was a demonic ship, as long as it was used properly, it didn't matter. Now, the Black Cutlass was really going to turn into a demonic ship. Xiao Suo still had some misgivings. The others did not dare to tell him, so they could only come to discuss it with Xiao Chen in secret. "Let me ask you something first. Does Xianxia know about the immemorial demon soul formation of the Black Cutlass?" Xiao Chen thought of something and looked at Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo shook his head. "He doesn't know. He only appeared after the Yazi Beast demon soul exhausted its energy. Otherwise, I would not have handed him the Scarlet Blood War banner so easily." Xiao Chen thought to himself. He had been worrying about not having enough trump cards to compete with Xianxia. It was good news that Xianxia did not know that the pirate ship had the immemorial demon soul formation. "Take me to the core control room. I want to see what's going on." Xiao Suo nodded slightly and led Xiao Chen to the core control room. The core control room was the core of the pirate ship. It was more important than the control room on the surface. In fact, the control room on the surface was more accurately called a control room. Only those with the captain's order could enter the core control room. Xiao Suo took out the captain's order and embedded it into the wall. The secret door opened, and the small room was filled with many formations densely packed together. At the center of the hundreds of formations was the core formation that maintained the hull of the ship, as well as various other formations with different functions. Like gears, they formed a slowly interlocking formation that appeared before the two of them. In truth, this wasn't a real spell formation, but a projection of the numerous spell formations in the ship's core control room. The function of the core control room was to allow them to connect with each other and form a perfect system. The mysteries involved were related to the core secrets of the Pirate Alliance. To this day, aside from the Pirate Alliance, no other power had been able to build a pirate ship. "Big brother, look, that blood-red formation is the projection of the Devil's Soul formation. The other formations have all been invaded by it and turned scarlet." Even without Xiao Suo saying it, Xiao Chen could see it. Originally, the array formation was of different colors, looking exceptionally gorgeous. But now, they had all turned scarlet. At first glance, it was especially frightening. Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered that only the core formation remained, 1/3 of which had not been infected by the demonic qi. However, it was only a matter of time. Something strange would happen in the next 2 or 3 days. Xiao Suo said sullenly, "Right now, the Iron Horn pirate ship is leading the way. When it turns into a demonic ship, if there are any mysterious phenomena and the other party comes to investigate, it will be difficult to deal with." Xiao Chen understood what Xiao Suo meant. Right now, even a fool could tell that this Black Cutlass was extraordinary. That Senior Gui was a true expert. The Black Cutlass would undergo a qualitative change, or rather, return to its true form. Xiao thought for a long time. Then he suddenly looked at Xiao Suo and said, "You don't have to care about all this. I just want to ask you, do you have the courage to truly control this ship?" Xiao Suo revealed a complicated expression, struggling and hesitating. "Just do it. It is just the demonic Tao. I am willing to walk this path. Just as Big Brother said, my heart will not change. I will still be me." After a while, Xiao Suo made up his mind. Then he looked resolutely at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He still saw fear and hesitation in Xiao Suo's eyes, as well as some grudges. Xiao Suo still feared the immemorial demon soul formation. "Never mind. Let me do it." "Big Brother." When Xiao Suo heard this, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. However, he also blamed himself. "Don't blame yourself. My mental state is much stronger than yours. I am the most suitable person in the first place." Xiao Chen smiled and patted Xiao Suo's shoulder. Then he said softly, "However, this is your ship after all. So, I have always left this opportunity for you. However, it looks like you have not reached the time to accept it yet. However, I'm already there. I need to go to the tribulation point on the other side." Xiao Suo's mental state had not matured yet. However, Xiao Chen had to face a strong enemy like Xianxia. Xiao Suo felt some warmth in his heart. However, he also felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I disappointed Big Brother. I indeed do not have the courage to face the immemorial demon soul formation." "It's fine. I also feel fearful about the immemorial demon soul formation. Old Luo never asks about it." Xiao Chen smiled and consoled Xiao Suo. After making his decision, what Xiao Chen needed to do next was to merge his soul and essence blood with the immemorial demon soul formation. After that, this ship would become Xiao Chen's life pirate ship. Xiao Chen would be able to bring out the Black Cutlass's might to its greatest extent, controlling it as he pleased. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be one with the ship. However, he would also face the danger of falling into the demonic Tao at any time, consigned to eternal damnation. "I'll go now. Don't tell or startle the others." Xiao Chen had always been decisive. If he waited for the Black Cutlass to completely demonify before holding the ceremony, it would be too late. When Xiao Chen arrived at the Black Cutlass's lower deck, he faced the immemorial demon soul formation shrouded in blood mist again. The formation plate hovered in the air at the center of the formation, giving off a faint light. The Yazi beast demon soul carved on the formation plate already had 5.5 pearls lit up. The Yazi beast demon soul's strength already rivaled that of a peak late-stage star venerate. Xiao Chen had once dripped a drop of essence blood into the formation. After that, the demon soul immediately swallowed up some of his soul, completely losing control. At that time, this had startled Xiao Chen for a long time. The immemorial demon soul formation had already infiltrated the entire ship. Now, the immemorial demon soul formation before Xiao Chen was the true core of the Black Cutlass. Merging with the immemorial demon soul formation was the same as merging with the Black Cutlass. Standing at the edge of the immemorial demon soul formation, Xiao Chen looked into the depths of the formation. Then he took out a short saber and made a cut on his index finger. Blood immediately flowed out. Then, the blood dripped down drop by drop. When the first drop of blood landed in the formation, the calm blood mist immediately surged. The calm blood mist began to boil in an instant, light overflowing in all directions. Xiao Chen clearly felt that the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool, which represented his will of soul, had a small nick bitten out. Intense pain came, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Unlike the previous time, Xiao Chen did not give up. He endured the intense pain, letting the blood drip down bit by bit. Time passed quickly. Drops of unremarkable essence blood gathered in the formation, turning into a puddle of pure blood water. In the next moment, this puddle of pure blood water expanded in the vast formation. It covered the pulsating scarlet light of the formation. Now, it expanded from 1/3 of the original area to half of the original area. Whoosh! Just at this moment, when Xiao Chen's essence blood covered half of the formation, a deep abyss roar came from the depths of the formation. This roar was startling and boundlessly strange. The Yazi Beast Demon's soul suddenly appeared from the depths of the formation. The Yazi Beast Demon's soul's cold, scarlet eyes looked at Xiaochen emotionlessly, inspiring fear and horror in one's heart. Fortunately, it was not Xiao Suo standing there. This gaze made even Xiaochen feel like he could not stand stably. However, there were still many chains piercing the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's body. The chains firmly locked the Yazi Beast Demon Soul in the formation, preventing it from stepping out of the formation and leaving this pirate ship. Suddenly, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul leaped into the air, looking like it wanted to devour Xiaochen. However, the formless soul chains firmly restrained it, causing it to roar in unwillingness. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul's entire body entered the half of the formation that Xiaochen's essence blood covered. The merging officially began. However, Xiaochen felt intense pain. He could no longer hold on and fainted. Chapter 1794. Xiaochen did not know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, he had a splitting headache like he had a hangover. He felt dizzy and in poor spirits. Xiaochen rubbed his head and took a few deep breaths. Then, he closed his eyes and rested for a while, finally feeling better. Then, Xiaochen stood up unsteadily and looked at the immemorial demon soul formation. This feeling of familiarity startled Xiaochen, causing him to reveal a shocked expression. After a while, Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like the merger is a success." The scarlet light flowing in the immemorial demon soul formation felt like his blood flowing in it. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Xiaochen could feel the faint heartbeat of a certain mysterious thing in the formation. Xiaochen raised his gaze and looked at the formation plate at the center of the formation. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and met the eyes of the Yazi Beast Demon Soul in the formation plate. It was like he was not looking at a dead object but another life. Another version of himself. That was right. Xiaochen really felt that the one in the formation was indeed another version of himself. Yes and no. This feeling was very contradictory. With his current knowledge and experience, he could not explain it. It looks like I have to search the memories of the faux god Flame's inheritance to see what is going on with my current state, Xiaochen muttered to himself. However, now was not the time to think about this. There were many interesting things in his mind. With a thought, Xiaochen's spiritual sense spread to every corner of the ship. He felt that the blood fog had already invaded the black cutlass and merged with it. The immemorial demon soul formation was a part of his soul, and the black cutlass was a part of his body. This feeling was extremely wondrous. At this moment, as long as Xiaochen wanted to, he could easily hear what everyone on the ship was saying. He could even see everything outside through the ship's formation and feel the wind and waves of the ash-gray sea. The more interesting thing was the use of the immemorial demon soul formation. Originally, the immemorial demon soul formation either released the Yazi Beast Demon Soul or not released it. This was the simplest use. However, now Xiaochen knew more ways to use it. With a thought from Xiaochen, the blood mist spreading above the immortal soul formation was immediately compressed into the formation, not leaking out at all. With another thought, the blood mist slowly rose. The thick blood mist quickly spread to every corner of the compartment. As long as Xiaochen wanted to, this blood mist could instantly surge out and hide the entire black cutlass. The people outside could only see the blood mist, but they could not see what it was. "Withdraw." Xiaochen let out a soft cry. The blood mist condensed and stuck to his body, forming a set of armor that protected his entire body. Xiaochen's white robes instantly turned scarlet, making him look extremely strange. Turning around, Xiaochen's gaze landed on the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's necklace, and he lightly tapped it. 5 pearls flickered with light, and 5 cultivators wearing scarlet armor walked out of the formation. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. Their appearances were all different, causing one's hair to stand on end. They looked exceptionally terrifying. In Xiaochen's merged memories, he found out that these cultivators in scarlet armor were called Demon Shadow Clones. These were the 18 clones that the Yazi Beast, an ancient ferocious beast, had created for itself when it was alive. Each clone was a strong cultivator of the current era. After their masters were killed by the Yazi beast, the Yazi beast used its essence blood to refine them into terrifying ferocious spirit clones. They became an inseparable part of the Yazi beast's flesh and soul. Now, the 5 demon shadow clones were naturally not as strong as they were during the Great Desolate Aeon. However, each of them possessed the strength of a late-stage star venerate. While they were on the Black Cutlass, their strength could improve further. Xianxia entered deep thought. As long as he could stay on this Black Cutlass, even if Xianxia came, he might not be able to do anything to him. Xianxia flicked his finger, and the demon shadow clones returned to the necklace. The demon soul armor on Xianxia also turned back into a blood mist and scattered. In the next moment, Xiaoqian's body appeared in Xiao Sua's room on the Black Cutlass. This startled Xiao Su. "Big brother, how did you get here?" There was no commotion in Xiao Sua's room. Then, Xiaoqian appeared beside him, looking like a ghost. Xiaoqian said indifferently, "I already succeeded in merging. Now, as long as I am on the Black Cutlass, I can appear anywhere." When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt enlightened. When he saw Xiaoqian's pale complexion, he could not help asking worriedly, "Big brother, you look very weak. Are you all right?" "I exhausted myself a lot. It could be considered a narrow escape. However, I managed to pull through." Xiaoqian paused for a while before continuing, "I cannot tell anyone about this for now. After I obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, I will forge a pirate ship for you." Right now, the Black Cutlass was a thoroughly demonic ship. There were still many secrets that Xiaoqian had not figured out yet. He could not let Xiao Sua and the others stay here and take risks. Xiao Sua understood the severity of this. He nodded gravely and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I guarantee that I will not leak this out." At the same time, Xiao Sua felt helpless. If not for Xianxia, given his big brother Xiaoqian's character, why would he risk falling into the demonic Tao? Xiaoqian patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. He felt Xiao Sua's body tremble slightly. Xiaoqian smiled bitterly to himself. In the next moment, he appeared at the side of the spirit beast platform. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture, which was taking an afternoon nap, felt a gaze on it and opened its eyes, finding it strange. Puchi. When the demon blood vulture saw Xiaoqian, it was startled awake. Its body trembled as it stood up in a fluster. The demon blood vulture wanted to spread its wings and fly away to flee. However, its feet went soft, and it fell heavily to the ground. The demon blood vulture looked very comical. Xiaoqian could not help smiling. "Even a fellow like you, who fears nothing in the world, is afraid of me. How terrifying exactly am I now?" Actually, Xiaoqian now looked no different from an ordinary person. Even a holy venerate or a sovereign personage would find it hard to detect any clues or strangeness. However, when Xiao Sua learned that Xiaoqian had merged with the Yazi beast demon soul, he felt some fear in his heart. However, this demon blood vulture saw this because of his bloodline. When it saw that Xiaoqian was an existence of the same kind as it felt like it had met its natural enemy. If Xiaoqian wanted to, after devouring it, his strength would increase greatly. This was why the demon blood vulture was frightened silly. It thought that Xiaoqian was here to eat it. If Xiaoqian knew what it was thinking, who knew how he would laugh? After Xiaoqian left, the demon blood vulture still felt fear in its heart. He muttered to himself, "I was scared to death. How did this grandson's eyes become so scary all of a sudden?" Half a month later, Xianxia recovered to his peak, and his aura was even stronger. Xiaoqian landed alone on the Black Cutlass. Through the pirate ship, Xiaoqian already knew of his arrival. Xianxia could be considered to have completely recovered. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but after the great battle of washing away Xiaofeng's ship with blood, Xianxia had completely recovered. Not only was he not fatigued at all, but his strength was also clearly stronger. As a holy venerate, Xianxia's strength was even more stable. However, in the past half-month, Xiaoqian had also rested his mind, qi, and spirit. There were no visible changes. "Big brother Yan, are you going to ask me about my consideration?" Xiaoqian asked straightforwardly after going forward to receive Xianxia warmly. Xianxia nodded with a smile. 1 month should be sufficient for little brother Xiao to consider. I have always been a rather generous person. However, Xiaochen thought to himself, you gave me 1 month because you were afraid that your aura would be unstable and give yourself away, right? However, Xiaochen's expression did not change as he said sincerely, Big Brother Yen, I'm sorry. I've thought it through very clearly. The scarlet blood inheritance is very important to me. I cannot give it to others. Xianxia did not get angry at all. This was normal behavior. If Xiaochen just handed over the scarlet blood inheritance, Xianxia would be suspicious. He might even suspect that Xiaochen had ulterior motives and saw through his acting. Xianxia smiled and said, it's fine. Big Brother understands you. In that case, we can compete fairly in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. If this elder brother's skills are better, I will not stand on ceremony. If little brother Zhao's skills are better, I will submit to you willingly. That's good. Xiaochen agreed on the surface but smiled coldly in his heart. With your strength, how can I compete fairly with you? Xianxia smiled straightforwardly and said, good, it is settled then. We will arrive at Myriad Star Mountain in 1 month. You can familiarize yourself with the environment there first. When the Myriad Star Mountain mysterious phenomenon appears, I will meet up with you. Based on Xianxia's words, it seemed like he had no intention of going to Myriad Star Mountain for now. Xiaochen asked, where is Big Brother Yen going? Are you not coming with me? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. I have some private matters to deal with and see an old friend. There is no need to worry. When the nightless mysterious phenomenon appears, I will definitely appear. Goodbye. After leaving the Black Cutlass, Xianxia muttered to himself. Xiaochen's talent was astonishing. His strength improved practically every day. Even after 1 month, he was still at the same cultivation realm. It was strange that Xiaochen spent all his time recuperating like Xianxia. However, that did not matter. No matter what, Xianxia was now just a major primal core realm cultivator. Even if he broke through, he would only be a star venerate. Everything was still within Xianxia's control, but he could not let his guard down. After the matter was over, he would kill Xiaochen when he had the chance. In Xianxia's heart, Xiaochen had even greater potential than Wei Xiaofeng. On the other side, Xiaochen also wondered why Xianxia left at such a crucial time. Both of them were scheming in their hearts. Chapter 1795. After Xianxia left, with a thought, Xiaochen appeared out of thin air in his cultivation room in the next moment. It had to be said that after Xiaochen merged his essence blood and soul with the immemorial demon soul formation, the many wondrous effects were indescribably wondrous. This ability to appear anywhere he wanted gave Xiaochen the feeling of a ruler on the Black Cutlass. Xiaochen calmed himself down and entered deep thought. He could not understand why Xianxia would leave at this time. What was it for? However, it was useless to think too much about it now. Shaking his head, he could only put it aside for the time being. In order to recuperate his spirit and make up for the loss of his soul during the fusion, he had done a lot of homework over the past month. His cultivation and strength had not improved at all. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Xiaochen took out the spirit jades and filled the spirit gathering formation. Xiaochen sat in the center of the formation and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Boundless spiritual energy surged over. The purple thunder divine incantation, which was close to consummation, absorbed spiritual energy at a startling speed. After completing a great chi circulation, the 9-star primal core was filled up again, and a star lit up. At this point, Xiaochen had successfully lit up 8 stars on the perfect 9-star essence core. Not only could the primordial core contain more quintessential essence, but the quintessential essence was also cleansed, becoming more condensed and pure. The quintessential essence that Xiaochen could instantly unleash was also stronger and more powerful. At this moment, the power of a casual strike from Xiaochen already rivaled that of an ordinary star venerate. Even a middle-stage star venerate might not be much stronger than Xiaochen in terms of veritable essence energy. That's strange. Why are all the middle-grade spirit stones used up? Xiaochen lowered his head and looked around. Then, he was shocked to discover hundreds of medial-grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation. It had already exhausted its spiritual energy and became a useless rock. Even if the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 11th layer, it should not exhaust so much spiritual energy. Strange things? Could it be that the fusion of my essence blood and soul with the immemorial demon soul array has changed my physique and bloodline? Xiaochen was deep in thought. In the Great Desolate Era, those primordial fierce beasts consumed a huge amount of spiritual qi. In a breath, the amount of spiritual energy that surged out might be a quantity that some cultivators would not be able to achieve in their lifetime. Many of the beings known as ferocious beasts didn't actually do evil, but they were still hunted and hunted down by humans. A large part of the reason was that their very existence threatened the other races. However, if one were to think about it, if they were to stay here for 10 or 100 years, the spirit qi in the surroundings would dry up and the spirit veins would be exhausted. It created one dead zone after another, and the other clans had no choice but to encircle and annihilate them. After all, it was a matter of life and death for their own clans. As for the current demonic sects and cultivators, their cultivation philosophy was destined to create a barrier between them and the righteous path. They were free and unrestrained. As long as they could strengthen themselves, there was nothing they couldn't do. He only believed in himself, not the will of heaven. He was not bound by morals and etiquette, so he could cultivate without any worries. He lived a carefree life. Although the core of the righteous Tao's cultivation was self-interest, they would also do things like the demonic Tao cultivators did to kill others and steal their treasures. Believing in the mandate of heaven would automatically add a layer of moral shackles to oneself. It could be called hypocrisy or fake benevolence. The world indeed needed such rules. If the demonic Tao cultivators ruled the world, it would be easy to imagine how chaotic it would be. Even if there were no strong enemies, they would end up like the ancient ferocious beasts, seeking their own destruction due to their insatiable desires. Hence, since ancient times, evil could not defeat the righteous. Even if the demonic Tao sects could win for a while, they would eventually fall. Right now, Xiaochen was wondering if he had already unknowingly stepped into the demonic Tao. After thinking about it carefully, all the signs pointed to him falling into the demonic Tao. Now, these discarded spirit jades were the final blow. Demonic Tao cultivators exhausted a lot of spiritual energy. This was their most basic characteristic. Xiaochen did not panic or worry too much. He was rather calm about this result, which he had already expected. Xiaochen took out the discarded spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation one by one. Then, the image of Lu Ryue appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Everything Xiaochen did, be it leaving the Kunlun realm by the skin of his teeth, or experiencing many difficulties to get to where he was now, putting in so much effort to obtain the Scarlet Blood race's inheritance. It was all for one thing: searching for you. As long as he could get what he wanted, what was there to fear even if he fell into the demonic Tao? Everything was worth it for what he loved. By the time Xiaochen took out all the discarded spirit jades, he was already as calm as still water, without a single ripple. Since my bloodline and physique have already changed, I should figure out what it has changed to. After Xiaochen broke through to Star Venerate, he would have to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor about this. After burying the medial grade spirit jades, Xiaochen started cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Ice and lightning attacked at the same time. The Thunder Domain had already become a great Tao. The Ice Domain could not fall too far behind. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, when Xiaochen returned, the myriad star mountain was already in sight. Although it was still millions of kilometers away, the silhouette of the 100,000 peaks was already indistinct on the surface of the sea. Everyone at the bow of the warship looked into the distance, feeling incredibly shocked in their hearts. Big brother, we are about to reach the myriad star mountains territory. It will be incredibly chaotic. The demonic Tao sects run amok, and pirates run amok. This is a place where fists do the talking. Nearly every month, there will be ships destroyed. It will not be easy to truly reach the Myriad Star Mountain. Xiao Sua had done a lot of research on the Myriad Star Mountain, so he explained it to Xiaochen. The Iron Hand Yama said, "It feels like a filter, filtering out the factions and cultivators that are not qualified." I hope that we are not filtered, Elder Tang whispered. As they approached the myriad star mountain, the danger increased by the day. The atmosphere turned increasingly heavy. Xiao Chen said indifferently, only those that are filtered by us. No one will be able to get past us. 3 days later, the environment of the sea region clearly turned harsh. Unending demonic clouds appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. Strong winds and lightning seemed never-ending. The waves surged, and the ash-gray sea seemed to have turned into a ferocious, gargantuan beast. Fortunately, the Black Cutlass had completely demonized. Otherwise, it would be in danger of being swallowed up at any moment. There was the danger of being devoured at any moment. If that happened, everyone on the ship would be finished. They clearly know that the Myriad Star Mountain is a trap, but every year, people who are not afraid of death come and risk their lives. Now, even a 5-star pirate ship dares to wander around here. However, this meat is too small. There is no point in chewing on it. For it to be able to withstand the waves and not capsize, there should be something to be gained. After entering the sea region near the Myriad Star Mountain, the Black Cutlass was like a sheep entering a wolf's den. It was like a piece of meat that could be eaten at any moment. Countless pirate ships and demonic ships revealed strange gazes at the Black Cutlass. However, the person who did it did not show up. Because the meat was too small and tender, not many people cared about it. To think that it was ignored like that. The people on the Black Cutlass did not know whether to be happy or upset. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. There would always be hungry wolves that had nothing better to do and wanted to have a good meal. Amid thunder and lightning, a 600-meter-long scarlet pirate ship with the skin of oceanic ferocious beasts hung on it flew over the Black Cutlass along with a huge wave. A large shadow fell, encasing the Black Cutlass. To think that an insignificant 5-star pirate ship can travel so freely in this stormy sea region. A ferocious-looking, middle-aged man on the throne in the lookout tower of the Scarlet Pirate ship gave the Black Cutlass a few more glances and waved his hand. The 600-meter-long ship turned slightly and floated across the sea, blocking the Black Cutlass's path. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang appeared at the bow of the ship one after another, cautiously looking at the Scarlet Pirate ship. Shout out to them to abandon the ship now. Otherwise, we will kill them without mercy, the ferocious-looking, scarlet-clad, middle-aged man said indifferently. A subordinate on the bow immediately shouted, "Quickly abandon the ship." Otherwise, however, before that subordinate could finish shouting, the insignificant black pirate ship suddenly released a clump of blood mist. Suddenly, a bloody mist spread out, and then the bloody mist gathered and condensed in every corner of the ship. In the next moment, the Black Cutlass gave off an even more gorgeous scarlet light than the ship in front. Like a sharp knife, the scarlet light broke the 600-meter-long ship. Chapter 1796. The scarlet-clothed middle-aged man sitting on the throne didn't even have time to react before his pirate ship was smashed into pieces. In reality, even a fool would know this. When two ships met, one would place their ship in front of the other party. The first thing they did was to fire the ancient demonic energy cannons. The cannons would form an overwhelming barrage that would bombard the other party to death. Otherwise, one would be exposing one's greatest weakness to the other party. Naturally, that scarlet-clad, middle-aged man understood this principle. However, he did not treat Xiao Chen's Black Cutlass as an opponent. After the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man came to his senses in a fluster. However, his ship had already broken in half. After losing the protection of the ship, the waves immediately swallowed up several cultivators mercilessly. Some of the weaker cultivators even got crushed by the waves, not even leaving a corpse behind. Amid the strong winds and huge waves, the ash-gray sea showed its terrifying side. Countless miserable cries rang out. "Snatch the ship!" The scarlet-clad man roared, enraged. Then he led the experts on the ship and leaped towards the Black Cutlass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, figures landed on the Black Cutlass's deck. Those who could do this were the elites of the ship. Even the weakest was a major primal core venerate. Including the ferocious, middle-aged man, there were a total of 4. This was especially so for the ferocious, middle-aged man. He was a late-stage star venerate, not much weaker than Xianxia. Kill! Without saying anything else, the scarlet-clad man led the 100-odd elites to charge at the black cutlass. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: kill everyone on this ship, an eye for an eye. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the blood mist armor covering the black cutlass scattered. A dense blood mist formed amid the strong wind and heavy rain, spreading out and covering everything. The few ships observing the situation immediately lost their vision, not knowing what was happening. Boss, it's all mist. I can't see it all. Mental energy cannot penetrate it. There's a heartbeat. The elites that the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man brought over immediately panicked. They cried out, wanting to find their companions. However, they could only hear the heartbeat and could not meet up with their companions. All of them were lost in the blood mist. Only the 4-star venerates could use their soul energy to see within 10 meters of the blood mist. Other than that, the others were completely in the pitch-black darkness of the night, and their perception was less than a meter. Damn it, what the hell is this? The middle-aged man was shocked. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. At this moment he suddenly woke up with a start. He seemed to have boarded a ghost ship that was even more terrifying than a devil ship. If even he was in such a state, then his subordinates were naturally even worse off. Originally, he had the thought of slaughtering everything. Now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Fear expanded infinitely in their hearts, and all kinds of negative emotions quickly spread in their minds. Under the deliberate control of the Devil's Soul formation, the demonic blood mist alone was enough to disintegrate 100 people. What is it? A major primal core realm pirate suddenly discovered a vague silhouette in front. He was dressed in blood-red clothes and exuded a cold aura. Initially, Xianxia thought that he was one of his companions. But when he got closer and saw the Devil Shadow clone's appearance, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he screamed, "Gotcha!" Amidst the screams and terror, the phantom avatar coldly and mercilessly attacked. With a single strike, the phantom avatar was decapitated. The 5 phantom avatars all moved out, starting a hellish massacre. This was a massacre of unequal strength. Boundless miserable screams rang out, and the ferocious spirits that emerged after the phantom avatars died. The demonic nature in the blood mist deepened bit by bit. This was a feast of slaughter. This was the first time the phantom avatar had displayed its terrifying strength. This was especially so on this black cutlass. They were practically synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Third brother. The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes heard a familiar miserable cry. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When the middle-aged man arrived, he only found a familiar corpse lying quietly on the ground. Before death, the middle-aged man revealed an expression of extreme horror, inspiring fear. What the hell is this? This was the first time the middle-aged man experienced such a situation. So many people died, but he did not even see what his opponent looked like. Big brother, where are you? The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes, who was hugging third brother's corpse, trembled. It was fourth brother's voice. A brilliant light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, igniting a glimmer of hope. No matter what the hell it was, if he worked together with fourth brother, they would definitely be able to get out. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely take revenge for his brothers. That's not right. I can't take revenge. I can never offend this ship. If I can escape, I have to run far away. Kasi. As the middle-aged man thought this, he stood up, and a scarlet light flashed. Before the smile on fourth brother's face faded, his body split in half down the middle. Fourth brother died in such a miserable manner before the middle-aged man's eyes. Fourth brother! The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes shouted hoarsely, nearly going crazy. I'm going to kill all of you. After the middle-aged man roared, he suddenly discovered that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no sound at all. Earlier, the incessant miserable screams inspired fear. However, now that there was no sound, it was even more horrifying. Bush, bush, bush. Lights flickered in the blood mist, and 5 phantom avatars appeared around the middle-aged man in scarlet clothes, revealing their true appearances. Boundless fear spread in the middle-aged man's heart, extinguishing the rage in his heart in an instant. Without any suspense, the 5 phantom avatars each sent out a move. The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes died in an instant, not even leaving scraps. The blood mist shrouding the ship continued to spread over the sea. Soon, the blood mist surrounded the 2 broken ships. The blood mist surrounding the other party's pirate ship was like ants biting at the other party's ship. The Black Cutlass slowly broke down the huge warship, and the various aspects of the Black Cutlass slowly strengthened. When the blood mist returned to the immemorial demon soul formation, the sea was calm. The sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. There was only a black pirate ship quietly cruising on the water. It looked as insignificant, low-profile, and weak as it was in the beginning. It looked like it was resisting the waves softly, ready to be swallowed up by the waves at any moment. The nearby ships that saw the earlier scene all turned pale with fright, not knowing what had happened. They only saw the ship crash into the scarlet-clad middle-aged man's ship and break it. However, before they could admire this ship's courage, their vision was blocked by the blood mist. Their vision was blocked by the blood mist, and then nothing was left. The black pirate ship reappeared amidst the wind and waves. It was not just these outsiders. Even the Black Cutlass's crew found this incredible. They only knew that Captain Xianxia had them return to their rooms and then ordered the ship to crash. After that, the blood mist spread out. They seemed to hear some terrifying sounds. However, due to strict orders, they did not leave their rooms to take a look. When the blood mist scattered, there was nothing left. Up on the crow's nest, Xiaochen closed his eyes. He already saw that the half-lit pearl on the formation plate was now completely lit. Of the 18 pearls, 6 were lit. With another phantom avatar, the strength of the pirate ship improved. Actually, it should no longer be called a pirate ship. The Black Cutlass was already a demonic ship, even stranger than the demonic ships of those demonic Dao sects. Chapter 1797. This great me has never farted for so long in my life. The demon blood vulture screeched, feeling very comfortable. It wailed on the ground and made strange sounds. It deeply shocked everyone present. The demon blood vulture felt very confident. It felt that after enduring for so long, its opportunity had finally arrived. Xianxia laughed when he heard this. Big brother, you really think too highly of me. Cut the crap. You're not the only one who saw it. Hurry up, or it will be snatched away by others. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chen's mental state improved imperceptibly. The demon blood vulture felt pain in its heart. It held back its energy and did its best to cry out, trying to chase away this group of people. However, it was useless. Fei had a pure personality and did not think too much about it. Xiaochen chuckled. Because I have experienced so much more than you. You will understand in the future. I always believe that you will become the pirate king sooner or later. When he looked up, he only saw a huge shadowy magic ball streaking across the sky. It's all mine. The demon blood vulture's gargantuan body bulged like a balloon. Its entire body rolled into a ball, unable to move at all. First senior brother, I saw a demon blood vulture earlier. What does the demonic Dao and righteous Dao have to do with me? Now that he heard that the Black Cutlass's strength had improved significantly, the shadow in his heart disappeared. Naturally, he could not hide his joy. The crowd left at ease. Xianxia quietly walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said somewhat excitedly, Big brother, the ship's performance is already comparable to a 6-star pirate ship. To think that the demonic soul formation can swallow up other ships. How about we... A moment later, Xiao Chen saw the scene from the top of a tree and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It stinks. He flew towards the myriad star mountain, towards the 100,000 mountains that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body had turned into. Xiao Chen waved his hand and handed the immemorial demon soul formation plate to Xianxia. Big brother, you're leaving. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization and he said right away, I won't do it. Young Master Xiao, what happened earlier? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, I realize that I can't understand you anymore. However, the demon blood vulture that Xiaochen sat on was strangely excited, crying out loudly. Great! Xiao Sua had always admired Xiaochen and respected Xiaochen from the bottom of his heart. He truly did not want anything to happen to him. He smashed towards the ground at a speed several times faster than when he fell. Xiaochen's figure flashed as he drifted down. He smiled softly and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the immemorial demon soul formation has improved further. Xiao Sua and I work together to control it and destroy this group of people." Here. At this moment he had already arrived at the Myriad Star Mountain. Xiaochen only felt that the gravity on the ground was extremely strong, and his body was falling uncontrollably. He directly interrupted, "If you deliberately pursue slaughter, then you will really be deviating from the demonic Tao." The people of the world misunderstood the devil. The so-called devil Tao was not about killing the innocent, nor was it about being lawless and arrogant. The true meaning of a demon should be the kind of unyielding character where one's fate is decided by oneself and not by the heavens, the kind of disdain to look down on outdated and vulgar conventions, and the kind of unrestrained freedom of one's heart. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. How could there be such a great free lunch in the world? This is great. Demon blood vulture infants are much more valuable than adult demon blood vultures. I'm rich now. Who asked you to be so greedy? Xiaochen could see through his heart and see his own heart even more clearly. If he could obtain them so easily, even if he had an endless supply, the demonic Tao experts would suck him dry. Demonic clouds gathered above. The natural phenomena changed continuously, appearing boundless and mysterious. It's fine. The mysterious phenomena have not started yet. The Myriad Star Mountain is not in its most dangerous state yet. Furthermore, I have already merged with the ship. As long as I do not go beyond a certain range, I can send myself back after spending some time. Just as Xiaochen was about to descend, voices rang out, causing him to stop and hide on a tree. "Ha! Grandson, scram down for your father." Figures flashed in the surroundings. Several demonic Tao cultivators fled frantically. When Xiaochen thought about it, he found it somewhat inconceivable. The dense demonic clouds in the sky were somewhat frightening. After receiving Xiaochen's promise, Xiao Sua relaxed. "In that case, just go. The black cutlass will not stop moving. Although I do not have Big Brother's mental state, Big Brother, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to start a massacre." Damn it! Xiaochen cursed in his heart. At the crucial moment, he twisted his body and stopped at the top of a towering tree. The shadow of death was buried in everyone's heart. That senior brother observed for a while before saying seriously, "Ha! This demon blood vulture is about to give birth. Everyone, there is no need to rush. Just wait a little longer. The demon blood vulture has at least 6 eggs in a nest. That is enough for us to split." Xiao Su's gaze fell on the demon blood vulture, and his lips curled up in a smile. "How smelly! I'm going to die. Is this going to form a nightless scene? I'll just bear with it for now." In pain, the demon blood vulture flapped its wings and carried Xiaochen away, kicking up strong winds. Although the Myriad Star Mountain was called a mountain, it was actually a vast continent in the ash-gray sea. The closer Xiaochen got to the 100,000 great peaks, the denser the demonic clouds in the sky. They were pitch black like demons roaring. Xiaochen nodded. In the next moment, he appeared at the edge of the spirit beast platform. "Give birth to your eggs. Spread out. Bunch of grandsons. This grandpa cannot hold back anymore." Xiaochen estimated that even a sovereign personage would not be able to break the demonic clouds easily. The demonic nature of the demonic clouds was not something ordinary people could endure. The iron hand Yama flipped over and flapped its wings, catching Xiaochen off guard. The iron hand Yama, Fei, and the other crew members gathered at the bow of the warship and asked Xiaochen, who was on the observation deck. Xiaochen pointed to his temple and said, "I control the formation now. Even without the formation plate, I can operate it. I'll hand the formation plate to you and pass you a blood seal. For a short time, you can use the formation plate to operate the immemorial demon soul formation." The tree was 3 kilometers tall. When one looked around, This place looked like a dense forest in the 100,000 Great Peaks. I only care about my loved ones, my friends, my family, and my lovers. Boom! Occasionally, black lightning struck down. The electric light struck people's faces, inspiring panic in their hearts. What the heck? It's too damn smelly. How can there be such a disgusting, despicable demon blood vulture in the world? Xianxia smiled and said, I have to go. I simply cannot figure out why Xianxia left at this time. That person is too terrifying. I need to use this time to improve my strength further. You control the demonic ship and roam around the sea region. You will definitely gain something. A mist-like gas spread wildly in all directions, instantly encasing the demonic Tao sect disciples in the surroundings. Confusion appeared on Xianxia's face. After hesitating for a moment, he leaped up a few times and ran around the treetops. The many demonic Tao sect disciples all rejoiced. They surrounded the surroundings, not leaving. Xianxia felt curious. Will there really be a mysterious phenomenon sweeping away all the demonic clouds? This bastard is asking me to bring him flying again. Didn't you want to eat your grandpa? Now beg me, beg me, beg me. Xianxia's heart sank. He knew what Xiaosua was thinking. Xiaosua wanted the Black Cutlass to swallow up the other ships one by one. Although Xianxia did not say it, everyone felt that Wei Xiaofeng's outcome would be the Black Cutlasses. Demonic clouds covered the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The ash-gray sea was a forbidden sea in the first place. The spiritual energy in the sea contained an innate demonic nature. Aside from self-pursuit, wasn't this the only thing in one's life? However, the Myriad Star Mountain is incredibly dangerous. I am somewhat worried about Big Brother's safety. When Xianxia saw the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces, he revealed a smile. It was actually quite good to see everyone happy. Quick, quick, quick. It's the mutated beast, the demon blood vulture. It fell to the ground after getting injured. Xiaosua also appeared at this moment. He said with a smile, everyone, don't worry. Big Brother and I discovered this a month ago. In the future, there is no need to fear the Iron Horn pirate ship. Xianxia cannot do anything to us. However, we were afraid that news would leak and Xianxia would find out, so we did not tell everyone. A female demonic Tao sect disciple asked, Senior Brother, what's wrong? Why does the demon blood vulture look pregnant? The 10-odd demonic Tao sect disciples all felt poisonous gas pouring into their mouths, nostrils, and ears. The stench was so bad that they vomited and had diarrhea. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead as they fled for their lives. The Iron Horn pirate ship had always been a thorn in everyone's throats, like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Soon, 10-odd people appeared and surrounded the demon blood vulture from all directions. When they saw it, they were all stunned. This great one really cannot endure anymore. As the demon blood vulture carried Xianxia, it occasionally opened its mouth and inhaled, immediately swallowing up a large patch of demonic clouds. The feathers on the demon blood vulture's body continuously turned beautiful, and its strength increased at a visible rate. When Xianxia landed on the demon blood vulture's head, he saw that it was not moving, only showing a despicable smile. Then, he rapped the demon blood vulture's head and said, What are you thinking about? In the next moment, the demon blood vulture's tail gave off a resounding thunderous roar. Following that, Xianxia heard miserable cries. In the next moment, the ground shook. These people could not understand this and even felt some worry. The 100,000 Great Peaks seemed to have sucked in all the demonic nature, forming an incredibly horrifying demonic cloud. Boundless dust clouds kicked up as the demonic ball smashed into the ground. This is... Xiaosua said, feeling very confused, this is the immemorial demon soul formation's formation plate. If we take it out, won't the formation be unable to operate? This was especially so after the scene of Xianxia slaughtering Wei Xiaofeng's ship alone. The 100,000 Great Peaks were even vaster than a great realm. Before Xianxia could stand firmly, he heard a sharp whistle and the familiar cry of the demon blood vulture. This demon blood vulture is going to fart. Which bastard said that it was going to lay eggs? Indeed. Big Brother Xiao, I heard many people screaming earlier. Chapter 1798. Xiaochen turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture. Then he got it to enlarge and carry him. Just to my liking. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Xiaochen made a prompt decision and shouted. The demon blood vulture immediately folded its wings and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying towards the mountains in front. Being able to devour the enemy's body to strengthen one's own was no different from eating a human. Go! Xiaochen pressed 2 fingers together, turned around, and waved them. The 100,000 mountains were vast and boundless. Xiaochen had no idea where he was right now. Xiu xiu xiu. When the poison gas scattered, Xiaochen slowly descended. He saw the demon blood vulture shrink to the size of a palm. Even though the demon blood vulture's wings were 300 meters wide when spread out, it was still insufficient before this 1,000-winged centipede. Xiaochen thought to himself that the demonic clouds in the sky must contain some kind of real poison. However, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice. He spread his wings and carried Xiaochen up again. Who was it that had been lurking around them for so long without them noticing? The demon blood vulture was not willing. It had indigestion earlier, and its stomach still felt uncomfortable. Power of Lightning Dao. Ha! Qingziyu, as a Fantasy Cloud sect core disciple, you actually cannot even capture a major primal core venerate. What a surprise! You've really brought shame to your Fantasy Cloud sect. If I hadn't underestimated my enemy and fused my Dao wheel into the 1,000-winged centipede's body from the start, I wouldn't have let him live. The sudden laughter caused Qingziyu's expression to change. It flapped its wings and landed on Xiaochen's shoulder. Si Hongyi laughed loudly and roared. A nimble figure flew over from the demonic clouds in the sky. The 1,000-winged centipede's broken body turned into wisps of demonic smoke and entered the ghost banner. Lightning tore through the sky, thunder rumbled, and the wind and clouds changed. The poisonous gas spreading in the surroundings quickly disappeared. The 1,000-winged centipede, which had been sliced into thousands of pieces, gave off the miserable cries of vengeful spirits. Only this kind of Dao artifact, which had been passed down for thousands of years and had several masters nurturing its Dao aura, could be considered a fine product. The methods of the illusory cloud sect. This bird was really strange. However, he was just thinking about it. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, neither of them could do anything to the other. Si Hongyi looked at the ghost streamer in Qingziyu's hand. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, as well as a trace of cleverly hidden greed. Xiaochen could tell that it had only shrunk for a moment, and its aura had actually become steadier. It was not just the Fantasy Cloud sect. Their Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Royal Hall were the same. If he was bitten, he would definitely die. He was unable to widen the distance between them. With a casual strike, Xiaochen drove the Berserk Thunder Great Dao and sent out Saber Qi. The muscles all over his body swelled, filled with a sense of power, as if he could split mountains and split the earth with just one hand. The surging demonic qi corroded Xiaochen and the demon blood vulture's bodies. This demonic qi was very vicious. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Eagle Castle focused on cultivating the physical body. All the core cultivation techniques of their sect came from an ancient demonic cultivation technique. Throwing him down from the sky earlier was definitely intentional. The demon blood vulture took this opportunity to fly away, raising its speed to its peak. Then, it turned into a flash of scarlet light and vanished into the horizon. The demon blood vulture under Si Hongyi felt danger. It roared and countless beams of scarlet light shot out from its feathers, turning into sharp arrows flying at the 1,000-winged centipede. As for Xiaochen, he was not much better. A pale youth flew out of the demonic clouds in the distance, holding a ghost streamer. Si Hongyi said cockily, "This is the source of my confidence. With this thunder eagle, I can definitely kill that brat." The baleful aura and demonic nature all vanished from Si Hongyi's body. His beautiful expression made him look harmless. When Xiaochen was safe, he gently leaped up and landed back on the ground. His expression appeared somewhat sullen. His strength had clearly improved, nearly reaching peak late-stage star venerate. After the demon blood vulture absorbed the demonic qi, it only shrank. It exploded violently, and the gigantic thousand-winged centipede in the sky was instantly broken into countless pieces. However, just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out in the surroundings, instantly making the two shiver. The thousand-winged centipede shook its head and wagged its tail as it chased after them. The demon blood vulture's fart knocked back 10-odd demonic Dao sect experts. Not long after the demon blood vulture flew out of the forest, the demonic clouds in the sky split in half and turned into a thousand-winged centipede. Then, it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to bite the demon blood vulture. Even so, the speed at which Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy flowed out was exceptionally unbearable. The demon blood vulture felt impatient as well. If this continued, that thousand-winged centipede would bite it sooner or later. In the end, only death awaited it. However, the thousand-winged centipede was much more powerful and terrifying than that gargantuan snake. When Qingziyu heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. This foolish brother's words are excellent. Actually, I have the same thoughts. Your heavenly eagle castle does not lack mutated beasts like the demon blood vulture. That brat's physical body is pretty good. I'll let you have him. After looking coldly at the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Behave yourself. Stop teasing my patience." Qingziyu looked at the heavenly thunder eagle and said enviously, "Brother, see, this heavenly thunder eagle is much faster than that demon blood vulture if it flies at full speed." The thousand-winged centipede was instantly riddled with holes, and its speed immediately slowed down. A strong wind blew in the surroundings, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In an instant, hundreds of saber chi containing lightning-attributed energy shot out from Xiao Chen's finger. As a result, the demonic Dao sect cultivators did not dare to rashly absorb it. Otherwise, it would be a huge treasure trove. Bush. Si Hongyi rolled his eyes and said, "Qingziyu, I think that white-clad brat, who does not know his place, has not gone far. He just arrived and is not as familiar with the terrain as we are. If we work together, we might be able to catch up to him." The true weapons were always given priority to the elite disciples of the sect. A burly man wielding a demonic axe walked over. The ghost pennant flickered with a faint white light, and there was a faint Dao disc behind it. As the demonic smoke entered it, the Dao disc slowly grew brighter. Right now, Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core already had 8 stars lit up. His veritable essence energy rivaled that of a middle-stage star venerate. Furthermore, it was even denser. Although this method was somewhat lacking, its might was rather reliable. The white-faced demonic Dao sect disciple looked around with a cold and sharp gaze. Then he said, "It runs really fast. How unfortunate. A mutated beast like the demon blood vulture is really rare." Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and the saber chi that entered the thousand-winged centipede turned into pure electric light and gathered into a clump. Damn it. A major primal core venerate actually managed to escape from my hands. Xiao Chen quickly flew forward and soon arrived at the place where the thousand-winged centipede was killed. The ghost pennant in Qingziyu's hand was no ordinary high-quality item. That Dao disc had been tempered for at least 1,000 years. At the very least, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he would have to put in a lot of effort to intimidate these 10-odd demonic Dao sect cultivators. It was not over yet. Qingziyu immediately recognized this person. This was Si Hongyi, a core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, one of the 3 great demonic Dao sects near Myriad Star Mountain. Every strand of saber chi was 300 meters long. They flickered with electric light and contained the great Dao, their might extremely horrifying. This was the mode of transportation that only Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples and disciples would have, the ferocious beast Heavenly Thunder Eagle. "It's you!" When Xiao Chen saw the thousand-winged centipede, he was no stranger to it at all. It was exactly the same as the illusory cloud pavilion's old man's technique. The Dao tools that the Fantasy Cloud sect sold were all trash. They were common goods that could be bought quickly. He didn't allow it to invade his bloodline and enter his body. Otherwise, his internal organs would be destroyed in an instant. Ding ding. The blood arrows that were stained with poison were all bounced back. It had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The palm-sized demon blood vulture glared at Xiao Chen, not showing any temper at all. In reality, there were not many dense forests in the 100,000 mountain ranges that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body had turned into. Most of them were broken mountains and rivers. Demonic chi formed clouds in the sky, looking very miserable. Through his clothes, Xiao Chen's skin started to fester. Fortunately, he blocked it in time with his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The great Tao energy contained in the 1,000-winged centipede was very strong. Crunching sounds rang out. The 1,000-winged centipede was actually incredibly hard. Suddenly, the 1,000-winged centipede chasing Xiao Chen opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous gas. Soon it arrived. Is that so? Chapter 1799. Xiao Chen had never been one to suffer losses. After being tricked for no reason, how could he not set an example? Not long after Xiao Chen left, he returned and hid. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help rejoicing. Fortunately, he returned. Otherwise, if these two worked together and caught him off guard, he would be in danger. Who is it? Trying to act mysterious? Qing Ziyu shouted coldly, and the Tao disc behind the ghost pennant in his hand immediately merged into it. Roar! A ferocious roar came from the ghost pennant, and black light flared. The 1,000-winged centipede turned into a black flood dragon and slowly emerged. Only half of its body came out, but it was already 3 kilometers long, surrounding Qing Ziyu. Qing Ziyu's cautiousness was clear from only showing his head. Unfortunately, since Xiao Chen exposed himself, he naturally felt very confident and had stored up power long ago. 7-kill seal, resolving the mundane. Xiao Chen had already formed the 7-kill seal, and killing chi surged out of his body, swelling 7-fold. Then, in an instant, the killing chi quickly merged into one, infusing into the eternal saber light of the killing move, resolving the mundane. Kasi. Before the flood dragon in the ghost pennant could come out completely and protect Qing Ziyu's body, it could not block this saber light at all. Qing Ziyu could not block this saber light at all. Blood spurted out, and Qing Ziyu's head fell off. That incredibly horrifying flood dragon turned into demonic smoke and returned to the ghost pennant. Boom! Qing Ziyu's head exploded. His will of soul flickered with black light as it quickly flew towards the ghost pennant. Ha! Brother Ziyu, are you thinking of returning to possess another body? Si Hongyi waved his hand and pulled Qing Ziyu's soul over from nowhere, grabbing it. Si Hongyi, you actually want to eat me. I hate you for thinking of working with you. Stop putting on an act here. If I die, you'll still attack me. Si Hongyi tossed Qing Ziyu's soul into his mouth and started eating it. Si Hongyi looked at Xiao Chen, who showed a strange expression. As he chewed on the other party's soul, he smiled and said, although the demonic cultivation technique of our heavenly eagle castle can only consume physical bodies to increase cultivation, consuming demonic souls has many wondrous uses. Little brother, you don't have to be so surprised. As expected of someone from the demonic path. Their actions were truly without any rules. Xiao Chen had attacked from behind and killed Qing Ziyu with one strike. However, this made Xiao Chen unable to relax. Si Hongyi didn't seem like a simple character at all. The other party's cultivation was not high, merely a peak early-stage star venerate. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chen was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate outside. Were all the core disciples of 6th-grade sects this terrifying? I still have to thank you for killing this Qing Ziyu. If he used the full power of his ghost dragon pennant, even I would not be able to deal with him. Si Hongyi grinned and said, to thank you, when I eat you later, I will sprinkle more pepper on you, ha. Si Hongyi laughed maniacally as he hurled the demonic axe in his hand at Xiao Chen. Ding. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chen slashed out with his saber. Sparks flew everywhere, and the demonic axe was sent flying. The demonic axe flew back 10 kilometers and landed on a mountain, immediately crushing it. Xiao Chen's arm went numb, and his saber trembled. Cracks seemed to open in his palm, giving him a fiery pain. Interesting. No wonder you rushed into the 100,000 Great Peaks alone. However, I am even more interested in you. Naturally, what Si Hongyi meant by interested was that he wanted to eat Xiao Chen even more. Xianxia roared and summoned back his demonic axe. Then he charged at Xiaochen. Dang! Ding! Ding! Xiaochen clashed head-on with Xianxia for 3 moves. Each move forced him back 1 kilometer. After 3 moves, the heavenly thunder eagle swaying in the air grasped an opportunity to swoop down at Xiaochen. Xiaochen was only halfway there when the ferocious demon blood eagle blocked him. At least it has some conscience, knowing to protect its master. Little fellow, your strength is lacking. Xianxia grinned as he waved his axe and laughed heartlessly. Right after Xianxia spoke, he charged at Xiaochen again. Bang! 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 Xianxia's strength was exceptionally horrifying. With every step he took, he left deep footprints in the ground, and the nearby mountains trembled. Xiaochen remained as calm as still water. He still did not bring out the tyrant saber's power, using only 20% of its might to complement his saber techniques and thunder great Dao. Xiaochen fought with Xianxia, retreating as he fought. He slowly familiarized himself with the other party's unreasonable fighting style. Xiaochen could feel that Xianxia was not simply strong in terms of physical strength. When Xianxia swung the demonic axe in his hand, the ground under his feet, the demonic clouds in the sky, the grass in the cracks of the mountains, and the power of everything in the world were all forcibly gathered into his body. Only then would the might that erupted be horrifying. Xiaochen could not fight with Xianxia at all. With just a gentle touch, he immediately felt an unshakable force. So, that is the case. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that the other party cultivated was not borrowing power from the righteous Dao but forcefully taking it. One could see that everywhere Xianxia passed, not a single blade of grass grew, the ground was cracked, and there was no sign of life. If Xiaochen clashed head-on with such an unreasonable fighting style, he would not last more than 10 moves. He would injure Xianxia and end up defeated. Xiaochen noticed this. After thinking for a while, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He had to make Xianxia's moves pause. All he needed was an instant. Dreamlike mundane world. Xiaochen's saber technique changed, silently executing the saber technique that he developed from breaking the mundane, turning simple to complicated. Xiaochen continued to exchange moves with Xianxia. Every time he exchanged moves, he retreated 1 kilometer. However, as Xiaochen retreated, he also quietly created a dream. Dreamlike mundane world's first move, creating dreams with the saber. After another 3 moves, Xianxia suddenly started laughing loudly as he opened up a huge opening in Xiaochen. In the next moment, Xiaochen would be chopped in half. You can be proud of being a major primal core venerate for being able to last 10 moves with me. Xianxia stepped forward with large strides and used the demonic axe to split the sky. However, he also entered Xiaochen's saber technique. Entering dreams with the saber. Xiaochen remained expressionless. The saber light in his hand suddenly changed, becoming gentle and powerless, charming and dreamy. That is, Xianxia's movements paused. Suddenly he felt sleepy, and the surrounding scene changed drastically. In a daze, Xianxia felt like he had become a god, covering the sky with one hand, plucking the stars and the moon, omnipotent. With a wave of his hand, the heads of many experts fell to the ground. Amid loud laughter, the various demonic Dao experts knelt. Dreams as a saber. In that instant, Xianxia startled awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he discovered that he had become a god in front of him. Everything that Xianxia imagined in his dreams came true with Xiaochen. Dreams as a saber, using your dreams to take your head. How can this be? Xianxia felt incredibly shocked. His demonic Dao cultivation paused. When he swung his axe, he could no longer forcibly take the power of the world. The beautiful scenery of the mundane world is just a dream. Xiaochen's seemingly gentle saber strike knocked away the demonic axe in Xianxia's hand and pierced his forehead. At the same time, he instantly activated 50% of the tyrant saber's might. A peerlessly tyrannical saber technique flowed from Xiaochen's saber into Xianxia's body. Xiaochen did not give Xianxia any chance to turn the situation around. The saber technique surged through Xianxia's body, shattering all the veritable essence energy circulating in his meridians. Your saber, is stronger than his ghost dragon pennant. After saying the last words of his life, Xianxia's lifeless body fell to the ground soundlessly. Xiaochen pulled out the tyrant saber. Blood spurted out, but his expression remained calm, not showing joy or sorrow. Then, Xiaochen sheathed his saber. His figure flashed, and he landed beside Qing Ziyu's headless body. Then he removed Qing Ziyu's storage ring and searched his clothes for a secret manual. What secret manual was this? To think that Qing Ziyu kept it close to his body. This meant that he practiced it every day. 10,000 soul fantasy demonic art. This should be the technique that Qing Ziyu executed. Xiaochen took a cursory look and frowned. The secret manual recorded many terrifying techniques, such as the collection of different aggrieved spirits. Xiaochen used all sorts of methods to torture people, either to make them die of fear, to make them die of humiliation, or to make them die of despair after seeing all their loved ones die. The various methods were very shocking. The forging and cultivation of the ghost dragon pennant were completely against the heavens. Among them, there was also a kind of soul that was connected to the heart. This was the resentful spirit that a pregnant woman killed the moment she gave birth. Xiaochen, who originally felt some anticipation for the ghost dragon pennant, did not even want to touch it. He only put away the 10,000 soul fantasy demonic art. In the future, he would need it when he faced the fantasy cloud sects people. Xiaochen looked around and looked at Xianxia's corpse. He did not know what else the other party had. Chapter 1800. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Xianxia, the heavenly Eagle Castle core disciple. Xiaochen also found a secret manual in Xianxia's clothes, the celestial demon tyrant body art. Xiaochen gave it a cursory look. This was a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body, one that was extremely tyrannical. He had comprehended it from the vanished heavenly demon. It could devour everything for its own use, strengthening the physical body. The scariest thing was that when circulating this demonic demon cultivation technique in battle, it could continuously absorb the power of everything in the world. When cultivated to a high level, it could even devour stars. This flabbergasted everyone who saw it. What shocked Xiaochen the most was that Xianxia's claim of eating people was actually true. The celestial demon tyrant body art recorded in detail how to perfectly absorb and refine a person's corpse by eating them. This made everyone's hair stand on end, and their palms turned cold. Xiaochen calmed himself down and carefully read. Then he slowly tasted something different. This strengthened his original opinion. Right now, the demonic Tao had drifted further and further away, completely deviating from the true meaning of the demonic Tao. Take the celestial demon tyrant body art as an example. Its essence should be the word tyrant. One stood alone in the world, using one's own tyranny to subdue everything in the world, forcefully using it for one's own use. One did not blindly seek to strengthen one's body. The cycle of the world was endless. If one forcefully extracted everything, the heavenly Tao would no longer exist, and all things would no longer exist. In the end, one would be the one to die. However, looking at it now, it was completely different. How could one take shortcuts? How could one be useful? As long as one could become stronger, there was nothing to worry about. Xiaochen shook his head in his heart. Then he took Xianxia's storage ring and looked up at the battle in the sky. The demon blood vulture chased the heavenly thunder eagle far into the distance. It held the upper hand and should be able to end the battle soon. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Qing Ziyu's ghost dragon pennant. To refine this ghost dragon pennant, it had absorbed countless resentful spirits and taken countless innocent lives. Not only did it take away people's lives, it did not even spare them after they died, continuing to suffer eternal torture. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he took out a golden letter, which was a gift from the venerable Xianbei. It was said that it was one of the highest level gifts in Buddhism. If one took out the golden letter, even Buddhist monks would show some respect. There were some scriptures recorded on it. Xiaochen thought for a while and prepared to purify the resentful spirits in the ghost dragon pennant. However, Zhang Xian did not understand the scripture to save people. He could only make a desperate attempt and use the scripture in the golden book to give it a try. A swastika Buddha image appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then he started chanting, using his Buddha nature's heart to cleanse the souls that died in the ghost dragon pennant. As the scripture turned into strands of Buddhist light and poured into the ghost dragon pennant, the originally raging resentful spirits all quietened down. Xiao Chen was delighted. It was effective. Continuing his efforts, he took out the Saraira left behind by Mahasvara Buddha when he passed away. With the support of the Saraira, his Buddhist might became several times stronger. Wah wah wah! Countless beams of golden light flew out of the ghost dragon pennant, appearing in the sky like fireworks. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere revealed a trace of aesthetic aura. In the next moment, fireworks bloomed, and all the resentful souls were released. It took him an entire hour to finish all of this. Ignoring the sweat on his forehead, Xiao Chen picked up the demonic axe on the ground. Then he gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back, quickly flying far away. This was because someone was coming. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Their actions were too eye-catching in the scene of demonic clouds covering the sky and sun. It would be hard not to attract attention. On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt that his Buddha nature had improved significantly. This was a pleasant surprise. Initially, he was just trying it out casually, not seeking anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Xiao Chen left, two existences with extremely terrifying auras landed at the same time. When one of them saw Shangguan Hongyi's and Qing Ziyu's corpses, he frowned heavily, showing a sullen expression. "See, Xianxia, your younger brother died a miserable death." The moment the hole pierced his forehead, all his life force was instantly extinguished. He did not even give him a chance to live. The man in gray robes smiled faintly as he looked at the other person with a sullen expression. "Qiao Jianxing, don't laugh at me. You are the strongest core disciple of the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion. Your junior brother died miserably, and your ghost dragon pennant was crippled. When you return, you will definitely be punished by the sect." These two were the top core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. Originally, they were in the mountains seeking treasures. As soon as he saw the Buddhist light, he sensed that something was amiss, so he quickly rushed over. He did not expect to see such a scene. A core disciple had died tragically. It had been many years since something like this had happened in the three great demon sections. My junior brother is pretty strong. Furthermore, he has the ghost dragon pennant to protect him. Normally, even if he cannot defeat his opponent, he can still flee or send out a distress signal. Such a tragic death is truly unbelievable. The Fantasy Cloud sect's Qiao Jianxing stopped bickering with Xianxia and started analyzing the situation before him. Xianxia said in a low voice, "I've also heard of their deeds. Currently, the nightless phenomenon is about to appear in the Myriad Star Mountain. There are a lot of pirates and warriors from other places. Recently, they have been ambushing those pirates and foreign warriors. They might have encountered a tough opponent. It might be the work of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's people. Then, they faked a Buddhist light to mislead us." Qiao Jianxing said coldly as he rolled his eyes. The Blood Demon Royal Hall was the most mysterious existence of the three great demonic Tao sects of the Myriad Star Sea. Their disciples were all independent and did not have a harmonious relationship with the other two sections. Xianxia immediately denied it. "That's impossible. That Buddhist light is pure and flawless. The Buddhist might is firm and gentle. How can the people of the demonic Tao fake it?" Qiao Jianxing's gaze turned deep. "In that case, it looks like it is an expert of the righteous Tao Buddhist sections. Recently, things have become increasingly chaotic. It has been many years since a Buddhist sect expert appeared in the Myriad Star Sea. To think that a Buddhist sect expert actually came as the nightless phenomenon is about to appear. Something major is probably going to happen. No matter who it is, since he killed my younger brother, I will make him pay with his blood." Xianxia picked up Si Hongyi's corpse and turned into a beam of demonic light, quickly leaving. As Qiao Jianxing watched Xianxia leave, he revealed a meaningful smile. Could this fellow be thinking of eating his younger brother's physical body? That's why he ran so fast, right? In reality, The demonic Tao sects did not place much importance on the camaraderie of fellow disciples. Even the righteous Tao sects would kill each other, what more the demonic Tao sects? The two were more concerned about this mysterious Buddhist sect expert. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already wandered around this myriad star mountain for more than a month. Now, he gained some understanding of the 100,000 great peaks. According to rumor, there used to be an extremely strong rank 6 demonic Tao sect in the myriad star mountain, the Myriad Holy Church. This Myriad Holy Church was even stronger than the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Heavenly Eagle Castle, and the Fantasy Cloud sect combined. This Myriad Holy Church was already as strong as a rank 7 demonic Tao sect. If they had time to develop and occupied this Myriad Star Mountain, they would become a true rank 7 sect. Sooner or later, they would become a true rank 7 sect, a strong existence second only to the Holy Lands. Unfortunately, for some reason, when this sect was at its strongest, it turned to dust. Xianxia did not know what calamity befell this sect, but all the experts of the sect died. If not for now, one could still occasionally find some sect remnants and demonic Tao tools in the 100,000 Great Peaks. Everything that could prove that this sect once existed was just an illusory legend. This startled Xianxia. To think that there was once a sect that established such a large sect on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. In the end, it even got wiped out for some reason. This was simply too strange. Aside from the Blood Demon Royal Hall's people, Xianxia met many demonic Tao sect disciples in the Myriad Star Mountain. He also met many disciples from the Fantasy Cloud sect and the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Aside from them, there were also several strong pirates and foreign cultivators of unknown origins. From the words of the Fantasy Cloud sect and the Heavenly Eagle Castle's disciples, Xianxia learned that both sects were now searching for a Buddhist sect expert. This made Xianxia very cautious in his actions, not daring to expose any martial techniques or cultivation techniques related to Buddhism. Given this, mundane dreamlike saber technique improved significantly. Mundane dreamlike saber technique's 3 moves and 9 stances simplified the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Its might was even stronger than breaking the mundane. Now, Xianxia could execute it very smoothly, no longer as jerky as before. On this particular day, Xianxia saw many demonic Tao sect disciples rushing in the same direction. Xianxia stopped one of them and asked, with Xiaoqian's essence blood and soul merged with the immemorial demon soul formation, he could easily be mistaken for a demonic Tao cultivator as long as he disguised himself. This brother, what's going on? Why are the people of the 2 great demonic Tao sects heading in the same direction? That Fantasy Cloud sect disciple originally felt somewhat displeased. When he saw that Xianxia was weak, he simply ignored him. However, when Xianxia inadvertently revealed his aura, that Fantasy Cloud sect disciple trembled and did not dare to be rash. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Qiao sent word that the bald monk who killed Senior Brother Qing has already been found. He wants us to quickly go over and not let that bald monk escape. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's people probably received the news as well, right? After explaining, that Fantasy Cloud sect disciple rushed over. However, he did not explain the details. Xianxia appeared shocked. The person in question is right in front of you. What is going on? Chapter 1801. As Xianxia watched the disciples of the 2 demonic Tao sects flee into the distance, he entered deep thought. A Buddhist sect expert? Where did this person come from? Could he be from the Central Great Realm? That might be possible. The stage of the Forbidden Sea was already large enough. Furthermore, it was the lair of the many demonic Tao sections. If a Buddhist sect disciple was confident enough, the Ash-Gray Sea was definitely a place worth going for experiential training. Be it increasing beneficence or broadening one's horizons, it would be of great help to fulfill one's ambitions. The question before Xianxia was whether to join in the excitement or not. The matter before him actually had nothing to do with him. There were no special fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether he went or not. After thinking for a while, Xianxia decided not to go. There would definitely be many demonic Tao sect experts here. If he got careless and got exposed, it would be somewhat problematic. That would be quite troublesome. Just joining in the fun would not be worth it. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was, traveling through the mountains. Now, he already knew that only true peak experts could fly in the 100,000 great peaks. Otherwise, no one would fly in the air. Only a rookie who had just arrived would be so daring. Flying in the air was too eye-catching. The demonic Dao cultivators here, who specialized in ambushing outsiders, especially liked to target such people. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's mount was a mutated beast like the demon blood vulture. This was why Xiao Chen was ambushed earlier. Now that he paid more attention, he suffered fewer ambushes. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the demon blood vulture on Xiao Chen's shoulder, and it directly flew in a certain direction. This is, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, this demon blood vulture's nose is especially sensitive, far more sensitive than mine. Could it have discovered some natural treasure? Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and quickly gave chase. Soon, a misty lake appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. He could vaguely see an average-sized island in the middle of the misty lake. The demon blood vulture did indeed stop flying. It slowly landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder, appearing very cautious. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the demon blood vulture's vision, and his eyes immediately lit up. There were actually large patches of blood-colored flowers growing there. They were incomparably beautiful, exceptionally enchanting. Blood spirit flower. A spirit flower containing a pure demonic nature was a natural supplement for demonic Dao cultivators. There were so many of them in this place. Elsewhere, a single blood spirit flower would be worth 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the vast expanse of blood spirit flowers had all turned into glowing, tempting medial-grade spirit jades. No wonder the demon blood vulture flew over impatiently. However, even the demon blood vulture patiently stopped. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not rush forward. There were many demonic Dao cultivators in the 100,000 great peaks. This island in the center of the lake must have been discovered long ago. It was impossible that no one was picking the vegetables. There was definitely some danger. Xiao. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering, an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was an old man with an extremely terrifying aura. This old man moved like a phantom over the lake, heading straight for the island in the center of the lake. The black-clad old man's speed startled even Xiao Chen. This old man was no slower than him. After comprehending the Thunder Great Dao, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon steps was no longer the same as before. Aside from speed, the other party's movement technique was exceptionally strange. Xiao Chen kept changing his position, changing his angle and direction at every moment, dazzling anyone who saw it. It was hard to guess where he would appear next. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the surface of the lake split open, revealing a fish monster that was 30 meters long. A 30-meter-long fish monster opened its huge mouth and accurately determined the angle at which the black-clad old man would appear. Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked when he saw this. This fish monster was truly incredible. After it occupied an advantageous position in the water, its perception was actually so startling. With such a lightning-fast strike, countless greedy demonic Dao cultivators lost their lives to the blood spirit flower. However, that black-clad old man did not panic. He changed his position again. This time, the fish monster only bit an afterimage. In the next moment, the black-clad old man successfully landed on the island in the center of the lake. The earlier scene only lasted for an instant. However, the danger of it made one's heart skip a beat. The black-clad old man successfully landed. Then he waved his hand, wanting to collect all the blood spirit flowers. What a fellow! He is really greedy. This sight made Xiao Chen want to make a move. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a shadow covered the island. The old man's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, horror flashed in his eyes. What covered the island was actually the head of a huge snake. It opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the old man whole. Then, the huge snake dove into the water and happily enjoyed the feast of a middle-stage star venerate demonic Dao expert. Xiao Chen had already seen the strength of demonic Dao experts. As long as they came from a large sect, even an early-stage star venerate disciple would be exceptionally difficult to deal with. A middle-stage star venerate already far surpassed a late-stage star venerate outside. Xiao Chen, who saw this scene with his own eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder no one can pluck that blood spirit flower. So that's the case. Given that giant snake's strength, even a regular holy venerate would not be able to take it down easily. However, Xiao Chen clearly had no intention of giving up just like that. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture on his shoulder. The demon blood vulture shuddered. It immediately felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen must have thought of some devious idea. Use your full power. You're even faster than me. Lure that snake away. I'll take the blood spirit flower. The demon blood vulture was so startled that it nearly fell off Xiao Chen's shoulder, shaking its head like a rattle. That's not up to you. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and grabbed the demon blood vulture. Then he used his vital qi to toss it out like a cannonball. The demon blood vulture cursed 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in its heart, feeling like crying. However, now that things had reached this point, it had no choice. The demon blood vulture already arrived at the surface of the lake. Its body quickly enlarged as it narrowly dodged the attack of a merman fish. Elite, elite, elite. After flying to the small island, the demon blood vulture's eyes lit up. It did not think about anything else. It only thought, even if I die, I have to eat my fill first. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and ate 1/3 of the blood spirit flower. Then, it fled frantically, retreating quickly. A ferocious roar rang out, and light exploded on the surface of the lake. The giant snake hidden in the lake was enraged. To think that a ferocious beast ate its blood spirit flower. Unforgivable. When the demon blood spirit flower leaped out of the water, its body was actually 1,500 meters long. After consuming the blood spirit flower all year round, the demon blood vulture gained a demonic nature. Scarlet patterns covered its skin, making it look exceptionally terrifying. However, the demon blood vulture had already fled far away. Frustrated, the demon blood vulture roared and gave chase. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It looks like this demon blood vulture usually does not put in much effort. At the crucial moment of life and death, the demon blood vulture's speed was much faster than its usual speed. In the future, I have to train it more. If the demon blood vulture heard this, it would probably vomit blood in frustration. That would be another good show. Returning to the main topic, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the lake. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he pondered something. He saw the black-clad old man and the demon blood vulture showing off their movement techniques on the lake. Xiao Chen wanted to see how fast he could be. With a thought, Xiao Chen silently circulated his Thunder Great Tao. The Thunder Great Tao energy immediately filled his entire body. Crackling sounds came from Xiao Chen's body, and faint sparks appeared. His eyes were filled with lightning. If an outsider looked at him, they would be shocked. If others looked at him, it would feel like they had fallen into a sea of lightning, vast and boundless. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the Thunder Great Tao energy in his body completely erupted. 2 lightning dragons appeared under his feet, carrying him like light as he instantly crossed the lake. Whoosh! A fish monster leaped out of the lake. However, it did not even manage to bite Xiao Chen's afterimage. Crack! In the next moment, the person who was about to sink suddenly turned into a pool of blood and fell back into the lake. It was Xiao Chen, who had already reached the small island, turning around and charging back. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber. The moment the fish monster leaped out, he turned around and chopped it into pieces. Clang! The saber light returned to the scabbard. Then, Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. This was speed. There was nothing fancy about it. It was also not like the demon blood vulture, which could not attack or control its speed freely even when it reached its limits. However, the blood seemed to have triggered some problems. When Xiao Chen looked down, he discovered that there was more than one fish monster in the lake. Under the surface of the lake, there were countless pairs of fish monsters' eyes. The remnant Thunder Great Tao energy in Xiao Chen's body erupted again, allowing Xiao Chen to land safely on the island. The moment Xiao Chen landed, more than 1,000 fish monsters leaped out of the lake at the same time. This scene was so shocking that a chill ran down one's spine. Fortunately, Xiaochen successfully landed on the island, allowing Xiaochen to avoid a calamity. All that remained was how to deal with these blood spirit flowers. Chapter 1802. 2/3 of the blood spirit flowers on the ground remained. There were at least 1,000 blood spirit flowers. That was to say, the demon blood vulture swallowed more than 500 blood spirit flowers. When Xiaochen thought of this, he could not help being flabbergasted. This demon blood vulture is really trying to stuff me to death. In reality, the demon blood vulture fleeing in the distance was already suffering the consequences. Its huge body was already burning like a flame, its entire body igniting. Its feathers were burnt to a crisp, making it want to cry, but no tears came out. Behind it, there was still a big snake chasing after it. He didn't give it time to digest and absorb the demonic nature in peace. On the small island, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He did not know what to do with such a large number of blood spirit flowers. If he just plucked it off and sold it, he would naturally make a fortune. But wasn't it a bit of a waste to just sell it like this? Could it be that this patch of blood spirit flowers in front of him was the greatest fortuitous encounter he had since coming to the Great Thousand World? If he could absorb all the demonic nature in these blood spirit flowers, there was no doubt that he would be able to do so. Xiaochen could immediately break through to Star Venerate. Once he erupted, he would become extremely terrifying. His only worry was that he had already taken half a step into the demonic Tao. If he absorbed the blood spirit flower before him, there would be no turning back. Now the test for Xiaochen was whether his understanding of the demonic path was right or wrong. The so-called devil was a kind of pride that didn't belong to the heavens. They were wild and unruly, didn't abide by the rules, and would never submit to the heavens. As long as one's heart remained the same, becoming a demon was just a means. This was Xiaochen's understanding. The current demonic path sects were a completely different scene. For the sake of achieving their goals, they would stop at nothing and willfully slaughter the innocent. All they sought was to abandon their hearts and do as they pleased without restraint. One wanted to guard his heart and not change, while the other wanted to exile his heart and allow his desires to grow wildly. They were both devils, and they both disobeyed the rules and refused to submit to the heavens. However, they were completely different. Xiaochen's eyes flickered. A moment later, he made up his mind. He believed in himself, believed that his understanding of the devil was the true intention of the founder of the devil path. Since that was the case, then stepping into the demonic Tao did not conflict with his own heart. There was no need for him to hesitate or fear the power of these blood spirit flowers. Having made up his mind, Xiaochen's eyes instantly became extremely clear and bright, flickering with a faint light. Just as Xiaochen was about to make a move, he raised his eyebrows and quickly retreated from his original position. A large snake jumped out of the blood flowers and landed where Xiaochen had been. Rumble! The entire island shook violently, as if it would collapse at any second. There was even a huge snake. Xiaochen was slightly surprised. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, he would have been crushed to death. The crimson-patterned snake before him was much smaller than the giant snake from before. He didn't know if they were of the same race or if they were descendants. It was truly shocking. The demon blood vulture already lured away a terrifying snake. To think that there was another one lying in ambush on the island. Fortunately, this scarlet-patterned snake's aura was much weaker than the earlier one, only middle-stage Star Venerate. However, it wasn't easy to deal with either. Looking at the blood patterns on its skin, it was unknown just how strong it was and how astonishing its defense was. Seeing that the scarlet-patterned snake was about to attack him, Xiaochen roared ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiaochen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at full power. He instantly ignited his 8-star primal core, and 2 Tao discs appeared behind him. Veritable essence energy spread out, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Many terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Saber lights flickered endlessly in the surroundings, turning into saber winds containing Xiaochen's saber intent howling endlessly. Right now, Xiaochen's cultivation was low. When facing such a ferocious beast, he could not hold back at all. Only by using his full power and not holding back could he obtain victory amid danger. With the two great Tao energies driving his veritable essence energy, Xiaochen already reached his limits. At the same time, he circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiaochen's bones crackled, and a layer of dragon might lingered on the surface of his body, forming an invisible divine dragon armor. Breaking vast armies, breaking the stars, breaking the world. Xiaochen used the strongest 3 moves of his army-breaking saber technique. Then he used supreme might like he was facing a vast army alone. When the saber light chopped out, it first broke the vast armies. Then it broke the stars, sending out boundless starlight. Finally, the saber light landed. Xiaochen pressed forward courageously, no longer having any obsessions in his heart. Only the tyranny and courage to break the world remained. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. Countless bolts of lightning flickered in the sky, accompanied by countless saber chi. The scarlet-patterned snake's skin spun continuously, leaving horrifying wounds on it. However, the overwhelming strike of the scarlet-patterned snake's demonic might also reached Xiaochen. Bearing the brunt of it, it sent Xiaochen flying. Demonic chi surged in the sky, and the winds and clouds changed color. The black demonic clouds dyed the color of blood. The scarlet-patterned snake entered a berserk state. At this moment, it was incredibly enraged. Originally, it thought that its attack, which caught Xiaochen off guard, would definitely shock him to death. Who could have imagined that such an ant-like existence would erupt with such horrifying power, catching everyone off guard? With the support of 2 great Tao energies, the defense that the scarlet-patterned snake was so proud of was simply insufficient. The blood that shot out from its body dyed the scarlet-patterned demonic clouds red. Xiaochen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a cold smile. It won't be that easy to eat me. Kill! After breaking through the scarlet-patterned snake's defense with 1 strike, Xiaochen's confidence soared. He casually formed the 7-kill seal and charged over again. The surging, flood-like killing intent caused the scarlet-patterned snake, a ferocious beast that had eaten countless humans, to feel some fear. Boom, boom, boom. 1 human and 1 snake started a startling battle. The shocking thing was that the seemingly insignificant human with a much weaker aura was clearly much stronger than the scarlet-patterned snake. However, in terms of aura, Xiaochen was far ahead of the scarlet-patterned snake, suppressing it in the end. The scariest thing was Xiaochen's killing intent. Several times, the scarlet-patterned snake felt fear in its heart, not wanting to clash with such a ruthless person. The scarlet-patterned snake wanted to wait for its father to return before dealing with this ruthless person. However, Xiaochen made it stay. After angering Xiaochen, the scarlet-patterned snake would not be able to leave as it pleased. Resolving the mundane meant eternity. Go to hell! Xiaochen was like a war god descending from the sky. Then he sent out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. The veritable essence energy in his primal core surged towards the saber light in his hand, making that eternal and inextinguishable saber light even more resplendent and dazzling. When Xiaochen executed his strongest saber strike, the saber intent in his body soared into the sky. At this moment, the saber intent scattered a hole in the dense demonic clouds in the sky. Light poured down and bathed Xiaochen in it. Kasi! The saber light landed, and the scarlet-patterned snake was chopped in half. Its life force immediately vanished. Xiaochen held his saber and knelt on 1 knee, panting softly. After fighting for 4 hours and risking his life, he finally managed to kill this middle-stage star-venerate ferocious beast by himself. However, Xiaochen was not in a good state either. His clothes were in tatters. His long hair fluttered about, and there was no place on his body that was unscathed. The scarlet-patterned snake's venom had corroded his body into a sorry state. The most horrifying part was his right shoulder. The scarlet-patterned snake had bitten off a large chunk, leaving only bare bones. If not for the dragon bones, Xiaochen's bones would have shattered, leaving him half dead on the spot. Xiaochen consumed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. Then, he circulated the divine dragon body tempering art and quickly recovered from his injuries. Although Xiao Chen still had some trump cards, he was in a half-dead state right now. Any random star venerate could take his life. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen had just recovered from his superficial injuries. Then, he immediately opened his eyes. Although this island was remote, it was not a place where he could rest easy and recuperate. Xiao Chen stood up unsteadily. Then, he took out a snake gall from the scarlet-patterned snake's corpse. The bright red snake gall gave off the same aura as the blood spirit flower. However, it was even denser. This snake gall contained the cultivation essence of this mutated snake. Its value was much higher than that of the blood spirit flower. The remaining snake body was also good stuff and should not be wasted. Xiao Chen cut the snake body into hundreds of pieces and tossed them into his storage ring. Then, he collected the scarlet-patterned snake skin. After doing all this, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the many blood spirit flowers. The shock waves from the earlier battle had swept away more than 1,000 blood spirit flowers. Aside from a few that were still intact, the rest were all rotting on the ground. This was quite a pity. However, with the blood spirit snake's snake gall as compensation, it was totally worth it. The huge battle with the scarlet-patterned snake did not change Xiao Chen's resolve. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. I am me. Even if I enter the demonic Tao, Xiao Chen is still that pure and innocent white-robed bladesman whose heart has not changed. Chapter 1803. This time, Xiao Chen was not careless. Now, he had to patrol the island to see if there were any unknown dangers. The island was not big, and Xiao Chen quickly finished patrolling it. There were no other dangerous beasts. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the piles of fish monsters in the lake. However, it seemed like the fish monsters couldn't go ashore. Even if they could, their strength would be greatly reduced. There was no need to worry too much. Xiao Chen walked over to the blood spirit flowers again, deep in thought. More than 700 blood spirit flowers had rotted on the ground. The medicinal effect penetrated deep into the ground and did not completely dissipate. In fact, he could still make good use of it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that before he arrived, he seemed to have seen several rotten blood spirit flowers on the ground. Over time, who knew how many blood spirit flowers had been buried here? The soil contained even more pure demonic qi than the blood spirit flowers on the surface. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. Xiao Chen first picked the remaining 2 handfuls of blood spirit flowers and placed them in his storage ring. Then he stood on the ground, waiting for Xiao Chen. He immediately set up a spirit gathering formation. A spirit gathering formation for gathering underground demonic qi. Then he placed blood spirit flowers in the nodes of the formation to replace medial grade spirit jades. Looking at this imaginative array in front of him, Xiao Chen felt a little crazy. If one was not crazy, one would not become a demon. Since he had already decided to step onto the demonic path, he might as well go crazy for once. The demonic path was completely revealed in his heart. My fate is up to me and not to the heavens. I don't believe in ghosts, gods, or Buddha. After setting up the array formation, Xiao Chen leaped lightly and landed at the eye of the array. With a light tap of his finger, the hundreds of blood spirit flowers in the nodes of the formation burst into flames. The spirit gathering formation instantly activated. Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the formation, immediately felt the burning blood spirit flowers turn into pure demonic qi. Through the spirit gathering formation, the number 8 on all sides continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body. This was the first time that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to absorb such a huge amount of devil qi. A certain beast in his heart seemed to have been awakened. A soundless roar came from his body, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. It was as if there were 2 balls of black demonic flames burning, and a faint black demonic aura flowed on the surface of his body. All kinds of negative emotions gushed out from Xiao Chen's mind. Devil qi was born impure and contained a lot of negative energy, corresponding to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Many demonic Tao cultivators turned crazy because their negative emotions were amplified by the negative energy of demonic qi, reaching a state that they could not control. Or he could become a homicidal maniac, killing for fun, killing to survive, and killing to increase his cultivation. Or they were addicted to eating and found joy in eating. They couldn't control their inner appetites and became an extreme foodie. Or he could turn into a yin demon, and so on. At this moment, this was the first test for Xiaochen, all kinds of negative emotions. As the demonic qi continued to be absorbed, it expanded endlessly, turning into all sorts of terrifying obsessions. Xiaochen's mind was in a mess. Xiaochen guarded his heart and looked at it coldly, allowing all sorts of thoughts to pass through his heart. To him, this trial was much easier than he had imagined. Xiaochen's mental state had already reached a horrifying level. Even a sovereign personage might not be stronger than him. Whether it was the desire brought about by the increase in strength, the desire to kill that came with the increase in demonic nature, or the temptation of beauty. None of them had any effect on Xiaochen. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. The 200 blood spirit flowers in the formation were almost all gone. Xiaochen felt his strength increase explosively. His limbs and bones were filled with explosive power. He felt as if his entire body was about to explode. He had a premonition that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Just as he was about to stop, the primal core in his body suddenly shone with a golden light. The 9-star essence cores were all lit up. The space inside the Yuan Dan expanded once again, this time by more than 10 times. There were very few cultivators in the world who could condense a 9-star primal core. Those who could light up all 9 stars were even rarer. Even in the Great Thousand Worlds, there were only a few geniuses, outstanding talents, and peerless monsters. But now, Xiaochen had also done it. Coincidentally, he was also the only one who cultivated the demonic Tao. The primal core was a vessel. Now that the vessel was expanding, Xiaochen's initial feeling of being on the verge of exploding disappeared. The demonic energy in his body quickly flowed back into his primordial core and condensed into drops of black quintessential essence. In the inner space of the Yuan Dan, there was a continuous black rainstorm. However, compared to the white Xinyuan inside, the black Xinyuan was still at a disadvantage. It was far from being able to contend with it. The two quintessential essences naturally repelled each other, unable to tolerate each other. Since the beginning, they had been engaged in an intense battle, each wanting to destroy and devour the other. Even though the black veritable essence energy continuously fell to replenish itself, it still could not fight back. However, it still stubbornly resisted. The two enormous veritable essences turned into dragons. One was a pure true dragon, and the other was a pitch-black demonic dragon. As the two dragons fought, the black demonic dragon was covered with cuts and bruises. It was at a disadvantage. However, the black raindrops continued to fall. The azure true dragon was unable to completely destroy it. However, the blood-colored spirit flowers in the array were completely used up. When the spirit-gathering formation started to absorb the blood-colored demonic qi that had accumulated for a long time, the situation suddenly changed. Overwhelming demonic qi poured into Xiaochen's body and flowed into his primal core through his meridians. Many demonic clouds formed in the primal core. The demonic clouds covered the sky and instantly suppressed the aura of the true dragon. The demonic dragon took this opportunity to recover its essence. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked in the demonic clouds in the sky. The demonic dragon revealed its ferocious and terrifying side. Now that the situation had reversed, it wanted to devour that pure true dragon. Hence, the second test arrived. If Xiaochen's original foundation was destroyed and turned into demonic qi, then Xiaochen would be devoured by the demonic qi. Xiaochen would lose all intelligence and become a puppet of the demonic qi. The best situation would be when the two were in equilibrium, neither able to do anything to the other. At this moment, Xiaochen felt somewhat anxious. The demonic qi contained in the ground far surpassed his expectations. The blood spirit flowers bloomed and wilted. After wilting, they bloomed again. This had been going on for many years. After a long time, the accumulated demonic qi had reached a terrifying level. The competition of veritable essence energy in the primal core stemmed from one's nature. Xiaochen could not interfere. Even a wise man would make mistakes at times. No matter how thorough his considerations were, there would be oversights. The second test truly caught Xiaochen off guard. Even his mental state showed some flaws. The negative emotions that had been suppressed started to stir up trouble and appeared once again. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, a golden Buddhist light suddenly appeared around Xiao Chen, who gave off a black light. Xiao Chen wanted to use his Buddhist might to suppress and refine the demonic qi. Sweat dripped down Xiao Chen's forehead continuously. The demonic qi below was like a bottomless pit. The amount was exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen's Buddhist might blazed, surging with golden light. However, he still could not suppress the demonic qi. Just as Xiao Chen was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt the demonic qi below lessen significantly. 5,000 kilometers away, in the Black Cutlass, Xiao Suo was shocked to discover that the Yazi beast demon soul carved on the back of the formation plate in his hand gave off a faint light. Without killing any magical beasts, the sixth pearl was lighting up bit by bit. Strange. What exactly happened? Xiao Suo could not understand. He looked into the distance at the 100,000 great peaks, revealing some worry. Above the island in the center of the lake, at some point in time, a huge demonic cloud whirlpool had already formed, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen barely avoided the second test. However, the third test came right after. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Xiao Chen's primal core was on the verge of exploding. From the outside, it looked like a resplendent clump of light was in Xiao Chen's abdomen, looking incredibly dazzling. Even a 9-star primal core could not endure this continuous trembling. A true dragon and a demonic dragon, two conflicting veritable essence energies, added together, formed a terrifying amount. Fear spread in Xiao Chen's heart. He had never felt death so close before. When the primal core exploded, no one could escape death. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen should have broken through to Star Venerate. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to do so. If he broke through according to his original plan, he might become the first unlucky fellow in history to have his primal core explode when he advanced to Star Venerate. He would become the laughingstock of history. Right now, the situation was very unstable. Xiao Chen's primal core grew increasingly resplendent, but the two vast veritable essence energies remained restless. Even though they could not do anything to each other in this narrow space, no one was willing to submit to the other. It was like Xiao Chen was at the threshold of death. Despite being so close to death, he did not feel anxious or despair. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind like lightning filling the sky. All kinds of considerations were rejected by him one by one, and then new ideas kept popping up. I got it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and took out the Saraira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. Then he sighed, "Venerable, sorry." Right after speaking, Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the Saraira. The Saraira's gentle Buddhist light flowed down, calming all the irritable energy in Xiao Chen's body. Chapter 1804. As the 100-odd demonic Tao sect disciples watched the monks slowly approach Blood Spirit Island, they immediately hesitated. If the shock waves from the clash spread out, they could easily kill a minor primal core venerate. The island was not very large, and when one looked around, there was no sign of life at all. It was a scene of desolation, a wasteland. The true inheritors of a rank 6 sect were probably only second to a holy venerate. The current situation was what Yen Chen hoped to see. The Taiji Dao was sufficient to resolve this problem. Whoosh! This Buddhist sect expert was already as strong as the true inheritors of the two sections. A Buddhist sect expert? There was a small island in ruins in the center of the lake. It was very messy and devoid of life. After passing through the dense forest, the scene before Yen Chen suddenly opened up. Then he saw a vast lake. However, if Yen Chen wanted to use the Taiji Dao to balance the two veritable essence energies and gently merge them, he still needed some time. The truly capable experts could easily flatten Blood Spirit Island. However, they did not care about the Blood Spirit grass at all. However, just as Yen Chen was about to refine the Saraira giving off a gentle Buddhist light automatically disintegrated. Yen Chen muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. However, Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. Yan Chen was like a cool breeze that contained an irresistible Buddhist might. As he spoke, he resolved all danger. Instead, Yan Chen's body turned colder, so cold that he trembled. A true inheritor of such a large sect would either become an elder or the successor of the sect master in the future. He would definitely become an overlord of a region. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and revealed a doubtful expression. At some point in time, a perfect Taiji diagram had appeared under his feet. Anyone below Holy Venerate would die if they went to Blood Spirit Island. Lake Heart Island? Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He had already survived the greatest danger, so there was no need to be anxious now. As Xiao Chen used the Taiji Dao to balance the two vast veritable essence energies in his body, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. The danger was immediately resolved. Yan Chen closed his eyes and silently circulated his energy. His body immediately sank to the bottom like a rock. A Buddhist light containing boundless beneficence spread out continuously, permeating every inch of his skin, every inch of his bones, and every inch of his flesh. This lake is quiet and clear, and it is very vast. If I hide at the bottom and use the Buddhist sect's turtle breath technique, I might be able to escape this calamity. My sins. My sins. This little monk has nowhere to go. I have no choice but to do such a thing. If I am able to escape, I will definitely send Senior to the afterlife. I have no choice but to do this forbidden land. Thus, this forbidden ground had existed for a very long time. There had always been people from the three great demon sects who went there out of admiration and wanted to challenge it. Damn it! That bald monk is really strong. To think that he could still kill so many people from our two sects even after suffering such severe injuries. The demonic chi that mutated and mutated chi had chi. Could not control. Oh no, he ran in the direction of the forbidden area of the Blood Spirit Island. Flame chi from sect of Hand Chin Spirit Chin. And said Blood Chin Mountain sect Spirit Chin, Shen and Star. The so-called chill was formed by the accumulation of these killing intents. This was a great humiliation. When Yan Chen thought of this, he could not help cursing again. The people of the demonic Dao sects were extremely despicable and shameless. How hateful! Yan Chen rejoiced and immediately leaped up. Without even thinking, he silently entered the lake. Yan Chen paled in fright. Without even thinking, he used the last of his veritable essence energy to leap out. However, it was simply too cold, so cold that Yan Chen could no longer endure it. Could it be that this place is where I, Yan Chen, am buried? Soon, this group of demonic Dao sect disciples made up their minds and gave chase. Hateful. Had I known, I would not have listened to that scholar and come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Yan Chen did not understand why the Saraira broke apart on its own. He thought that the Mahasvara Buddha might still have some lingering thoughts in it. Using his benevolent heart, he chose to sacrifice himself at the last moment, helping Xiao Chen survive this calamity. Suddenly, dust flew up, and a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. After him, boundless beneficence, immeasurable. The seemingly gentle Buddhist light actually contained horrifying energy, condensing all the beneficence that the Mahasvara Buddha cultivated when he was alive. However, Yan Chen, who executed the tortoise breathing technique, could not enter a state of oblivion and unconsciousness. Anyone below Holy Venerate will definitely die if they go to Blood Spirit Island. Even Holy Venerates do not dare to go there casually. Unexpectedly, Yan Chen would fall in such a place, at the hands of two rank 6 demonic Dao sect disciples. The two vast veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian nearly filled up the entire space. The two demonic Dao sects continuously clashed with each other, intensely clashing at every moment, not leaving any gaps. The gentle Buddhist light soothed Xiao Chen's limbs, bones, and internal organs. It was like a feather drifting in the wind. With a slight tremble, it cleared away all the impurities in Xiao Chen's body. Yan Chen opened his eyes and looked around. It would have been fine if he had not looked. The moment he looked, his body trembled even more intensely. Chen kept reminding himself that the moment he opened his eyes, the tortoise breathing technique would be broken, and his only chance of survival would be gone. Chen closed his eyes and did not think about it in detail. After that, there was no more. Chen used his supreme beneficence to personally modify Chen's primal core, strengthening it and forming an unbreakable barrier. Chen instantly leaped out of the lake and landed on the island. That place was filled with blood spirit grass that everyone yearned for. However, no one dared to go there, as all those who went had died. Chen calmed down, knowing that the danger was over. After him. We absolutely cannot let him escape. This was the so-called conquering hardness with softness. Finally, the essence of the Saraira dripped onto the 9-star primal core. Chen sighed softly. He saw a white-clad person sitting cross-legged in a pile of rubble in front. The white-clad person was covered in dust. He did not breathe or show any signs of life. Given my cultivation, how can my physical body fear the cold? 2 strands of veritable essence energy intertwined with each other as they surged out from Chen's hands. Xianxia and Xianxia were the top core disciples of their respective sections. It was not strange for an additional dead person to appear. Even a regular holy venerate would not be absolutely confident of making them stay. The 1,000-odd fish monsters in the lake slowly approached. Countless pairs of cold eyes carried a cold, murderous intent as they looked at Chen. After narrowly escaping death, Chen heaved a long sigh. As he looked at the somewhat strange island before him, he felt somewhat sorrowful. That Buddhist sect expert was called Chen. At this moment, all hope in his heart turned to dust, feeling heavy dissatisfaction. Chen entered deep thought. This place was in ruins, looking like a place where a huge battle had taken place. If he removed the dirt on his face, he would look like a handsome youth. Gurgle, gurgle. With the two working together, they paid such a heavy price to make that Buddhist sect expert stay. Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured in the first place. Now, he cried out miserably as his body flew back. Chen shot out like a sharp arrow and dove into the lake, not causing a single splash. There were many figures in the dense forest. The disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect chased after a monk with blood-stained monk robes and a Buddhist monk's Buddhist monk saber. A fish monster leaped out of the water and opened its huge mouth, swallowing Chen up. However, no one knew what this person's cultivation was like when he was alive. Chen raised his Buddhist monk's Buddhist monk saber and walked over casually. To think that he wanted to touch the corpse. Never mind, I should quickly execute the tortoise-breathing art. I do not know when the people behind will catch up. Hey, why is there a dead person here? The demonic Tao sect disciples familiar with the 100,000 Great Peaks all knew that Blood Spirit Island was a forbidden land. Chen immediately felt stunned, unable to react. After refining this Saraira, he would be able to clear this stage. The top 2 core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect, Xianxia and Xianxia, paid a heavy price and barely managed to make that Buddhist sect expert stay. In the water, Chen took a deep breath and felt greatly startled. Why is the lake water so cold? However, just as Chen was about to get within 6 meters of that person, the person that he thought was dead suddenly opened his eyes. Buddha, bless me. It looks like heaven does not want me dead. However, the true challenge to Chen had just begun. On the other side, the pursuit of that Buddhist sect expert also reached its peak. Under the illumination of this Buddhist light, Chen's berserk body and his primal core, which could explode at any moment, all calmed down. Chapter 1805. The person he just killed was the Buddhist sect expert that the 2 sects of the demonic path were pursuing? Chen was a little confused. Just now, when he closed his eyes to rest and balanced the demonic chi quintessential essence and spiritual quintessential essence in his dantian, Chen was a little confused. He did not let down his guard. After all, the fish might escape, and the blood-patterned snake that had been lured away would definitely return. Letting down his guard was tantamount to courting death. Thus, he had been holding back. Just now, when Chen was within 25 feet of him, Chen's body trembled. When he revealed a dangerous aura, Xianxia immediately came to his senses and attacked decisively. Although it was a charged attack, he seemed to be half awake just now, and his condition was obviously not good. Even if his quintessential essence was very strong, its power should not have reached his peak. However, that Buddhist sect expert was sent flying by his palm. He really didn't live up to his name. Calling him an expert was a little too much. However, it didn't matter if he was killed. This monk suddenly attacked him at a critical moment when he was in seclusion. He had nearly caused his cultivation to go berserk and be consigned to eternal damnation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he deserved to die. Looking inside with his divine sense, his primordial core shone resplendently with 9 dazzling stars. After reaching 9 stars, the space within the primal core had already reached a level that many late-stage star venerate experts could only look up to. What was even more terrifying was that this huge space was filled with quintessential essence. There was not even a trace of extra space. At this moment, after Xiaochen's Taiji Dao smoothed out and balanced it, the 2 veritable essences, which were originally in primal chaos and fighting endlessly, turned into a Taiji yin and yang revolving slowly. Success! A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. He had successfully absorbed the demon qi that had been accumulated for an unknown number of years on the Blood Spirit Island. Originally, Xiaochen thought that he could use this opportunity to advance to Star Venerate. However, he felt a little regretful. The situation at that time was urgent, and his primordial core was about to explode at any moment. Trying to break through to Star Venerate now was simply seeking death. He could only use the relic of the great limitless Buddha to forcefully suppress it. Although Xiaochen had never become a Star Venerate, he had profited from a disaster, reaching a level that he had never imagined. Immortal cultivation and martial cultivation at the same time, Buddhism and demonic cultivation complementing each other. At this moment, his body had been permeated by the Saraira. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were emitting a gentle Buddhist light. His physical body had a Buddha nature. Even a Buddhist monk might not be able to compare to him. However, it just so happened that it had merged with the immemorial demon soul formation not long ago. The Yazi beast, which could be said to be one of the ancestors of the evil Dao, used the terrifying demonic nature of the devil soul array to transform Xiaochen's physical body during the fusion. As a result, when he cultivated, he was like a wild beast from ancient times, and required a frightening amount of spiritual energy. Under the Buddhist might of the Saraira, the blue dragon bloodline, which had been leaning toward demonization, got rid of this hidden danger. The blue dragon bloodline became pure again, not tainted by any impurities. So. At this time, the disciples of the demonic path and demonic path sects that had fallen some distance behind rushed to the lakeside. Looking at Xiaochen, who was on the island, he felt quite confused. However, knowing how powerful the fish monster in the lake was, he did not dare to act rashly. Where's the bald donkey? Where's the giant snake at the bottom of the lake? How come it's gone? The blood spirit flower is gone too. Seeing that the blood spirit flowers had disappeared, the disciples of the demonic Dao and demonic Dao sects immediately burst into an uproar. The blood spirit flower held a fatal attraction to demonic path cultivators of their cultivation. For hundreds of years, countless elite disciples of the 3 demonic path sects had tried to break the taboo that prevented anyone from going to Blood Spirit Island. They worked hard in secret, hoping to one day go to Blood Spirit Island and obtain the blood spirit flower. The more people who failed, the more famous the Blood Spirit Island became. While the island became scarier, it also piqued the interest of those bold people. If it were not dangerous, they would not feel any sense of accomplishment when they easily went to Blood Spirit Island. However, now these demonic path disciples suddenly discovered that the large swaths of blood spirit flowers had vanished. The originally dense demonic aura had also disappeared. How could the disciples of the demonic sects not be surprised? There's someone over there. It's him. He must be the one who took away the blood spirit flowers. Someone with sharp eyes discovered Xiaochen in the pile of rubble, which immediately elicited startled cries. Kill him and snatch away the blood spirit flowers. Kill him! Kill him! The demonic path cultivators always did as they pleased. When they saw that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not at the Star Venerate realm, they all leaped up and flew towards the island in the center of the lake. They did not care whether Xiao Chen really had more blood spirit flowers or not. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, but his expression did not change. He did not see any opponent worth looking forward to. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, but his expression did not change. He did not see any opponent worth looking forward to. Whoosh! The fish monsters in the lake leaped out one after another. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. Half of the 100-odd disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect died in an instant. The less than 50 people who landed before Xiao Chen were all frightened into breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling very startled. While the gargantuan snake was gone, the fish monsters in the lake were still as mighty as before. In their hot-headedness, the demonic path disciples who ended up in the fish stomachs died a miserable death. Speak. Did someone pluck the blood spirit flowers here? The many demonic path disciples recovered their wits. Relying on their numbers, they immediately shouted questions at Xiao Chen. Kill! What answered them was the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. When the tyrant saber was drawn, a saber light illuminated the surroundings. The saber howled like thunder as Xiao Chen moved like lightning, charging into the crowd. Xiao Chen moved like light, his figure nowhere to be seen. When Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his saber, blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew through the air like carrots. With the help of the Taiji Dao, the two vast veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian quickly circulated. Light and shadow immediately swirled around Xiao Chen's body. The Taiji yin-yang diagram turned into light and shadow, appearing in the surroundings and materializing an invisible energy around him. In this Taiji force field, the air was like viscous water. The demonic path disciples in the water found it difficult to move, their speed completely restricted. The demonic path disciples could not bring out their advantage in numbers. A small number of strong early-stage Star Venerate disciples used Dao tools or killing moves to struggle free with all their might. Before the fear on their faces could fade, a flash of saber light chopped off all signs of life. When Xiao Chen charged into the crowd, he chopped down the demonic path disciples of the two sects like he was chopping vegetables. They could not retaliate at all. At the same time, there was a battered and exhausted figure in the lake. His aura was weak, and he struggled to swim up in the water. After much difficulty, this figure surfaced and took in a breath of fresh air. Then he saw the scene on the island. This figure paled in fright as he quickly sank back into the water. As he looked at the approaching fish monsters, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he saw the Taiji veritable essence energy diagram spinning in his primal core stop at will, instantly stopping. At the same time, Xiao Chen withdrew his saber Dao and thunder Dao. He stood on the ground and circulated his energy, scattering the excess veritable essence energy and saber Dao energy into the ground. Boom! Xiao Chen's entire body trembled, and dust kicked up. When the dust settled, the ground caved in, revealing an exquisitely carved Taiji diagram, as if it was the work of the gods. The corpses of the two demonic path sects disciples had been shattered to pieces. Aside from the faint smell of blood, it did not look like an intense massacre had just taken place. Come out! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike. Bang! The lake water exploded, and a figure flew out. 4 fish monsters followed behind. Then, they opened their mouths, trying to divide and devour the figure in the air. 2 lightning dragons flew out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He instantly rescued the person in the air and returned to the island. The 4 fish monsters missed and sank back into the lake. The person that Xiao Chen tossed to the ground coughed violently a few times, continuously vomiting water. It's you! When Xiao Chen saw that eye-catching bald head, he felt slightly startled. He had personally seen this monk get swallowed up by the fish monsters. To think that this monk did not die. He has some skill. Based on the clues he obtained, Xiao Chen made some deductions and guessed the ins and outs of the situation. This monk was indeed an expert, but he was severely injured. Furthermore, his luck was not good. By the time he arrived, he was already severely injured and weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, Yan Chen, who was on the ground, suddenly got up and fled. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled, but he did not give chase. There were many fish monsters in the lake. Any one of them could take his life. Xiao Chen did not believe that Yan Chen still had the courage to charge in. Indeed, Yan Chen ran to the lakeside and pretended to jump. However, after a while, he stopped with an embarrassed expression. It looked like the heavens were really going to fall. After escaping from the fish's belly with much difficulty, he still could not escape death. The white-clad cultivator with delicate features was not only terrifyingly strong, but he also had a calm expression. His expression was calm as he slaughtered like he was chopping vegetables. He was even more terrifying than the disciples of the devil sect. "Little monk, I see that you have delicate features and do not look like an evil monk. Why did you attack me earlier?" Just as Yan Chen felt uncertain, Xiao Chen's voice rang out. Chapter 1806. When Yan Chen heard Xiao Chen's words, he felt startled. "Turn around and speak properly. I won't kill you." Xiao Chen could not figure out this person. However, this person's eyes were clear and pure. He did not look like an evil monk. Xiao Chen always showed some leniency to the people of the Buddhist sect. Even if the other party was disrespectful to him or harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chen would do his best not to kill them. Yan Chen felt depressed. If he had recovered his strength, he would not be in such an awkward situation. He thought himself clever and fled. In the end, he was blocked by a group of young devils, unable to advance or retreat. He had no choice but to be manipulated. Yan Chen turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said honestly, "I did not want to attack you. I just thought that you were dead and wanted to see if you had any medicinal pills for treating injuries. Although I did not have much hope, there was still a chance. How could I have known that you were still alive? You knocked me back with a backhand. I nearly died in the fish belly." Xiao Chen did not say anything when he heard that. He only stretched out his hand and took out the last medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng left for him. Yan Chen stretched out his hand and caught the medicinal pill that flew over. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen with a confused expression. "What is this? Poison? It does not look like it. A medicinal pill?" However, this person appeared in the 100,000 Great Peaks and attacked so ruthlessly. He was either a pirate or a member of the demonic path. How could he save me? Right now, Yan Chen had a deep prejudice against the people of the demonic path. Just because he was bald, in the end, when he stepped foot on this myriad star mountain, everyone attacked him. This was endless, extremely annoying. Xiao Chen did not want to waste his breath. He directly took out the Buddhist sect golden letter that the Venerable Xian Bei gave him. "Do you recognize this? A gift from the water." This startled Yan Chen. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he felt even more shocked. Practically every Buddhist sect disciple recognized such a golden letter. Only those who owed the Buddhist sect a great debt of gratitude would receive this gift. As long as one saw the golden letter, regardless of their status, they would have to repay the debt of gratitude. The golden letter was made of ordinary divine materials. The scriptures on it were the Kasyapa scriptures. This was the first and last scripture that the Kasyapa Buddha left behind in the world after attaining enlightenment. In Buddhism, only the abbot of the 4 great sacred grounds had the ability to copy this scripture. Others did not have enough Buddha nature. At most, they could barely comprehend it, even if they could understand it. However, once he tried to copy it, he would discover that he did not know where to start and had completely forgotten everything. Therefore, this golden book was extremely precious. It had always been regarded as the highest gift in the Buddhist sect, given to those who had done the Buddhist sect a favor. How could you possibly receive the golden letter? Yan Chen did not dare to believe it. As he received the golden book, his hands trembled slightly. Since Xiao Chen gave away the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual, he naturally deserved this gift. However, there was no need to tell Yan Chen the reason. After verifying that the golden letter was real, Yan Chen no longer worried. Then he swallowed the medicinal pill that Xiao Chen gave him. Before Xianxia could completely refine it, he felt his injuries stabilizing, no longer worsening. Chen could not help revealing a smile. What an incredible medicinal pill. With my strength, I should be able to recover completely in another 6 or 7 days. 6 or 7 days? When Chen heard that, he revealed a strange expression. What kind of injuries were they for them to be so severe? The medicinal pill that senior brother Yi Zifeng gave him was extremely precious. Even when he was on the verge of death, he did not need so long to recover. Chen sighed and said, "The demonic Dao sects have too many tricks up their sleeves. I can only blame myself for being careless. When I saw that the two were only middle-stage star venerates, their demonic might was not strong. That's why my soul got injured and my physical body nearly turned into mush." When Chen heard that, he gave Chen a strange look. "Is there a need to brag like that? Although I respect you as an expert, there is no need to speak as though middle-stage star venerates are nothing." Although Chen thought that, he did not care too much. He just listened quietly. Boom. Just at this moment, a strong demonic might accompanied by a will of soul suddenly surged over. Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and cried out miserably as he went flying back like a sandbag. Chen used 2 kinds of Dao might to support himself at the same time before he barely managed to block with his will of soul. As he looked into the distance, his expression changed slightly. That's not good. That gargantuan snake that rivaled a holy venerate is charging back. I have to retreat quickly. Chen did not dare to imagine how enraged the gargantuan snake would be when it discovered that its offspring were killed, the blood spirit flowers plundered, and the demonic qi in its lair gone. Chen's figure flashed, and he grabbed Chen, who had not landed yet. Then he stood on a lightning dragon, and his entire body gave off a resplendent electric light. Chen flew far away at lightning speed, not daring to linger. Bang, bang, bang. Even though Chen had already fled far away, he still felt an overwhelming demonic might erupt in the direction of Blood Spirit Island. Even from far away, Chen could vaguely see a strand of black qi made up of killing intent soaring into the clouds. "Are you all right?" Chen asked worriedly after they fled far away. Then he put down the pale-faced Chen. Chen's injuries had just recovered a little when the demonic might and will of soul struck him, worsening his injuries. Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it. My master said that the moment I was born, I used up all my luck. I have to spend my entire life with bad luck. I'm really used to it." "There is such a thing?" Chen had never heard of it before. "However, your injuries, it's fine. It's just that the recovery of my strength will be delayed for a while. I won't die." Chen stopped speaking and sat down cross-legged to rest. Chen rubbed his chin, wondering if he had forgotten something. "That's right, where did the demon blood vulture go?" Chen only saw the gargantuan snake but not the demon blood vulture that lured it away. Speaking of which, the demon blood vulture was rather capable. To think that it could lure the scarlet-patterned snake away for so long. This greatly surpassed Chen's expectations. Now, it is nowhere to be seen. Could it have been eaten by the gargantuan snake? That's not right. The demon blood vulture had absorbed the demonic qi that leaked out of the immemorial demon soul formation. Chen vaguely sensed that it was still alive. Far away, above the ash-gray sea, the demon blood vulture flew close to the surface of the sea. It screeched loudly, feeling extremely excited. The demon blood vulture had barely survived the pursuit of the scarlet-patterned snake. At the crucial moment, the demon blood vulture managed to refine all the demonic qi it absorbed in one go. His bloodline mutated, and a golden line appeared in the center of each of the 9 scarlet tail feathers on his tail. Among the blood-covered feathers, the 9 strands of golden threads were especially eye-catching. A faint golden light also appeared in the demon blood vulture's bloodshot eyes. Ha! To think that it mutated. This great me is going back to fight for the Blood Vulture King's successor. This great me is going to become the Blood Vulture King. When this great me becomes the Blood Vulture King, I will definitely return and teach that grandson a lesson. To think that he dared to use this great me as bait. This great me will definitely take revenge. If I do not take revenge, I will not be a bird. It turned out that this demon blood vulture suddenly obtained great benefits and no longer cared about Xiaoqun, its financial backer. It was preparing to return to its race to fight for the Blood Vulture King's successor. Chapter 1807. Xiaoqun was still worried about the demon blood vulture. However, he did not know that the demon blood vulture was thinking about how to kill him after it returned. The demon blood vulture was truly thoughtless and brainless. At this moment, Xiaoqun felt somewhat bored. The monk Yanchen was currently recuperating. His cultivation had reached consummation and could advance to star venerate at any time, so he could not cultivate. However, Yanchen could not abandon this monk and search for fortuitous encounters in the 100,000 great peaks alone. It would be good to find a ferocious beast or a demonic Dao cultivator to gain some combat experience. Unfortunately, the great peaks were dangerous. In the monk's current state, he might die if he got careless. Clang! Xiaoqun drew the tyrant saber and casually brandished it, sending out saber lights. He did not focus on practicing any saber techniques. He only wanted his saber technique to be more compatible with his newly comprehended Thunder Dragon steps. With Xiaoqun's current cultivation, even the casual moves he executed were indescribably wondrous. If other bladesmen were here, they would definitely stop and watch, comprehending it properly. Although Xiaoqun had not reached a level where a casual saber strike contained a boundless great Dao, he had many tricks up his sleeves. However, there were many tricks to it. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to be full of flaws. However, if one looked carefully, one would be horrified to discover that the so-called openings were all variations. If one fell for them, one would face a torrential counterattack in the next moment. Slowly, Xiaoqun became more excited. His saber technique and Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly compatible. The lightning dragons under Xiaoqun's feet coiled around his body. He moved left and right, so fast that Xiaoqun's figure could not be seen. After comprehending the Thunder Great Dao, the Thunder Dragon steps gained new life. The more he practiced, the more he felt its boundless potential. He infused his Thunder Great Dao energy with his veritable essence energy and filled his entire body. Xiaoqun shouted, "Thunder Dragon burst!" Electric light flashed. In the next moment, Xiaoqun looked like he teleported, appearing on a mountain 50 kilometers away. 50 kilometers was not too far. However, what was strong was speed. Xiaoqun traveled 50 kilometers in half the blink of an eye. The energy he exhausted was just one breath of veritable essence energy and a strand of great Dao energy. After resting for a while, he could use it again. Wonderful! On the top of the mountain, Xiaoqun made the remnant great Dao energy explode again. Then he returned to Yanchen's side. What if I split the Thunder Dragon explosion into 9 parts, reducing the distance of 100 miles to 100 meters? When Xiaoqun learned something, he would always draw inferences about other cases from one instance and think from many aspects. Thunder Dragon explosion was suitable for retreating and chasing after enemies. However, it could not be used in battle. In battle, short swords clashed, and it happened in the space of an inch. If you ran 100 li away, you obviously wouldn't be able to end the battle. However, if the range was reduced to 100 meters and this mouthful of veritable essence energy and strand of great Dao energy exploded 9 times in an instant, it would be very different. Thinking about it, in these 9 moments, he had attacked 9 times, each time he attacked 9 times. In the blink of an eye, 81 bloody holes appeared on his opponent's body. He was simply too strong. He was able to unleash his strength beyond his normal limits. Why was it that some people's cultivation realms, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and Dao tools were all the same, but when they fought, their combat prowess differed greatly? This was because some people could only bring out half of their strength. However, others could bring out 60%, 70%, or 80% perfectly. They could even display extraordinary strength, making use of every opportunity they had to bring out combat prowess that far surpassed their cultivation. There was another kind of heaven-defying existence. They could double, triple, or even 10 times their strength. Xiaoqun had only read about such heaven-defying demonic geniuses in ancient records and did not believe it. In reality, Those who could perform beyond their normal limits were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, an existence that was 1 in a million. Xiao Chen acted when he thought of it. Comprehending the Thunder Great Tao gave Xiao Chen an unparalleled advantage over others in his control of lightning-attributed energy. But even so, his first attempt had left him in a sorry state. Several times, he failed to perfectly unleash his veritable essence energy. In the end, his body exploded. This was even worse than self-mutilation. Feeling both pain and happiness, Xiao Chen finally succeeded in executing it after 1 hour. Electric light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his saber and sheathed it. Clang, clang, clang. After Xiao Chen completed the motions, saber hums rang out endlessly in the air, a total of 81 saber strikes. The sounds were very pleasing to the ear, like the most beautiful zither music in the world. I'll call you Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Then, Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Then he drew his saber again, casually brandishing it and displaying his various comprehensions. In ancient times, musicians used zither music and flute music to express their emotions. At this moment, the saber in Xiao Chen's hand was the zither in his hand. Xiao Chen displayed the joy of comprehending the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. The saber light flickered, and the saber light he sent out was very pleasing to the eye and joyful. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled his interactions with Lu Ryue in Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen's saber light turned gentle like water, full of tenderness and sweetness. The saber light changed again. Xiao Chen thought of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. He thought of Di Wuk and Yen Shisan, who sacrificed themselves for the demonic calamity. Xiao Chen thought of the cyclic astral master sacrificing himself for a benevolent cause. Then his saber became filled with grief and boundless heroism. Practicing the saber? Just at this moment, a voice interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and turned around to look in confusion. He saw Yen Chen looking at him with an unfathomable expression, revealing a smile on his face. That smile contained some appreciation and some disdain. There was also a trace of pride and a hidden wildness. In any case, it was something that ordinary people could not do. Isn't that obvious? If he does not practice the saber, could he be practicing the sword? Wait, that's not right. After thinking about it carefully and looking at Yen Chen's expression, Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Yen Chen's mysterious and unfathomable expression was clearly saying, "What a coincidence! I also practice the saber. Furthermore, I am extraordinarily powerful. I was just waiting for you to ask me about it. After that, I will take the opportunity to show you how strong my saber techniques are." Understanding Yen Chen's intentions, Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Little monk, are you a bladesman as well?" Indeed, Yen Chen smiled in satisfaction. "That's right. This little monk's dharma name is Yen Chen. However, others prefer to address me as, hey, I think it's best not to mention other people's titles. I'll show you my saber techniques, then." Yen Chen took out a Buddhist monk's saber and soared into the air. His aura immediately changed. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression. Just as he was about to taste it carefully, Yen Chen, who was flying halfway, vomited a mouthful of blood and fell face first to the ground. Yen Chen coughed a few times and stood up in embarrassment. "This saber technique of mine is too tyrannical and ferocious. When I attack, I need to use my soul energy and drive my veritable essence energy at full power, drawing on the energy of everything in the world. I forgot that I am still injured." Xiao Chen could not help smiling. This little monk was indeed too arrogant. Fortunately, Yen Chen had delicate features, was young, and had a pure nature. His habit of bragging was rather cute on him, and not annoying at all. As for the next time, there was no need. Xiao Chen interrupted the other party. "Stop speaking. Little monk, you'd best recuperate properly." Yen Chen felt very depressed and embarrassed. "Why am I so unlucky?" Based on Brother Zhao's expression, he clearly does not believe me. "Big Brother Xiao, don't doubt me. I'm speaking the truth. I'm really very strong. I, Yen Chen, am known as what?" When Xiao Chen mentioned his nickname, Yen Chen felt embarrassed again. Then he quickly changed the topic. "There is no need to care about that. In any case, I am really very strong. When there is an opportunity, I will definitely show Big Brother Xiao. The more Xiaochen spoke, the more anxious he became. Sweat dripped off his forehead, and his complexion paled. Yanchen probably used too much force earlier and injured himself. Afraid that something would happen to Yanchen, Xiaochen could only agree to stop Yanchen from speaking. Yanchen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could he not tell that Xiaochen did not believe him at all? Xiaochen was only asking him to recuperate out of kindness? Why am I so unlucky? I am just playing with a saber. Yanchen finally stopped after much difficulty. When he saw Yanchen close his eyes, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. After a long time, the surroundings fell silent. Then, Yanchen opened his eyes and looked seriously at Xiaochen. Big Brother Xiao. Xiaochen asked, finding this strange. What's the matter? Do you think that I failed to show off and ended up acting like a fool? Actually, I really am not. Xiaochen simply could not hold back his laughter. However, he also felt somewhat helpless. How conflicted is this little monk? Even after half a day, he still has not forgotten about this. Boo! Just as Xiaochen was about to answer, a demonic light suddenly appeared in the distance and soared into the clouds, scattering the dense demonic clouds for 5 kilometers around. This is an inherited Dao tool appearing. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly stood up. A flourishing demonic Dao sect, the Myriad Holy Church, once existed in the 100,000 Great Peaks. Occasionally, people would discover inherited Dao tools left behind by the Myriad Holy Church. The so-called inherited Dao tools referred to peak Dao tools that had been passed down by several generations of experts, just like the tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand. Each time one appeared, it would kick up a bloody storm. Chapter 1808. It was just like back then, when the tyrant saber appeared, it caused a huge commotion in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Now, another inherited Dao tool appeared. Naturally, there would be a fight. What strong demonic qi? This is a mysterious phenomenon that can only materialize when there is an inherited Dao tool. The little monk Yanchen clicked his tongue as he walked over to Xiaochen's side. I'll go and take a look. You stay here and treat your injuries. After saying that, Xiaochen looked in the direction of the surging demonic qi. Xiaochen did not lack inherited Dao tools. The tyrant saber in his hand was already good enough. He just wanted to see how big of a storm this inherited Dao tool would cause and how many fish it would attract. The 10 Great Peaks were vast. The disciples of the 3 demonic Dao sects and the foreign cultivators were like fish in water. Even if a person did not purposely hide, finding them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. To Xiaochen, the main purpose of experiential training in the 100,000 Great Peaks was to figure out the strength of the 3 demonic Dao sections. Furthermore, he wanted to know how many more experts were hiding in the dark, waiting for the nightless mysterious phenomenon that would arrive soon. Right now, everything was just a small skirmish. Xiaochen kept his thoughts on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. It wouldn't be long before the nightless phenomenon would appear. Xiaochen had to figure out his competitor's strength. He needed to know himself and his enemy. There was no doubt that this was a very good opportunity. Xiaochen had the best say on how strong an inherited Dao tool was. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have comprehended the Thunder Great Dao so quickly. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have been able to hold out for long when he fought with Star Venerates. With the tyrant saber's support, Xiaochen had the strength to fight Star Venerates as a major primal core Venerate. By activating 50% of the tyrant saber's might, he could knock back a middle-stage Star Venerate. Xiaochen had not activated the tyrant saber's full might yet. However, he could imagine how horrifying it would be. Furthermore, Xiaochen's cultivation was relatively low. If it were some other Star Venerate with a higher cultivation, the inherited Dao tool would be even stronger in their hands. Xiaochen could predict that the appearance of this inherited Dao tool would attract many people to fight over it. By attracting all the experts training in other places, Xiaochen could successfully achieve his goal. Xiu. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xiaochen landed on a relatively secluded solitary peak. 100 miles below, A small hill had been broken open, and the surging demon chi was coming from it. He looked at the outskirts of the hill. There were two demonic Dao cultivators fighting intensely. Xiaochen observed for a while. It seemed like the opening on the hillside was accidentally opened by the shockwaves from their battle. When the two of them saw the monstrous devil chi, they were clearly startled. What followed was ecstasy, and then an even more bitter battle. Both of them wanted to quickly finish off the other party, seize the Dao artifact, and quickly leave. But the more impatient he was, the more he couldn't end the battle quickly. Xiaochen had already sensed that there were many experts hiding in secret places just like him. He looked at the two of them coldly, not anxious at all. The two people closest to the inherited Dao tool were merely early-stage star venerates. No matter how much trouble they caused, they wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Clearly, the people hiding in the dark were smart. They knew that it would not be good for anyone to stick their head out at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the inherited Dao tool truly appeared. The show was far from starting. Xiaochen closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the inherited Dao tool to break free and soar into the clouds. After a while, the two demonic Dao cultivators fighting on the hill started to feel that something was wrong. After exchanging a move, they quickly fled far away. If they still did not leave when the Dao tool appeared, they would be the first to die. It could only be said that these two were not stupid. Hence, a strange scene appeared in this place. The demonic chi coming from the hill was clearly becoming more startling. The various mysterious phenomena were even more terrifying. However, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. In the end, there was practically no sound at all. The calm before the storm made everyone feel strangely nervous. I wonder what will fly out. The little monk Yan Chen's voice suddenly rang out beside Xiaochen, startling him to his senses. "Why are you following me?" Xiaochen asked with a slight frown, somewhat blaming Yan Chen. Yan Chen smiled abashedly and said, "Big brother Xiao, please don't blame me. I'm just taking a look. I am a person who naturally likes to watch crowds. When I stay in the temple, I like to sneak down the mountain. I can't stand the loneliness." Xiaochen smiled bitterly, feeling speechless. He wondered which temple this little monk came from for him to raise such a weirdo. In that case, just watch. Don't cause trouble for me. When Yenchen heard that, he laughed softly. Hee. Don't worry. I never cause trouble. There was something else that Yenchen did not say. Indeed, he never sought trouble. It was always trouble seeking him out. However, there should not be any trouble this time. I will just watch from afar. Yenchen smiled uncertainly in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, countless terrible wails erupted from the hill, and those wails were like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. Resentment surged into the heavens, causing one's hair to stand on end. The demonic Dao cultivators hiding in the dark could not help trembling in excitement. Based on these sounds, who knew how many resentful spirits were refined in that inherited Dao tool? There were at least 1 million resentful spirits. Furthermore, they were not ordinary resentful spirits. Otherwise, the sound would not be so sharp and piercing, reaching deep into the soul. Rumble! Suddenly, several terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, shattering the demonic clouds. It was like the heavenly Dao did not tolerate the birth of such a sinful Dao tool. Heavenly lightning. To think that it is an inherited Dao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning. This is incredible. This inherited Dao tool must be extraordinary. The success rate of refining an inherited Dao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning is frighteningly low. It is too easy for the heavenly lightning to damage it. The former myriad Holy Church truly lives up to being a great demonic Dao sect. This mysterious phenomenon immediately caused a commotion. Many demonic Dao cultivators started discussing it in soft voices. Several heavenly lightning descended. However, the demonic chi blocked them all, preventing them from landing on the inherited Dao tool. As Xiaochen looked at the lightning in the sky, he felt astonished. This inherited Dao tool that was about to appear was probably several levels higher than the Ghost Dragon Pennant. If it fell into the hands of the Devil Sect's martial artists, their strength would increase greatly. Soon, he would be able to add a formidable opponent to his list. Should he take the risk and snatch this inherited Dao artifact back? This thought only appeared for a moment before Xiaoqin rejected it. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He was alone in this place. Taking the risk to snatch this inherited Dao artifact was not rational. The risk was too great. Moreover, now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. Before the nightless phenomenon occurred, it would be best for him not to attract anyone's attention. That's right, I'll just watch from afar. This way, the enemy will be in the light while I'm in the dark. The more I understand, the better it will be for me. Based on his experience, he would not be able to unleash the full might of an inherited Dao artifact within a short period of time. The inheritance within the mound emitted a strange laughter that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was as if it was filled with disdain towards the heavens, arrogant beyond compare. The heavenly lightning became even more terrifying, but it was still unable to blast into the hill and damage the inherited Dao artifact. Just when everyone thought that the inherited Dao tool would be born smoothly, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, an intense light appeared in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. Caught off guard, nearly everyone, including Xiaoqin, felt pain in their eyes. Boom! Following that, there was an intense explosion. The mound instantly flattened, kicking up dust and covering the sky. The miserable cries of countless aggrieved spirits rang out, rising and falling. The originally fearless demonic chi that soared into the sky broke in half and scattered with the wind. The heavenly lightning injured the inherited Dao tool. Indeed, a scarlet demonic mirror in the air flickered with a fiery black light as it quickly headed in a certain direction. The black demonic light made one feel uneasy. However, one could clearly sense that the light was weak. That final heavenly lightning did indeed injure this inherited Dao tool that stirred up the winds and clouds. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, which were pierced by the light. He felt that something was wrong, and his expression changed dramatically in the next moment. Whoosh! The demonic mirror vanished. Xiaoqin turned his head to look at Yanqin, who was beside him. Then, he said through clenched teeth, "Little monk, can you explain how this inherited Dao tool ended up in your hands?" Chapter 1809. Yanqin was truly depressed to the extreme. He was just watching the show. Who did he offend? The inherited Dao tool actually flew into Yanqin's hand on its own. Yanqin did not need this demonic Dao tool. It was just a problem in his hands. "Big brother Xiao, I'll give it to you." Yanqin stretched out his hand and tossed the demonic mirror to Xiaoqin. When the black demonic flame on the scarlet demonic mirror touched Yanqin's body, it immediately started burning fiercely. The black demonic flame immediately soared into the clouds, covering Yanqin's entire body. Demonic might surged into the sky. The mountain under Yanqin's feet shook slightly, and countless rocks tumbled down. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the demonic mirror, and a few miserable cries rang out. Xiaoqin turned his head to look. It turned out that some of the faster demonic Dao cultivators had already charged over and happened to get pierced by the black light. Without exception, all the demonic Dao cultivators that got pierced by the black light had a large hole burned in their chests. The black flame continued to burn along the wounds. The flesh festered, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was a ghastly sight, one that one could not bear to look at. Xiaoqin's lips twitched. If this hit him, he would have died. He turned his head to look at Yanqin and smiled embarrassedly. "Little monk, looking at your delicate features, thick eyebrows and large eyes, I really could not tell. You really hid yourself deeply." Benefactor Xiao, young master Xiao, big brother Xiao. Yanqin was startled by this scene as well. He was so nervous that he stuttered. There was simply no way to explain it. "I what?" "Quickly put it away. It's time to run." Xiaoqin carried Yanqin and executed the Thunder Dragon Burst. Then his figure flashed, disappearing 50 kilometers away. It's the netherworld filthy flame. When the others saw the demonic Dao cultivators pierced by the black light, their eyes lit up with joy. "Ha! After him." The difficulty of refining the netherworld filthy flame is very high. It truly lives up to being an inherited Dao tool. Even the heavenly lightning does not allow it to exist. Whoosh! Looking at the direction in which Xiaochen fled, a group of demonic path elites madly chased after him. Although Xiaochen had the upper hand in terms of speed, he was unable to shake off the group of people behind him as he was carrying a person in his hands. Stop running. Little bald donkey, we meet again. Boom. Suddenly, a clump of demonic clouds descended in front of them. The demonic clouds surged, and the illusory cloud sects Xiao Jianxing appeared. It's you! When Yanchen saw this person, he immediately flew into a rage. You despicable bastard! How dare you plot against me? When my strength recovers, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Haha, thank you for the compliment. However, I'm surprised that a monk like you would have such a strong killing intent. Although Xiao Jianxing was talking to Yanchen, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaochen. The injured Yanchen was not a strong opponent in Xiaochen's eyes. The one he could not figure out was the person beside Yanchen. His cultivation was not high, but he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Xiaochen. Xiao Jianxing, your speed is truly fast. Xiaochen saw a vast might surging over, carrying the might of all things in the world. Xiaochen did not see any wind, but he felt a huge pressure. This feeling was very familiar. It was someone from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. The person who arrived was Xianxia. He leaped down from the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and happened to block off Xiaochen's other path of escape. Xianxia, same here. Xiao Jianxing laughed in a strange manner. There was only one inherited Dao tool. It was hard to avoid competition between the two. Little bald donkey, I let you run last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Today, I will take revenge for my younger brother. I will eat you to vent the hatred in my heart. Whoosh! Xianxia did not think too much at all. He leaped into the air and hacked at Yanchen with his axe. Everything in the world, the flowers, the trees, the earth, the sky, the demonic clouds, seemed to have their life force sucked out. The life force gathered on Xianxia's body as he leaped over in the air. His aura soared. Just as he was about to land, Xiaochen and Yanchen felt pressured to the point of breathlessness. This person was at least twice as strong as that Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciple, Hongyi, whom Xiaochen killed. Seeing that this axe was about to hack Yanchen into pieces, Xiaochen stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then he caught the axe with 2 fingers. Using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the world, gathering all the energy in his body to stabilize space. This was Xiaochen's secret technique, the sharp spirit finger. Xiaochen's fingers loosened slightly. The veritable essence energy, great Tao energy, and vital qi gathered by the sharp spirit finger suddenly exploded out. Bang! Xianxia, who was charging over with a ferocious aura, got knocked back. As soon as he landed on the ground, he felt the blood and qi in his body churning violently. Not only did the axe get pushed back by the other party, but it also added in Xiaochen's energy, causing him to stumble. Xiao Jianxing's eyelids twitched. Earlier, he was regretting letting this Xianxia get ahead of him. Now, he thought to himself, what a close call. Fortunately, this big fellow helped me test out this white-clad brat's limits. Xiaochen was mysterious and could not be underestimated. More demonic Dao cultivators landed in the surroundings. When they saw this scene from the air, they were all startled. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's strongest disciple, Xianxia, got knocked back with 2 fingers. Damn! What terrifying strength! To think that he managed to catch Xianxia's strong strike with 2 simple fingers. This is truly incredible. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects cannot do that so easily. Don't underestimate him. This is clearly a secret technique. There are many tricks to it. Where did this white-clad youth come from? I have never heard of him before. Is he here for the nightless mysterious phenomenon? Upon seeing the earlier scene, the many demonic Dao cultivators, the pirates of the Starlight Sea, and some loose cultivators who rushed over did not dare to act rashly. Xiaochen looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed. The strongest people here were mostly people of Xiao Jianxing's and Xianxia's level. Not a single true inheritor of the three great demonic Tao sects appeared. There was also not a single peak late-stage star venerate expert. It looked like the nightless mysterious phenomenon would not appear. The true experts would not show up. They could only wait until the nightless sky shone with eternal starlight and cleared away the demonic clouds. Only the core peak of the myriad star mountain could be entered. At that time, it would be a true fight. Right now, everyone was making their final preparations. Whoever showed up would expose more of their strength. No one would be so foolish as to be in closed-door cultivation, only letting their disciples fight on a small scale. Even if an inherited Tao tool appeared, they would not know. After learning the reason, Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed. Never mind. Since I already exposed my strength, there is no need to hide it. It would be good to take this opportunity to collect this inherited Tao tool, lest it fall into the hands of other demonic Tao experts. Brat, where are you from? Xianxia asked sullenly as he glared at Xiaochen. After the earlier lesson, Xianxia no longer dared to act rashly. Although demonic Tao cultivators were lawless and fearless, they always respected the strong. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. You are not qualified to know where I come from. Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. Xiaochen attacked at the drop of a hat, not giving any warning at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone only saw Xiaochen draw his saber before sheathing it. Before the crowd could understand what happened, 81 intense saber lights shot out of Xianxia's body. Then, he fell to the ground and died amid a miserable shriek. The onlookers broke out in a cold sweat. As they looked at Xiaochen, they felt their hair stand on end, and they all retreated. Let's go! Xiaochen remained expressionless as he soared into the air while carrying Yanqin, leaving behind a group of people exchanging glances. When the others saw Xianxia's body riddled with saber wounds, they did not dare to give chase. A suspicious look flashed in Xiao Jianxing's eyes. He took a few steps and arrived before Xianxia's corpse. After checking, Xiao Jianxing's expression changed slightly. He raised his head to look in the direction Xiaochen had taken and cursed, "I got tricked by him. This fellow is not that strong at all." Xianxia's death was entirely due to carelessness. Earlier, Xiao Jianxing suffered a disadvantage when Xiaochen's sharp spirit finger broke his demonic cultivation technique. He had not expected Xiaochen to attack at the drop of a hat. Before Xiao Jianxing could execute his demonic cultivation technique, Xiaochen used a quick attack to kill him in one breath. If it were a normal exchange, Xiaochen's saber light would not have been able to pierce through Xianxia's physical body. At most, it would have severely injured Xianxia. It would not have reached the horrifying effect of instantly killing him. As long as Xiaochen did not have the strength to instantly kill Xianxia, with so many people here, he would not be a match for him at all. If Xiaochen were really that strong, he would not have needed to leave immediately after killing Xianxia. Xiao Jianxing stood up and chased after Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen was already far away. How could Xiao Jianxing catch up? Chapter 1810. That was close. After escaping a calamity, Xiaochen put down Yanqin and heaved a sigh of relief. After Yanqin landed, he looked seriously at Xiaochen and said, "Big brother Xiao, you practiced your saber technique in the wrong direction." In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 81 slashes, and each slash came from a different direction, but the power is really too scattered. That was only natural. Even without Yanqin saying it, Xiaochen understood. It would be strange if Xiaochen could send out so many saber lights in the blink of an eye and still be able to match the saber lights he sent out in a stable manner. Accumulating power required a process. The longer the time, the greater the power. The shorter the time, the weaker the power. Although a casual strike from Xiaochen was already very powerful for someone of his realm, it was still very powerful. But in the eyes of a true expert, it was not enough to deal a fatal blow. However, everything needed to be tempered. He had only comprehended the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations today. How could he possibly reach perfection in one go? Xiaochen was already very satisfied with its current power. Earlier, Xiaochen had taken advantage of Xianxia's opening. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique needed to be circulated at all times in order to become stronger. Not only would his fleshly body grow stronger as he extracted the energy of all things in the world, but his attacks would also become even more ferocious, growing stronger with each attack. Their fighting style was also unreasonable. Those who fought with them all felt aggrieved. If he wanted to win, he had to win quickly. He had to end his opponent's life with a single strike. Otherwise, as long as there was a sliver of hope left, the other party's demonic arts would allow him to quickly recover from his injuries and launch a counterattack. Xianxia caught hold of the other party, not daring to act rashly. He was still recovering from the shock from the sharp spirit finger. It had to be said that making a sudden move was an excellent opportunity. 81 strands of saber light poured in at the same time, instantly shredding the other party's life force. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many saber lights there were, it would be difficult to deal fatal damage to the opponent. On the other hand, if Xianxia had not shocked the 100 demonic Dao experts in all directions, he would have died. There was no chance for her to take him away. Otherwise, if a chaotic battle broke out, Xianxia wouldn't have to worry about his life, but it would be hard to say what would happen to the little monk. He had gotten himself into big trouble, and the other party was kind enough to save his life. Now that he had settled down, the first thing he said wasn't thanks. Yet, he was criticizing Xianxia's skills with the saber. It had to be said that Xianxia was somewhat speechless. However, Xianxia did not seem to notice this. He continued happily, "Hence, I feel that you should gather the saber lights together and execute the killing blow." In the future, when he raised his cultivation level, he would slowly separate them. At that time, not only will I be able to execute it more proficiently, but the might of the saber light will also not weaken, successfully reaching consummation. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. He casually sat on a rock and closed his eyes to rest. Xianxia felt somewhat worried. The true inheritors of the 3 demonic Dao sects and the inner sect elders had not appeared. It was truly unexpected. It seemed like the true contest would take place after Nightless Heaven. The true inheritors and the experts of the 7-star pirate ships were all in closed-door cultivation, waiting for the mysterious phenomenon to happen. This would allow him to obtain the greatest opportunity in the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. There was also Big Brother Yen, who was no longer by her side and was indeed the biggest hidden danger. Who knew what he was up to? "Big Brother Xiao, what do you think of what I said?" Xianxia asked again as he walked over to Xianxia's side, not willing to be ignored. Xianxia opened his eyes and carefully looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had delicate features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His smiling face looked somewhat young. "Little monk, what secrets are you hiding? Why did the inherited Dao tool of the demon race automatically fall into your hands?" Xianxia asked, feeling confused. It was hard to explain why the inherited Dao tool of the demonic Dao ended up in Xianxia's hands. After all, Xianxia had already entered the demonic Dao. His physical body had been modified by the immemorial demon soul, and his primal core contained a large amount of veritable essence energy made of demonic qi. However, this inherited Dao tool ended up in the hands of the little monk. Since the things of the world happened, there had to be a reason. Xianxia said helplessly, "I don't know either. The moment I was born, Master said that I used up all my luck. From now on, I will not be able to escape misfortune. Many a time, even if I do not seek trouble, trouble always finds me." The last time Xianxia heard Xianxia say this, he did not believe it. Now, he muttered to himself, "Is there really such an unlucky person? However, my master always smiled and told me that being able to be born is my greatest blessing, the fortune of the Buddhist sect. However, in the few years that I left the mountain to travel, I was extremely unlucky. The only consolation is that I defeated the people of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao." "People call them?" Xianxia asked, finding it strange. What people call them? Every time the little monk said this, he would stop. This made Xianxia curious about what people called them. Xianxia said embarrassedly, "I'll tell you next time." Next time. When Xianxia mentioned people's nicknames, Xianxia's interest immediately vanished. Just at this moment, Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and his heart sank. Then he looked calmly at Xianxia and said, "Little monk, it looks like we have to part ways for now." Xianxia was startled when he heard that. "That can't be. You saved my life several times and are a benefactor of the Buddhist sect. I was still thinking of giving you pointers on saber techniques after I recover. Xiaochen said indifferently, there's no need. Yanchen giggled and said, of course, of course. Master said that the debt of saving a life is greater than the heavens. It is not proper for me to leave like this. Xiaochen smiled coldly and expressionlessly. You leaving is the greatest repayment to me. Aside from trouble, what else is there to be with you? This startled Yanchen. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Xiao, whom he seemed to get along with, thought this way as well. Yanchen could not help feeling somewhat disappointed, feeling guilty. Then he scratched his head and smiled. I'll be leaving then. My bad luck does indeed spread to others. I did not think of that earlier. Seeing the little monk really go far away, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. His expression did not change at all. Ha! Little brother Xiao, we meet again. The Iron Horn Pirates captain, Yanzhe, suddenly appeared from nowhere. However, this time, he was not alone. A lethargic old man stood beside Yanzhe. His aura was even scarier than Yanzhe's. Yanzhe's body was shriveled and as skinny as a piece of wood. His face was practically devoid of flesh, and his facial features were all sunken in. No one knew how old this old man was. Yanzhe pointed at Xiaochen and said, Senior Chai, this is the young bladesman Xiaochen that I told you about. He is the one who coincidentally obtained the Scarlet Blood War Banner's recognition. Indeed, the new generation excels the old. Young man, not bad, not bad. Senior Chai laughed sinisterly, his voice making one tremble. Xiaochen stood up and said, Senior Chai, you are too polite. Then Xiaochen looked at Yanzhe and said, Big Brother Yan, you came somewhat early. The nightless mysterious phenomenon will appear only after some time. Yanzhe smiled mysteriously. It's not early. You came at the right time. In a few more days, the 3 great demonic Dao sects will work together to clear the area, ensuring that they will be the first to enter the main peak and gain the greatest advantage. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are all in closed-door cultivation in their sections. This is the best time for us to enter the main peak. This time, we have to take the initiative. Xiaochen looked at the sky. Demonic clouds shrouded the place, not scattering. There were no signs of any changes at all. Without a mysterious phenomenon, the demonic clouds shrouding the myriad star mountain's main peak would not scatter. Not to mention a holy venerate, even a sovereign personage would not be able to barge into the main peak at this moment. Seeing the strange expression on Xiaochen's face, Yanzhe smiled and said, With you around, these demonic clouds will not be difficult. Take out the Scarlet Blood War Banner. This entire 100,000 great peaks is the body that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King transformed into. He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War Banner acknowledged him. He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War Banner acknowledged you and blew gently, and these demonic clouds covering the sky will naturally scatter. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this Yanzhe had planned this long ago. Back then, when Yanzhe saw that Xiaochen obtained the Scarlet Blood War Banner's recognition, he probably already predicted this day. Xiaochen's strength did not catch Yanzhe's attention at all. The partner that Yanzhe truly sought was this lethargic, skinny Senior Chai before him. Xiaochen's thoughts were meticulous. He immediately thought of the saying, put away the bow after all the birds have been killed. If he helped him open the path to the main peak, it would be his death. But at this moment, the 2 Saint Venerables were looking at him with smiles on their faces. He simply had no chance to resist. Xiaochen's heart twitched, but his expression did not change. He took out the Scarlet Blood War Banner and stabbed it into the ground. It stabbed into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. His body was like a mountain, spanning tens of thousands of miles. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, and there was no night. The Scarlet Blood War Banner had a telepathic connection with Xiaochen. It was like an extra arm that Xiaochen had stabbed into the ground. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body immediately sensed an aura that he had not sensed in a long time. Rumble. At this moment, the entire 100,000 mountain range began to shake violently. The seawater in all directions surged and the waves surged. The seawater was merciless as it suddenly changed its expression. In an instant, it smashed countless ships in the vicinity. It was like a giant was trying to stand up in the water. Senior Chai appeared excited. However, Xianxia still had a faint smile on his face. No joy or excitement could be seen on his face. Whoosh! The demonic clouds covering the surrounding 5 million kilometers shrank continuously, gathering at the main peak, which was shrouded in demonic clouds all year round. Boundless starlight shone down, quickly filling the nearby sea region. Then, starlight spread out and slowly covered the 100,000 mountain range. The nightless mysterious phenomenon is starting in advance. Strange. In the past, the demonic clouds spread out from the inside. Why is it gathering from the outside this time? It's like some strange existence swallowed up all the demonic clouds. Such an earth-shattering and majestic phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Xianxia laughed loudly and grasped the scarlet blood war banner that he stabbed into the ground. Little brother Xiao, the Forbidden Land is dangerous. You should stay here first. Senior Chai and I will take our leave first. At this moment, countless people rushed towards the main peak. However, Xianxia and Senior Chai were holy venerates, so they immediately surpassed everyone. Those who were blind and blocked the way did not even have time to make a sound before dying without an intact corpse. The true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects, the inner sect elders, and the experts of the other 7-star pirate ships were still far away. Xianxia and Senior Chai were destined to go first, ahead of everyone else. Xiao Chen, who remained where he was, showed an extremely sullen expression. This was the first time he felt so furious and helpless. This Xianxia was extremely despicable. What did Xianxia take Xiao Chen to be? A pawn that he could manipulate at will. Chapter 1811. Brother Yen, why didn't you bring that junior along with you? Senior Chai's eyes flickered. His words always gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling, causing people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Xianxia was able to remain calm. He smiled and said, "This young man is not simple. If we bring him along, there might be some accidents." After all, he obtained the recognition of the Scarlet Blood War banner. If he can make use of some of the restrictions, the 2 of us will be in danger. Xianxia's worry was not without reason. Since Xiao Chen could obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, many of the restrictions in the Forbidden Land might be ineffective against him. Given the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength, he was fully capable of leaving behind such a backup plan. Elder Chai nodded slightly. That makes sense. Then why not just kill him? Killing a major primal core venerate would be easier than killing an ant. Xianxia smiled and said, "That won't do. If there are still some inheritances in there that we need to use him, then wouldn't we be getting caught in our own web? But if that's the case, how are we going to find him?" You don't have to worry about this, Elder Chai. If I can find him now, I'll definitely be able to find him later. He can't escape from me. Xianxia was complacent and confident, and he practically took every possibility into account. My goodness, this person is indeed not simple. Elder Chai thought to himself, and he could not help but have a higher opinion of Xianxia. Xianxia's scheming and meticulous, causing others to feel a lingering fear in their hearts. It was a scary thing to be targeted by him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen did not have any conflict of interest with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. He was not interested in fighting for it. All he needed was a secret technique that could allow him to live another life, or an elixir that could extend his lifespan. As holy venerates, the 2 advanced rapidly. Soon, they arrived at the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. Their expressions changed abruptly. They saw that there was a huge hole on the main peak, and it was continuously sucking in the demonic clouds. Xianxia said sullenly, "I always thought that this demonic cloud was natural." Unexpectedly, it appeared from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Senior Chai sighed. After he died, he turned into a body the size of 100,000 great mountains. I really can't imagine how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive. I wonder if he has become a god. The god that Elder Chai mentioned was a true god, not a faux god. When Xianxia saw such a spectacular scene, he was also rather astonished, and he followed up, saying, "Wanting to become a true god is easier said than done. If you can ignite the divine flame and become a faux god, you can call yourself a king in the world and seize the providence of heaven and earth. The two of them hesitated. This was indeed an accident. This time, the demonic clouds did not disperse. They were all sucked into the main peak, and a mysterious hole appeared. Without a doubt, that cave was the inheritance ground of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. The problem now was that the huge cave entrance was filled with roiling demonic clouds that manifested into many terrifying phenomena and magical beasts. The demonic chi there was extremely vast, making it difficult to enter. Elder Chai, it's up to you now. Xianxia glanced at the skinny old man by his side and spoke with a smile. Let's attack. Senior Chai didn't say anything. His figure flashed as he flew towards the cave entrance. From afar, the entrance of the cave was not particularly wide. In comparison, one would realize that a martial artist was truly too insignificant compared to the entrance of the cave. Boom! The two had just approached when they saw the demonic clouds in the cave turn into a group of demonic soldiers of hell wearing demonic armor, charging over in the thousands. At this moment, the demonic clouds had not been completely absorbed yet, so they were at their most berserk. However, the two wanted to seize the initiative, so they could not care so much. Senior Chai coldly snorted and sent out a palm strike. A palm wind swept out. A palm wind swept out, forcibly tearing a gap in the vast army. The two seized this opportunity and flashed past, entering the cave entrance. However, this was just the beginning. The demonic clouds in the cave became even more horrifying. There was no night in the sky. 10,000 stars flickered, and the 100,000 great peaks shone with light. Everywhere one looked, the trees, flowers, grass, forests, and rocks were bathed in a faint layer of starlight, looking very beautiful. The entire 100,000 great peaks seemed to be covered in a veil of starlight, looking like an immortal realm, dreamy and illusory. Xianxia remained where he was, calming down for a while before he calmed down. Since the Scarlet Blood War banner had been collected, Xianxia must have planted something similar to the black lotus mark on Xianxia's body, allowing him to track him at any time. Furthermore, Xianxia had worked together with another old holy venerate. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was a mess for Xianxia. Right now, the correct choice should be to go as far away as possible. However, Xianxia was not resigned to this. He could not swallow this frustration. Actually, Xianxia had already imperceptibly become a demon in his heart. If he couldn't defeat this person, then he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If Xianxia could not defeat this person, he would not be able to go far on the path of the martial Tao. Ever since Xianxia entered the Great Thousand Realms, he had walked alone until now. Others would not be able to understand the hardships he had gone through. Right now, he felt extremely humiliated. However, the word give up never existed in Xianxia's dictionary. He would never give up until he did his best. The path of cultivation did not depend on talent. Who could persevere with the pride in their hearts and never give up? Who would be able to ascend the throne that stood at the peak in the end? Xianxia did not move blindly. He closed his eyes and went through all his trump cards. Then he seriously analyzed the information he obtained. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, there was no confusion, no resentment, no anger. His eyes were like clear water, calm and penetrating. They looked like endless waves. However, if one peered into those deep eyes, one would see the flame hidden in the depths of Xianxia's eyes. The blazing flame burned brightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the illumination of starlight, Xianxia quickly traveled through the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. Although he was already very late, Xianxia was not in a rush. He slowly advanced at only a tenth of his usual speed. Xianxia had already expected that the mysterious cave at the main peak that swallowed up the demonic clouds would be extraordinary. If he went early, he might not have an opportunity. Perhaps he would just leave behind a pile of bones to pave the way for later generations. At this moment, people rushed over from thousands of kilometers around the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak. All of them chased after the stars and the moon, moving astonishingly fast, afraid of being too slow. Immediately, The demonic light treasure tools bathed in starlight materialized another scene in the sky above the 100,000 great peaks. This place was originally the remnant of the myriad holy church. Since then, all sorts of treasures had appeared. This was especially so for the main peak. This year, the mysterious phenomenon happened early, and a mysterious cave appeared at the main peak. It would be hard not to attract attention. Xiaochen already felt several terrifying auras rushing over, radiating vast demonic might and starlight. Everywhere these auras passed, the ground trembled, forcing people to retreat, not daring to get close at all. The commotion caused by this scene was much greater than when the inherited Dao tool appeared. The many true inheritors, the experts of the 7-star pirate ships, and the demonic Dao sect elders were probably rushing over at their fastest speed. So many corpses. As Xiaochen walked over, he saw more and more corpses strewn all over the ground, dying incredibly miserable deaths. Before the competition officially started, the competition already started. All sorts of killings appeared. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the sky, and demonic chi surged into the sky. Clearly, people started fighting over a disagreement. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Veritable essence energy surged, and thunderous sounds rang out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ferocious beast flew out of the mountains. Then, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed up all the people fighting. Following that, the ferocious beast shrank to human form. It turned out that the peak experts of the Heavenly Eagle Castle had executed their demonic cultivation techniques and turned into ferocious beasts, eating up all the people fighting in one go. Trash! With this bit of strength, you dare to snatch fortuitous encounters? How dare you block the way? You deserve to die. The gray-clad man licked his lips and landed on a huge heavenly thunder eagle in the air. Thunder rang out as the gray-clad man rushed to the main peak at lightning speed. It was a true inheritor. Xiaochen felt startled. This person arrived really quickly. However, although this person was strong, there was still a gap between him and Xianxia and that skinny old man. Although Xiaochen felt that this person was very strong, he did not feel any fear. Since even a true inheritor was here, Xiaochen no longer hid his strength. He moved at full speed. 1 hour later, Xiaochen's figure flashed. He leaped up and gently landed at the mysterious cave on the main peak. Chapter 1812. It arrived. All the demonic clouds in the sky had already been sucked into this mysterious cave. The black demonic clouds that filled the cave turned into all sorts of strange-looking demonic beasts. Their furious roars shook the sky and ground. All sorts of aggrieved spirits and evil spirits howled and howled in the churning black clouds at the cave entrance, expressing the helplessness and despair of the world. The boundless hatred made people feel incomparably terrifying. Everywhere Xiaochen looked, he saw countless corpses lying around the cave entrance. The 3 demonic Dao sects and the ferocious pirates of the Starlight Sea must have fought a huge battle here, resulting in many deaths. However, most of the people should have already killed their way into this mysterious cave. As Xiaochen looked up at this huge cave entrance, he felt very insignificant and melancholy. When the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was alive, he should have been as strong as a faux god. As for true gods, Xiaochen felt that they were not there yet. After advancing to true god, one would be able to exist with the world. Their physical bodies would be immortal, and their souls would not be extinguished, existing forever. However, it was said that there were no true gods in the world. It was like how the immortals of the immortal epic lived in the heavenly court. True gods lived in a similar world. This was because true gods had already broken free from the control of the heavenly Tao. They did not suffer from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. If they appeared in the Great Thousand Realms, they would disrupt the order of the world. Under normal circumstances, true gods would not appear in the Great Thousand Realms. Those who could advance to faux god already stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms. They had immortal bodies and long lifespans, nearly immortal. However, even if they did not die, they would still die, just like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King before Xiaochen. What a mysterious cave entrance. It looks like the mouth of a monster. It sucked in 5 million kilometers of demonic clouds in one gulp. How can this be? If this is the mouth of a monster, how strong is that monster? That is impossible. Strange. I heard that the Myriad Holy Church, a large demonic Tao sect, discovered a startling secret of the Myriad Star Mountain, resulting in the destruction of the entire sect. I wonder if it has something to do with this mysterious cave entrance? Just at this moment, another group of people arrived near the cave entrance. When they saw the various mysterious phenomena materialized in the surging demonic clouds, they did not rush in. However, they did not advance rashly. Instead, they gathered together and discussed softly. When Xiaochen heard that, he looked at the hole again. This might really be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth. Given that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance should be in his body. The body of a Void God Realm expert must have something special and unique. It must be dangerous. So. Light shone everywhere. Some of the demonic Tao cultivators behind could not help charging over. Sensing that someone had entered, the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave immediately transformed into various ferocious beasts and flew over. After entering the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, there were sounds of intense fighting. Suddenly, miserable screams came from inside. The people who went in all died inside. Many scarlet aggrieved spirits materialized in the churning demonic clouds. These were the demonic Tao cultivators who rushed in earlier. F***ck, this demonic cloud is actually devouring the flesh and blood of cultivators to grow. Even if they die, they will not be able to reincarnate. Who knows how many people will be stumped by just this entrance? This is really frustrating. We clearly know that this is the entrance to the treasure trove, but we still cannot enter. When the group of demonic Tao cultivators saw the mysterious phenomenon of the demonic clouds at the entrance, they all cursed, venting the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Xiaochen thought to himself, with my speed, I can instantly break through this demonic cloud with the Thunder Dragon Burst. Without getting entangled in the demonic cloud, I can pass through without any injuries. This is not a problem for me. Just as Xiaochen was about to make his move, an incredibly strong aura suddenly spread out. He felt a chill run down his back as a boundless chill assaulted him. A strange 300-meter-long bird that seemed illusory and real slowly descended from the sky, carrying a few people. An underworld ghost bird. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He had long heard of this strange bird that could immaterialize its physical body. It had a strong spatial attribute. Legend had it that it was born in the abyssal underworld. One could find the door to the abyssal underworld by riding it. It's the Blood Demon Royal Hall's people. Upon seeing the underworld ghost bird appear, the nearby people immediately recognized the people on the bird's back. There are very few underworld ghost birds. Only true inheritors are qualified to have them. The leader's aura is so strong. Could it be the top true inheritor, Yunmubai? The top true inheritor. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help looking carefully. He saw that the leader of the underworld ghost bird was dressed in white. This person's complexion was very fair, like that of a woman's. There was a blood moon mark on his forehead, and beautiful maidservants surrounded him. Before Xiaochen could look carefully, the underworld ghost bird pierced through the demonic cloud. Its body slowly immaterialized, and the people on its back melted into the air as well. Just like that, the underworld ghost bird silently entered unscathed. The underworld ghost bird truly lives up to its name. How miraculous! Yunmubai already appeared. Then, the fantasy cloud sects Xiaoxian and the heavenly eagle castles Longtingyu should be arriving soon. They are all experts. I heard that these three are late-stage star venerates, unrivaled among star venerates. Without a holy venerate, no one can injure them. They will only be seeking death. The underworld ghost bird was indeed strong. However, that was all. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, and the thunder dragon burst instantly exploded. Thunder roared, and he moved like an aurora, instantly piercing through the demonic cloud. Damn, who's this? How fast? Since when did such an expert appear in the vicinity? It should be the upper echelon of a 7-star pirate ship. I heard that the 3 great 7-star pirate groups of the Myriad Star Sea region, the Silver Fox Pirate Group, the Blood Shadow Pirate Group, and the Berserk Wind Pirate Group are all here. This is getting more and more chaotic. We can't even enter this hole. It looks like we won't be able to obtain any benefits at all. After piercing through the demonic cloud, Xiaochen followed the only path down and looked around. From top to bottom, there were walls comparable to divine gold, incomparably sturdy. When one stretched out one's hand to touch them, one would feel an eternal and inextinguishable feeling. The nearby sharp-eyed experts could tell that these walls were extraordinary. They took out their Dao tools, wanting to smash them down. However, none of them succeeded. Instead, the Dao tools of some people were not strong enough. Cracks appeared on their Dao tools, and the great Dao they contained showed signs of crumbling. Damn it! What the hell is this place? To think that my Dao tools are crippled just like that. This is incredible. A complete great Dao actually crumbled. Some Star Venerate experts felt regret, wanting to cry. As Xiaochen looked at this long tunnel, he entered deep thought. If the entrance of the tunnel was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, if the hole was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, then they were currently walking in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's throat. As Xiaochen looked at the long tunnel and the terrifyingly tough walls, he could not help feeling startled. How strong was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body when he was alive? My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words started with these 3 sentences. Now that Xiaochen saw it for himself, he realized that it was true. In fact, it was even more than that. Xiaochen kept walking forward. After 500 kilometers, the temperature suddenly soared. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared in front. The sea of blood surged like lava. It gurgled and gave off steam. This was a burning sea of blood. The sea of blood was vast, and a continent floated in the center. The burning sea of blood was another hurdle. Not only was it very hot, but there were also many flaming fish monsters in it. With one look, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. That continent? Xiaochen frowned slightly. There seemed to be another world in that continent. When he looked in, he vaguely saw 2 different lights spreading in the surroundings. Heart like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. Could that continent be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart? It is very likely that the inheritance is in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. The scorching blood was this boundless sea of blood that burned endlessly. The vast continent floating above the sea of blood was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. There was a world in it. The sun and moon existed together, shining together for 10,000 years. If one could find that treasure sword filled with pride in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, one could obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and inherit the treasures he left behind. Perhaps a person like Xianxia would not understand what this body is like a sword represented. However, from a certain perspective, Xiaochen felt that Xianxia was the same kind of person as the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Now that he arrived at the place indicated by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, he immediately understood. Chapter 1813. Raging flames surged, and the sea of blood was boundless. As more and more cultivators passed through the demonic clouds, more and more cultivators gathered at the seaside. With the lesson of the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, no one dared to act rashly this time. Xiaochen suddenly became vigilant. It seemed that more and more people were paying attention to him. He had condensed his will of soul and made several breakthroughs in his physical body. It was just a look, but Xiaochen could feel it. A long time ago, he had exposed himself in the princess's mansion because of a single glance. Now, he also possessed such strength. Without batting an eyelid, he listened attentively. A moment later, he understood the reason behind it. It turned out to be a group from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Xiaochen had killed Xianxia, the strongest core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, in front of everyone. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples hid in the crowd, fearing Xiaochen's strength. He acted very cautiously, only occasionally glancing at Xiaochen. Not a single trace of his killing intent leaked out. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. These fellows were secretly passing down orders to summon the sect's true disciples or elders. Xiao. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he flew towards the Scarlet Sea. As soon as he flew into the Blood Sea, Xiao Chen felt the pressure increase by 1,000 times. His body fell into the sea like a kite with a broken string. "We've been discovered. Stop him." The expressions of the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples who had been watching Xiao Chen in secret changed drastically, and they all attacked from a distance. Killer moves were launched toward Xiao Chen without holding back. After seeing Xiao Chen instantly kill Xianxia in one move, these Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples did not underestimate Xiao Chen just because of his cultivation. When he attacked, he used his best killer move. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists nearby. What kind of grudge did so many core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle actually attack together? Who was the white-robed bladesman? To think that these core disciples used killing moves to deal with a major primal core venerate. In the air, Xiao Chen did not panic. He first activated his divine dragon war body and stabilized his descent. Xiao Chen circulated the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The two vast veritable essence energies spun at the same time, and Xiao Chen's aura immediately soared. As Xiao Chen's hair flew about, the Scarlet Sea below churned endlessly, kicking up towering waves. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiao Chen directly used brute force to break the technique. Using his vast and vigorous quintessential essence, he directly struck out with his palm. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a formless Taiji force field appeared around Xiao Chen. The Taiji force field weakened the wind. With a single palm strike, he blocked all the remaining attacks. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His body gently floated as he continued to fly away. The shockwaves spread out and fell into the sea of blood, causing pillars of blood-colored water to form. Senior brother Yang will be here soon. We can't let him leave like this. The 10-odd Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples at the seaside leaped up and chased after Xiao Chen at the same time. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples all took out their Heavenly Thunder Eagles and frantically chased over the blazing Scarlet Sea. The scorching Scarlet Sea was terrifyingly hot. Those Heavenly Thunder Eagles all felt very anxious and restless, crying out in pain. However, under the forceful control of their masters, they had no choice but to continue flying. With all sorts of stimulation, the Heavenly Thunder Eagle's peak speed was brought out. What kind of deep grudge is this? Forcefully controlling the Heavenly Thunder Eagles like this will exhaust a lot of energy. If they are not careful, they might even get burned to death. That white-robed bladesman seems to be the one who killed Xianxia with one saber strike earlier. It's him. No wonder. The strongest core disciple was killed. If they cannot establish their might, it will have a great impact on the sect's reputation. The crowd whispered to each other. Many of the cultivators who did not see it personally understood what happened. They all showed shocked expressions. They did not know when such a strong bladesman appeared in the Starlight Sea. The Scarlet Sea was very vast, but it was still a long way from that continent. Xiao Chen did not dare to speed up at full speed. 1 hour later, 10-odd Heavenly Thunder Eagles caught up to Xiao Chen. After all, this group of people overdrew on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle's life force. Xiao Chen could not compare to them. Brats, stay here. When the person at the very front saw that Xiao Chen was close, he pushed off the ground and left the Heavenly Thunder Eagles back, chasing after Xiao Chen. Boom. However, the moment that person left the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that he continuously circulated instantly paused. Damn it! Why is the gravity of this Scarlet Sea 100-fold stronger? Whoosh! However, before that person could stabilize his body, he saw a saber light charging at him. Before he could react, 81 saber lights appeared on his body. Blood spurted out from his wounds, and he fell into the sea like a shot put. After Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, he looked at the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciple, who was instantly burned to bones in the Scarlet Sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen turned around and continued flying forward. The martial technique that the little monk felt was flashy and impractical was actually very useful in many cases. the familiar scene reappeared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle cultivators in hot pursuit paused and got their Heavenly Thunder Eagles to stop. It was this move again. Another instant kill in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was this person? Humph. Since when did my Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples become so cowardly? Bunch of trash. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the distance. Then, the whistling sound drew closer. The horrifying pressure slowly increased, making it even harder to move in this scarlet sea, which had an extremely strong gravity in the first place. In the end, Xiaochen was still too slow. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he stopped. Senior brother Yang is here. He can't run anymore. The many Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples behind immediately heaved a sigh of relief, showing joy on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces did not freeze. Instead, they saw an eternal and inextinguishable saber light sweeping over. The Heavenly Thunder Eagles that the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples rode were struck. They cried out miserably as they were chopped in half. The Heavenly Thunder Eagles had already severely overdrawn on their life force in the first place, suffering the assault of the heat waves at every moment. How could they survive under Xiaochen's Mahama abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane? The disciples on the Heavenly Thunder Eagles did not expect that Xiaochen would seek trouble for them instead of fighting senior brother Yang. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not seek trouble for themselves but for the Heavenly Thunder Eagles they rode. When they felt the gravity of the Scarlet Sea, their shock turned into horror. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Boom, 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 boom. The Thunder Great Tao energy and Primal Chaos veritable essence energy that filled Xiaochen's body exploded 9 times in a row. The remaining 9 simply could not block Xiaochen's fast saber technique in time. After getting struck by the saber and the shock waves from resolving the mundane, although they were not fatal, they could not stabilize their bodies. With extremely dissatisfied expressions, they fell into the Scarlet Sea and burned into a pile of withered bones. The demonic Tao cultivators on the distant seaside all felt a chill run down their backs when they saw this scene. This white-clad bladesman looked delicate and pretty, not like someone of the demonic Tao. However, when this bladesman attacked, he was even more ruthless than a demonic Tao cultivator. He did not say anything or make any unnecessary movements. You are seeking death. When the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciple that rushed over saw this scene, he nearly went crazy with rage. As he roared, his body continuously enlarged. Suddenly, he turned into a huge and terrifying ferocious beast, charging at Xiaochen to bite him. It's you. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He recalled seeing this scene along the way. Unexpectedly, he ran into this person so soon. However, Xiaochen did not want to fight with this person now. Without the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples holding him back, this person could not catch up to him. We will meet again in the future. Xiaochen smiled faintly and executed the Thunder Dragon burst at full power. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and moved 50 kilometers backward. After that, Xiaochen's figure flickered, and he changed directions again. He stood on a lightning dragon, moving incredibly nimbly in this blazing scarlet sea. The ferocious beast turned into a human. As Yang Feng looked at Xiaochen, who was already far away in the scarlet sea, he gritted his teeth in hatred. This was Yang Feng's first time being toyed with so miserably. Furthermore, that person even killed all the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples in front of him. Do you think that you can run? No one has ever escaped from me, Yang Feng, when Yang Feng, want to kill them. Yang Feng roared ferociously. As he circulated his demonic Tao cultivation technique, his expression turned sinister. Suddenly, his body exploded, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then he ran on the Scarlet Sea. He moved as fast as the wind, traveling 50 kilometers with each step. Chapter 1814. Yang Feng, who had turned into a 3,000-meter-tall giant, immediately increased his speed. Every step he took caused the sea to rumble endlessly. Boundless waves of blood rolled endlessly. This is the Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body Technique's Heavenly Demon Emergence. I heard that one can execute this secret technique only after cultivating it to the 9th layer. This Yang Feng truly lives up to being a true inheritor of the heavenly eagle castle. When the many demonic Dao cultivators at the Scarlet Sea saw Yang Feng transform into a 3-kilometer-tall Yang Feng, they were all startled. Originally, they thought that after Xiaochen killed those heavenly eagle castle core disciples at lightning speed, he could use his movement technique to leave. But who would have thought that Yang Feng would actually be so powerful that he could directly cultivate the celestial devil tyrant body art to the 9th level? After transforming into a 10,000 zhang giant, his body grew larger, but his movement technique did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its speed increased exponentially. In just a moment, he had caught up to Xiaochen, who had gone far away. It must be said that he was indeed terrifying. Boom boom boom. Behind him, thunderous booms resounded. With every step Yang Feng took, the blazing sea of blood shook violently. It was as if the entire world was spinning, and even space itself was a little chaotic. In fact, this was not Xiaochen's illusion. Space itself had already been affected. After Yang Feng's body had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, the space around him had already been affected. The terrifying sky demon hockey technique continued to circulate, crazily extracting the power of everything in the world. It was now equivalent to an ancient ferocious beast, affecting the normal operation of the world. Yang Feng leaped up ferociously and clenched his fist. The wind from his fist was like a mountain as he punched at Xiaochen. His fist was like a small mountain. When it landed, a huge shadow enveloped Xiaochen. It was as if heaven and earth had turned dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. As Xiaochen controlled the Thunder Great Dao's power, Xiaochen poured the Great Dao's power and veritable essence energy into his left foot. Xiaochen gently tapped his feet on the surface of the sea. The surging Scarlet Sea was like cotton candy. As his foot landed, everything within a radius of 100 miles caved in. Boom! Before the Scarlet Sea could bounce back, it was shattered by Yang Feng's fist. Amidst the loud noise, the sea of blood churned even more violently. Bang! Bang! Yang Feng, who had caught up, attacked crazily. Every move he made contained a terrifying force. An ordinary early-stage star venerate would not even be able to withstand one punch from the berserk Yang Feng. In this storm of attacks that tore apart the sea of blood, Xiaochen was like a nimble little bird. He flew back and forth amidst the rain of flames and blood. Not a single one of them managed to hit him. As long as he was hit, even if it was only half a move, Xiaochen would have to die here. This guy's attack was too terrifying, and the power was still increasing. Even Xiaochen did not dare to fight him head-on at this time. As Xiaochen dodged, his comprehension of the Thunder Dragon steps deepened bit by bit. After finding the rhythm, Xiaochen had an easier time dealing with the attacks. He was nimble, dodging like the wind. He dodged it. Yang Feng's storm-like attacks caused people to tremble in fear. However, in such a dangerous environment, Xiaochen was able to handle it. It was hard to imagine that Xiaochen was just a major primal core venerate. Suddenly, everyone saw a strange scene. Xiaochen, who had been on the mountain wall, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at the 3-kilometer-tall giant. Whoosh! Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. The celestial demon tyrant body art became more ferocious the longer it lasted. The longer it lasted, the more horrifying the attack. Right now, even a holy venerate would have to retreat from Yang Feng's attacks. To think that Xiaochen wanted to clash head-on. Brat, you are seeking death. Things move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Solitary Een does not exist, and things that are too hard break easily. Can you still hold on after fighting for so long? Stop pretending and scram. Xiaochen smiled coldly. He had done some research on the celestial demon tyrant body art. He knew that this demonic cultivation technique could not be continuously circulated. Otherwise, it would self-destruct sooner or later. Now was the time for Yang Feng to stop the demonic cultivation technique. Damn it! As Yang Feng watched Xiaochen charge at him fearlessly and courageously, hatred filled his heart. Yang Feng simply could not imagine why Xiaochen's eyes were so cunning. Seeing Xiaochen approach, Yang Feng roared ferociously and retreated quickly. His physical body reverted to its original form, and his aura plummeted. Just at this moment, when Yang Feng reverted to his original form, Xiao Chen's fist light landed on his chest. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The two veritable essence energies in Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Two streams of energy continuously spun around Xiao Chen as he punched. Demonic Qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy mixed and exploded. It was not over yet. At the moment when the two veritable essence energies exploded, Xiao Chen activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline's might. The divine dragon warbody's dragon might increased, and 20 cauldron force followed right after. The first wave of explosions shattered all the defenses of the shrunken Yang Feng. Then, 20 cauldron force landed on his body without holding anything back. Dang! The dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and an ancient and savage aura spread out in all directions. Dragon might shook the surroundings. Yang Feng vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a meteor, landing on the shore. Yang Feng's strength was somewhat scary. The Heavenly Eagle Castle is only SOSO. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and spread his arms. Electric dragons surrounded him as he headed proudly over the vast Scarlet Sea. Yang Feng, who fell into Xiao Chen's trap and crashed to the shore, was so frustrated that he vomited another mouthful of blood when he heard this. The other cultivators at the shore had already fled far away. They did not dare to appear by Yang Feng's side at this moment. A bona fide Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritor was reduced to such a sorry state. Who knew how angry he would be? Hey! Isn't this Brother Yang? What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so unsightly? Did you eat dog shit? Just at this moment, unpleasant mocking laughter rang out. A handsome but evil young man walked over with a group of people. This was O Jinyun, second only to the top true inheritor of the Fantasy Cloud sect, Xiahou Xian. The nearby crowd felt startled. Another ruthless person arrived. The Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect had always been on bad terms. Now that they saw Yang Feng's dispirited appearance, they could not help mocking him. Ha! Senior Brother O, that might really be possible. The people of the Heavenly Eagle Castle just love to eat. Ferocious beast corpses, cultivator corpses, they eat them all. Perhaps they really ate dog shit. That's right. Otherwise, why would his expression be so unsightly? With O Jinyun backing them, the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples did not fear the severely injured Yang Feng. O Jinyun, you loser! Do you think that you can bully me as you please just because I'm injured? After being repeatedly thwarted, Yang Feng, who was on the ground, became so frustrated that he vomited blood. He roared and charged at O Jinyun. You overestimate yourself. O Jinyun smiled coldly. He actually did nothing when facing Yang Feng's incredibly ferocious punch. Bang! The fist light collided with Yang Feng's chest and produced a muffled sound. Yang Feng screamed in pain. Yang Feng cried out in pain, revealing an extremely horrified expression. He could not help punching again with his left hand, resulting in another dull sound. The bones in his two arms were shattered by the recoil, and they were temporarily crippled. This old man refined this essence magnetic treasure armor to deal with you mad dogs of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Today, I will deal with you first. O Jinyun grinned, looking incredibly ferocious. He waved his hand, and a ghost pennant appeared in his right hand. Then he waved it gently. Ghosts howled and aggrieved spirits howled. Then, a 1,000-legged centipede made of demonic qi flew out of the ghost pennant. The centipede wobbled as it chased after the retreating Yang Feng. Yang Feng felt incredible regret in his heart. Dragging his crippled arms, he ran for his life in a sorry state. Ha! Senior brother, look at him now. He really looks like a dog. When the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples saw Yang Feng running away with his arms dangling, they all started laughing. O Jinyun showed an extremely cocky expression, feeling very pleased in his heart. Seeing that he managed to push Yang Feng to this extent, he smiled and said, Yang Feng, in the future, when you see this old man, run far away. Come, let's quickly go to that continent. The myriad holy church was once destroyed there. There must be a great fortuitous encounter there. This time, after I obtain the Essence Magnetic Treasure Armor, I will definitely kill everyone. Oh Jinyun felt very heroic as he controlled the thousand-legged centipede to carry the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples across the Scarlet Sea. Chapter 1815. Xiao Chen finally set foot on that continent, which was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. This continent was incomparably vast, and it looked just like a real continent. There were already countless experts on this continent. Strong auras spread in the air. Xiao Chen even sensed the auras of several holy venerates. As expected, those holy venerates had probably already noticed that something was wrong with this forbidden land. However, Xiao Chen did not know where Xianxia and Senior Chai were now. The two of them were very strong and had the Scarlet Blood War banner. The obstacles in front would not be able to harm them at all. The gravity on the heart was much stronger than that of the Sea of Fire. Walking in it was a great test of a cultivator's physical body. Xiao Chen cultivated the Divine Dragon War body and activated 30 to 40% of his Blue Dragon bloodline. Hence, he did not feel much pressure flying in it. The ancient bloodline gave Xiao Chen a huge advantage. It allowed him, a major primal core venerate, to move about freely in this heart. He was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate or holy venerate old monster. What a strong life force! To think that I can still feel the pulse of my heart. After Xiao Chen stepped on the ground, a mysterious energy came from the depths of the ground, affecting the rate of everyone's heartbeat. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also felt sword intent. For someone as sensitive as him, he could easily sense the hazy sword intent that was everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Everything here, be it the rocks, the mountains, or the trees, was as straight and sharp as a sword. Unfortunately, this was not saber intent. If it were, Xiao Chen would cultivate it here. By absorbing the saber intent everywhere, his saber Dao would advance at a rapid pace, advancing at a rapid pace. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. In many places, the demonic clouds churned, turning into a vast army and ancient mutated beasts. The demonic clouds seemed to be hiding something on purpose. From a distance, they looked exceptionally eye-catching. Let's go over and take a look. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning, flickering as he moved quickly. Soon, Xiao Chen caught up to the people who had crossed the blazing sea of blood. These people seemed to know that the continent was incredibly dangerous and that there were many unpredictable things, so they temporarily formed a simple team. A major primal core venerate. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, many of these people revealed strange expressions. Many early-stage star venerates had fallen in love with him. Many early-stage star venerates could not make it here, yet a venerate came. This was truly surprising. Humph. He probably relied on some treasure to rush all the way here. I'm afraid he's a relative of some sect's elder. Let him fend for himself. The leader was a white-clad late-stage star venerate old man. He said coldly, "Let's continue on our way. Be more careful. Everything here is very strange. We might lose our lives at any moment." Clearly, this group of people's destination was also the demonic clouds. However, Xiao Chen's and Xiao Chen followed him on. Chen's Tian Chen's. He Chen's King Dragon Ling Chen's S off. See Sect King with Chen is Tian Chen star. Xiao Chen passed through a dense forest without any mishaps. Then, a boundless grassland appeared before his eyes. Every blade of grass was about half a meter long and as straight as a sword. When the wind blew, they did not move at all. This was very surprising. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such straight grass. Indeed. Even the wind cannot move them. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. The saber intent in his body suddenly trembled slightly. This was a sign of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cool breeze blew over. Bloody holes of various sizes silently appeared in the group of people in the front. Before they could say anything, they fell over. Immediately, the group fell into chaos. They all retreated, using veritable essence energy to protect themselves and drawing their weapons. It was a sword. The wind contained the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind when he was alive. This vast grassland was the manifestation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's sword intent. The people who fell were not just swept away by the wind. While they were clicking their tongues in wonder, the sword intent had already started to silently invade them. Xiaochen could not help feeling his hair stand on end. Could it be that the saber intent in his body was trembling uncontrollably? It turned out that it was clashing with the sword intent. How terrifying! No matter how insignificant a swordsman's sword intent was, it was still incredibly sharp, ferocious, and tyrannical. Xiaochen had never heard of a sword intent that could be so gentle, silent, and yet not losing its sharpness. Just how powerful must such a sword Dao be? It was simply unimaginable. Someone started to make a move, sending out a large fire, wanting to burn all the sword grass away. Who knew? It would have been better if the sword grass had not been burned. Now that it was burned, something major happened. A strong wind blew. The boundless sword intent hidden in the wind covered the sky and sun as it surged over. It was a sword wind. However, no one could tell whether it was a sword wind or a sword hidden in the wind. As the sword wind surged over, everyone panicked. Several people immediately took out their Dao tools. They could not even take care of themselves. Occasionally, miserable cries rang out as the sword wind pierced their bodies. The sword intent tore apart their bones, flesh, and blood, inflicting incredible pain. Boom! Amid this chaotic scene, a person roared at the sky. A resplendent and dazzling saber intent soared into the clouds. Xiaochen did not draw his saber. A halo of great Dao energy appeared behind him. He did not panic in the face of danger. He used his saber intent to clash with the sword wind. Xiaochen charged forward ferociously, the Dao halo protecting him as he clashed with the sword wind. Metallic clangs rang out, sounding exceptionally melodious and resounding in the surroundings. Unknowingly, Xiaochen had reached the very front. As the others panicked, it looked like he was about to break through the sword wind. What a strong saber intent! Great Dao energy! This youth is not simple. He actually comprehended the saber Dao's great Dao energy. To think that I could not tell earlier. If I can get on his good side and get him to bring me out, it might not be impossible. Before the envious gazes of the many experts, Xiaochen relied on his strong saber Dao cultivation to advance bit by bit. Young man, I can tell that you still have energy to spare. Give us a hand. The eyes of the leader, the white-clad old man, flickered as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen turned his head back and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can tell that Senior is doing this with ease as well. Clearly, you still have energy to spare. It does not look like you need help." This old fellow was very shrewd. As a late-stage star venerate, as long as he paid the price, he could break through this sword wind quickly. The white-clad old man wanted to rely on flattery to get Xiaochen to work hard for him foolishly. There was no such thing as that. As the white-clad old man spoke, Xiaochen broke through the sword wind. He switched to his great Dao energy, and electric light flickered around his body as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon steps. Thunder Great Dao. When the white-clad old man saw Xiaochen bring out another great Dao energy, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing some of his thoughts. After passing through the huge sword wind and stopping on this grassy plain, Xiaochen looked around. However, he did not rush. Every stalk of sword grass was extremely valuable. Xiaochen wondered if he should take all the sword grass away. If others knew what Xiaochen was thinking, they would definitely call him a lunatic. In the green grassland, the sword intent was invading his body at every moment. Every moment he stayed here was an additional risk. He could not wait to leave. How could he stop and think about these sword grass? However, Xiaochen was different. His saber Dao's great Dao energy had already reached an extremely deep level. Although it could not compare to the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind, it did not reach the level of combining hardness and softness. However, with his divine dragon war body, he could barely protect himself. As Xiaochen observed in secret, he discovered something interesting. The wind in the air did not come from the turbulence in the distance. Instead, it came from the sword grass themselves. In this boundless grassland, there were some sword grasses that would tremble slightly. The wind was coming from them. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense, continuously expanding it. He discovered a total of 7 such sword grass. Such strong sword grass could not be called simply. They were monarchs of swords, kings of grass. Calling them sword monarch grass would be more appropriate. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the closest sword monarch grass. Then he landed in the grass. The sword grass immediately pierced his body, covering him in wounds and blood. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these external wounds. He bent over and grabbed the root of the sword monarch grass. When it trembled slightly, he followed its rhythm and pulled out the sword monarch grass. Kasu. The moment Xiao Chen pulled out the sword monarch grass, the sword grass within 500 kilometers immediately shattered like treasured swords, turning into shards flying everywhere. This caused some trouble for the demonic Dao cultivators behind, who were still enduring the sword wind. 1 hour later, all the sword grass in the entire grassy plain broke. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen obtained 7 sword monarch grass. Wuxia. Suddenly, without any warning, 7 strands of sword light shot out of Xiao Chen's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had stayed in the grassy plain for too long. His sword intent had accumulated to a certain level, resulting in an unavoidable sword wound. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. Furthermore, his saber intent had been draining the sword intent, so he only suffered a sword wound of this level. If it were Pang Ran, he would definitely die. Worth it. As Xiao Chen looked at the 7 jade-green sword monarch grass in his hand, he revealed a faint smile. Chapter 1816. With the 7 sword monarch herbs in hand, Xiao Chen showed joy on his face. A vast sword intent burst out of his hand, causing Xiao Chen's clothes and long hair to flutter continuously. As Xiao Chen held the sword monarch herbs tightly, he felt a chill. The sword intent that leaked out was only an insignificant portion of the vast sword intent of the sword monarch herbs. How strong! If I unleash this sword monarch herb, even a late-stage star venerate old monster would be instantly killed. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he did not know if it could severely injure a holy venerate. After all, he had not fought a holy venerate before, so he could not make an accurate estimate. However, Xiao Chen, who had seen Xianxia make a move before, had a rough idea. If the sword monarch herbs caught Xiao Chen off guard and the opponent did not understand the situation, they could definitely injure a holy venerate. It all depended on how severe the injury was. However, Xiao Chen could not use these sword monarch herbs right now. He needed to refine them properly. At the very least, he could not let them continue leaking sword intent. Such a waste would make one's heart ache. Xiao Chen raised his head and opened his heavenly eye. Then he swept his gaze around. After a while, he found a secluded place. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and flew over. After arriving at the secluded place, Xiao Chen laid a simple defensive formation. Then he started to use the heavenly flame to refine these sword monarch herbs. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen still had some injuries. He could take this opportunity to recuperate before departing. 3 days later, he successfully refined the sword monarch herbs. The half-meter-long sword soul grass was refined to the size of a palm. It looked very simple and unadorned. They looked very plain and looked like ordinary grass. However, their hardness was somewhat different. They were like thin short swords. Xiao Chen infused his soul energy into them. After familiarizing himself with them, Xiao Chen could control them as he pleased. With a thought, the 7 sword monarch herbs layered over each other and turned into a beam of light dancing around Xiao Chen. With another thought, the 7 sword monarch herbs immediately separated, moving as he pleased and controlling them as he pleased. Withdraw! Xiao Chen spread his hand, and the 7 sword monarch grass were hidden in his sleeve, convenient and secretive. After being delayed for 3 days, his pace had slowed down a little, but Xiao Chen didn't mind. They were fast, but without sufficient trump cards and strength, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, no matter how fast you are, could you possibly be faster than Xianxia and Elder Chai? Thinking of them, Xiao Chen felt a wave of anger and a trace of helplessness. However, Xiao Chen vaguely felt that these two would come looking for him sooner or later. The Scarlet Blood War banner was no different from a fire stick in his hands. If the final inheritance still required the Scarlet Blood War banner, then the two would have to come back to look for him. This is... Xiao Chen, who was hurrying along, suddenly noticed a huge handprint on the ground in front of him. The area covered by the palm print was extremely vast. It was the size of a city. There were countless broken corpses lying on the ground, and many people were rummaging through those corpses. Several people gained a lot, feeling extremely shocked. It's the myriad Holy Church's experts. They were completely wiped out, killed by someone with one palm strike. How terrifying! Who exactly is this person? To think that he managed to destroy so many experts of the myriad Holy Church with just one palm strike. In the past, there were rumors that the myriad Holy Church was destroyed in one night. Now that I see it, I have no choice but to believe it. When Xiao Chen heard the discussions of the other cultivators in the palm print, he felt shocked as well. Soon he thought of something. It had to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will. Back then, the myriad Holy Church must have discovered this forbidden land by coincidence. Then, the myriad Holy Church mobilized the entire sect to attack. Unfortunately, they did not have the Scarlet Blood War banner and could not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's acknowledgement. When the myriad Holy Church rashly attacked, they ran into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's various backup plans and got completely wiped out. As for why this group of people managed to get here, although there were many hardships, it was because of the harsh environment in the first place. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had not done this on purpose. Otherwise, all of them would have died. It could only be said that Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to open this forbidden land, allowing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will to withdraw. After all, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King wanted to pass down his treasures, not kill every cultivator who barged into this place. Xiao Chen leaped over the palm print. Along the way, he saw all sorts of corpses. These corpses all died in special environments. They were injured by sword qi, which could only be attributed to carelessness. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the place where the demonic clouds churned. Xiao Chen felt a huge pressure as he stood at the summit of the mountain where the demonic clouds churned. The demonic clouds materialized all sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena. There was a vast army, a flood dragon, a flaming phoenix, a centipede, or an ox head. Just looking at them made one tremble in fear. This test before Xiao Chen was much stronger than the one at the entrance of the cave. This time, Xiao Chen could not rely on his speed to charge over unscathed like before. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's tests came one after another. Without the corresponding strength, one would not be qualified to obtain the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. If one died, one died. There was no one to blame. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he drove the Primal Chaos Veritable Essence energy in his 9-star Primal Core and charged over. Boom! The first to charge over was an ox-horned beast materialized by the demonic clouds. It roared ferociously, and black demonic flames burned on its hooves. This ox-horned beast charged at Xiao Chen with a tyrannical force. Its strength was no weaker than Xianxia's. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The 9 stars on Xiao Chen's primal core flickered, and 2 streams of veritable essence energy circulated wildly, forming a formless but unbreakable Taiji force field around Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen punched, the Taiji force field mixed with demonic qi, spiritual energy, and veritable essence energy exploded. The force of one punch shattered this ox-horned beast. Kill, 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 kill. Xiao Chen moved like he was flying and punched like the wind. Fighting spirit surged in his heart. He did not stop at all, charging towards the summit. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, the mountain path was littered with corpses. They were all cultivators who died under the relentless charge of the demonic clouds. There were also cultivators who persisted bitterly, making their way to the summit. Damn it! Who is this youth? He is so strong. He is really fast. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are not as fast. To think that he is just a venerate. Damn, I really don't understand. Seeing Xiao Chen pass by them, these cultivators carefully moving forward were incredibly shocked. Since when did a primal core venerate become so much stronger than them, star venerates? Halfway to the summit, Xiaochen brought out the first Saber Dao's great Dao energy. A dazzling saber light started flickering in his fist light. About 2/3 of the way, Xiaochen activated the Thunder Great Dao. Aside from the resplendent saber light, his body started flickering with a dazzling electric light. With only the final 100 meters remaining, Xiaochen activated half of his blue dragon bloodline and started to circulate his vital qi. Just like that, Xiaochen grew increasingly ferocious. As he stepped on the corpses, he did not stop at all, passing the cultivators who persisted bitterly. Xiaochen entered the surging demonic clouds. Clang. The instant Xiaochen entered the demonic clouds, he did not hesitate to draw his tyrant saber and start a boundless massacre. He fought with all sorts of mutated beasts in the demonic clouds for 3 days. Then, Xiaochen sheathed his saber. His white robes looked spotless as he passed through the demonic clouds, standing proudly. In front of him was a shocking scene. He did not know how high the sky was or how deep the ground was in this vast space. It was like he stood in the starry heavens, feeling an unimaginable vastness. As the saying went, the world was as vast as one's heart was. In the center of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, Xiaochen finally saw the true meaning of this saying. His heart was vast, boundlessly vast. It was hard to imagine that this vast space was just a corner of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. After a huge battle, when Xiaochen saw this scene, he felt boundless shock. The legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, seemed to be announcing that even if I die, you are still as insignificant as ants in my heart, insignificant. To be able to see such a scene, even if I do not obtain anything, it is worth it. As Xiaochen stood at the edge of the cliff, he felt completely convinced. He did not feel any sense of defeat or helplessness. The vast space before Xiaochen was not empty. There were more than 10,000 huge stone pillars in it. When Xiaochen looked around, many of the stone pillars shone with treasure light and spiritual energy spreading out. Of course, this was accompanied by a boundless massacre and all sorts of intense battles. It looked like these stone pillars were treasure pillars. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were hidden in these stone pillars. The cultivators who arrived earlier had already started fighting on the stone pillars. Xiaochen looked into the distance. A clump of flame burned on the centermost stone pillar, illuminating the surroundings. The sky was filled with the radiance of the stars, flickering with resplendent light. A faux god flame. With one glance, Xiaochen could tell the origin of that flame. Just to be careful, Xiaochen leaped into the air and flew towards the stone pillar closest to him. Boom! The moment Xiaochen raised his foot and stepped into the air, he felt like lightning struck him. It was like an invisible mountain fell on his back. This was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's lingering will. It contained boundless might and pressure, the faux god might. Great Dao energy of the divine dragon war body. Xiaochen grunted. Enduring this pressure, he landed on the stone pillar with much difficulty and heaved a long sigh of relief. That was close. If I had not been careful and did not take big steps, I would have fallen. Thinking about this height and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god might, I would have fallen. Once I fell, I would not be able to make a comeback, shattering my bones. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochen landed on the stone pillar, a treasure light flashed in the center of the stone pillar. Then, a pile of spirit jades appeared on the platform. Above the spirit jades was an inherited Dao tool, giving off a dazzling treasure light. An inherited Dao tool. Before Xiaochen could make a move, he saw many figures flying over. They were all the demonic Dao experts that barged in. These people were very strong. However, when they leaped up, several of them were caught off guard. The faux god might ruthlessly push them into the deep abyss. Miserable cries echoed in this vast world, inspiring fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the end, only 4 or 5 people landed on the stone pillar where Xiaochen was. After they landed, they eagerly launched themselves at the inherited Dao tool. However, a murderous intent shot into the sky. The sword light of the inherited Dao tool pierced the bodies of the people who flew over, causing them to die with grievances. Xiaochen had expected this long ago. A glistening golden Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of him, blocking all the sword lights for him. Restrictions. The inherited Dao tool would definitely have restrictions left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. This restriction was simple and tyrannical, nothing fancy at all. It was just a strand of sword chi containing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Chapter 1817. After glancing at the 5 corpses on the stone pillar, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the inherited Dao tool. That was a spear, a treasure that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King casually obtained when he was alive. Clearly he did not use it. Without touching it, Xiao Chen decided to give up after comprehending it for a while. The Tyrant Saber could not compare to Xiao Chen's Tyrant Saber, so he had to take the risk to remove the restrictions. This was simply a waste of time. However, there was no need to stand on ceremony with the spirit jades below. The restrictions on the spirit jades were not strong. Xiao Chen easily took them away. With a wave of his hand, he spent hundreds of thousands of medial-grade spirit jades. Shio. With a leap, Xiao Chen landed on the stone pillar before him. A legacy Dao artifact and a pile of spirit jades appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. Similarly, Xiao Chen only took spirit jades. He wasted no time on the restrictions of the inherited Dao tools. Looking around, one could see that many of the battles on the stone pillars were for the sake of the inherited Dao artifacts. If you want to break the restrictions, you will not only have to deal with the sword chi that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind but also the sneak attacks of the other cultivators. To be honest, it was indeed a waste of time. If the inherited Dao tool left behind was stronger than the Tyrant Saber, it might be able to stop Xiao Chen. If it wasn't as strong as the Overlord Blade, there was no need to waste time on it. He took the spiritual jades and left. Compared to the others who were excited and risking their lives, they might not even be able to obtain an inherited Dao artifact. Xiao Chen appeared to be much more carefree. He landed on a platform and collected the spirit stones. As more and more people passed through the demonic clouds, it was obvious that the battles on the stone pillars would become more and more intense. However, Xiao Chen also discovered something else. The further in he went, the more he looked, the more he felt. The faux god might that Xiao Chen received became stronger. At the start, he only needed to pay attention. Otherwise, the faux god might would not push him into the deep abyss. But gradually, even though he had the intention, every step he took was filled with trepidation. What looked like a game of hopscotch had turned into a gamble with one's life. No one could have predicted this. Xiao Chen wondered how strong the faux god's might would be when he jumped to the next stone pillar. However, everyone could predict that the deeper they jumped, the more valuable the treasures on the stone pillars would be. Xiao Chen, who had been collecting spirit stones, felt very moved. Now, he casually collected more than 1,000,000 spirit jades. In the vast and empty world, a cry of despair suddenly reverberated. It turned out that a martial artist had decided to continue jumping. After being struck by the faux god might, Xiao Chen fell to the ground like a shot put. He executed all sorts of martial techniques, but they were all useless. The shrill screams continued for a long time before a heavy smack was heard. There was no need to look anymore. He had definitely been smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. This pressure was proportional. The faux god's might that one endured at the top of the stone pillar was fine. However, the lower one descended, the stronger the faux god's might. Up until now, no one had expected anything good to happen to them. This miserable cry echoed for a long time. Many of the cultivators who were about to jump felt a chill down their spines and hesitated. The place that seemed to be full of treasures had become a game for the brave. This was a test of one's heart and courage. One jump could separate life and death. This was especially so when one fell to their death. No cultivator would be willing to die in such a sullen manner. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not willing either. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind howled from behind. 4 or 5 people descended to the top of the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. All of them were middle-stage star-venerate old men. Some were demonic Dao loose cultivators, and some were the upper echelon of 7-star pirate ships. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they all showed hostile expressions. Xiao Chen did not want to fight with them. He gently pushed off with his feet and stepped forward. "I'll send you off." "Who knew?" someone behind suddenly attacked. The instant Xiaochen jumped, that person laughed coldly and threw a palm strike. This prompted the others to follow suit. Several attacks immediately flew at Xiaochen. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. However, he could not turn back now. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiaochen could not afford to overthink. He had to face the strengthened foe god might in these killing moves later. He could not afford to get distracted at all. Before the huge pressure, Xiaochen executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. The two Dao might merged and did their best to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god might. Xiaochen moved like lightning, quickly changing positions several times in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiaochen narrowly dodged all the attacks of these old fogies. However, when he landed, he had already charged past several stone pillars and arrived before a stone pillar that Xiaochen had not planned for. What a fellow! To think that he did not die. This youth is not simple. This is a good opportunity to test his limits. Otherwise, he would have purposely left. When we fought ferociously and were caught off guard, we would have fallen for his trap. It is good to chase him away. Seeing Xiaochen avoid several stone pillars and go far away, the people who attacked were startled. What a strong treasure light! There are still people on it. The distant Xiaochen showed a slightly startled expression. He discovered that there were already 3 people on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, Xiaochen needed to climb the stone pillar. He could not hesitate at all. Steeling himself, Xiaochen landed on it. He saw a white mask hovering in the center of the stone pillar. It looked exquisite and smooth, like porcelain. Black demonic qi wafted around the mask. The demonic qi was so dense that it looked like silk. Ancient black scriptures were written on the mask, looking exceptionally strange. This is a soul tool. Xiaochen's heart trembled, and he showed a slightly excited expression. Soul tools were also known as soul tools. Normally, only rank 6 sects were qualified to possess soul tools. As the name suggested, soul tools were treasures that were forbidden from being used during normal times for various reasons. Once used, it would shake the world and turn the tide. This soul tool before Xiaochen was somewhat special. It did not look like an ordinary soul tool but a mask. Mask-type secret treasures were rare in the first place. A soul tool mask would be even more attention-grabbing. Forging a soul tool was extremely difficult. To think that Xiaochen wasted so many resources just to forge a mask. Xiaochen had to admit that this was somewhat willful. The owner of this mask must have looked down on everyone when he was alive. He must have been a powerful overlord. The owner of this mask must have had countless rare resources. Otherwise, he would not have casually used them to forge a mask. Compared to the mask, secret treasures like sabers, swords, cauldrons, and bells were clearly more valuable. However, that was not certain. This was Xiaochen's first time seeing a secret treasure. His thoughts ran wild, causing him to short-circuit. Young man, this is a soul tool. What do you think? It is beautiful, right? 3 people stood in each corner of the stone pillar's platform. The one who spoke was a somewhat plump, middle-aged man. He smiled at Xiaochen. Xiaochen sensed for a while, and his heart sank slightly. This time, he had really jumped into a wolf's den. These 3 were peak late-stage star venerates. Their auras were exceptionally deep and distant. With one look, it was clear that they had been at this cultivation realm for a long time. Every one of them could be said to be unrivaled among star venerates. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be hard to suppress them. Aside from the middle-aged fatso, the other 2 were a pretty woman of indeterminate age and a cold, black-clad swordsman. The pretty woman looked at Xiaochen and smiled charmingly. What a handsome junior. Come to elder sister's side. Elder sister will explain to you what a soul tool is. The pretty woman smiled faintly, looking very charming. It was like thousands of flowers bloomed in Xiaochen's heart, giving him a favorable impression out of nowhere. Charm technique? This is child's play. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. However, he did not know what to do about it. He seemed to have entered a situation that could erupt at any moment. Clearly, these 3 had been at a stalemate for a long time. None of them were confident of winning. Seeing Xiaochen arrive, The eyes of the middle-aged fatso and the pretty woman lit up. They thought to themselves, here comes a stepping stone. The middle-aged fatso smiled and said, "Little brother, you must not go over. This flower beauty is the famous venomous widow. If the men who died under her skirt were piled up, they would be taller than this pillar." Ha! Damn you, fatso! How dare you expose this old lady's secret? Ah! Do you still need someone to expose your secret? You are already an old monster that has lived for several hundred years. You are really shameless to try to seduce this junior. So, little brother, come to my side. As the saying goes, fat people are kind at heart. This is definitely true. The middle-aged fatso's words were very vicious, angering the pretty woman so much that she wished she could kill him immediately. At the same time, the pretty woman giggled and invited Xianxia to stand with her. However, the cold swordsman did not say anything. He only drew his sword by 1 centimeter. A strand of resplendent and dazzling sword light instantly landed at Xianxia's feet, leaving a deep sword mark on this ancient stone pillar. Clearly, this was a threat to Xianxia, telling him not to move and not to go to any side. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the sword light at his feet. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I will not pick a side." However, right after Xianxia spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled the soul treasure over. Chapter 18:18. Of course, Xianxia would not choose a side. The soul tool was right before him. His thoughts were very simple. I have to obtain it. The instant the porcelain-like mask was sucked into Xianxia's hand, the strong restrictions in it immediately activated. A resonant sword hum rang out, and the mask burst out with a resplendent sword light. A terrifying might spread out from it. The sword chi containing the scarlet blood pirate kings will shot out in all directions. Kasi. The sword light flashed everywhere, looking resplendent and dazzling. The middle-aged man, fatso, the pretty woman, and the cold swordsman were preparing to attack Xianxia. However, when the sword light arrived, they had no choice but to face the sword chi first. Xianxia had expected this long ago. The moment he touched the mask, he immediately let go and executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The restriction that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left on the soul tool was much stronger than an inherited Dao tool. The sword chi instantly pierced through the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, turning it into flames and scattering. Fortunately, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram blocked for a moment, giving Xianxia time to dodge. Xianxia tilted his body slightly and dodged. Chi! The sword chi left a mark on the right side of Xianxia's face, leaving a wound that leaked out blood. Compared to Xianxia, who was already prepared, the other three were caught off guard. This strand of sword chi nearly knocked them off the stone pillar. It was not over yet. The sword chi in the mask had yet to scatter. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will was in the mask. As long as that will did not scatter, the sword chi would remain forever. It would be rather difficult to subdue the soul tool just like that. Earlier, these three had been in a stalemate, not daring to act rashly. Clearly, there was a reason for this. However, Xianxia could not care so much. He grabbed the mask again and leaped towards the stone pillar behind him. Boom! With the support of the Saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xianxia's entire body burst out with a resplendent saber light and the sword light from the mask. An intense clash ensued. Boundless sword chi and saber chi overflowed in all directions. Boundless sword chi and saber chi spread out in all directions, forming terrifying saber winds and sword winds. What a powerful saber intent! The power of the great Dao. As expected, those who can reach this step are all simple people. If this goes on, the soul tool might really be subdued by him. The middle-aged fatso, the beautiful woman, and the black-clad swordsman charged through the terrifying sword and saber winds, chasing after Xianxia. The moment he laid his eyes on the mask, Xianxia decided that he must obtain it at all costs. Xianxia was certain that the mysterious scripture on the mask had a great origin. As Xianxia retreated, he filled his entire body with great Dao energy, materializing a boundless saber intent. The mask continuously whittled down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. This was an exceptionally intense process. At every moment, Xiao Chen was engaged in a life-and-death battle. Every time the saber intent and sword intent collided, his internal organs churned and his entire body ached. The sword intent and saber intent rampaged in his body, testing Xiao Chen's physical body at every moment. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed dragon bones and a blue dragon bloodline. His recovery ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, this physical body would not last long before the rampaging sword intent and saber intent destroyed it. How can this fellow be so fast? Under the suppression of the foe god might, everyone's speed was less than half of their normal speed. The middle-aged fatso could not help cursing, panting as he chased. Cold light chop. The cold, black-clad swordsman drew his sword, and a sword light infused with his will of soul quickly swept toward Xiao Chen. A chill suddenly arose. Xiao Chen glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a cold wind behind him. There was no sword light or sword intent. The sword hid in the wind, carrying the cold, swordsman's will of soul as he attacked. It was like a monarch of swords hiding in the wind, looking at Xiao Chen coldly. This swordsman sent out such a killing move without making a sound. This swordsman was really strong. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen grasped the mask with his left hand and turned around to send out a saber strike. Whoosh! The scabbard flew out and punched a large hole in the formless cold wind. Then a saber light flashed. In an instant, Xiao Chen brought out 80% of the tyrant saber's might. With a loud boom, the cold wind scattered in all directions, turning into thousands of sword lights that shot out in all directions. He broke it? The cold, swordsman felt slightly stunned. After a while, he noticed the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. An inherited Dao tool, the saber of misfortune. No wonder. No wonder. The cold, swordsman said, no wonder, twice in a row, clearly finding it strange. To think that someone could obtain the recognition of this saber. This was simply incredible. Those who understood the history of the tyrant saber would look at Xiao Chen with the same expression as this cold, swordsman after recognizing the tyrant saber. That, while Xiao Chen made his move, the pretty woman's attack also arrived. A palm wind containing an extravagant fragrance pressed down on Xiao Chen. The palm energy was soft and gentle, looking very soft. The pretty woman easily dodged Xiao Chen's saber and headed for Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen let go. The tyrant's saber fell to the ground and stabbed into a stone pillar. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and stored up force. A dragon roar resounded, and Xiao Chen gathered dragon might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a fist light containing 20 cauldron force clashed with the soft palm wind. The pretty woman was immediately sent flying by Xiao Chen. However, her soft palm energy was like a venomous snake that barged into Xiao Chen's body. Intense pain came from Xiao Chen, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then, he held up the tyrant saber and continued to retreat. Little fellow, why don't you know how to show mercy to the fairer sex? The pretty woman smiled charmingly and gently drifted to the ground. After resting for a while, she continued to give chase. The middle-aged man, Fatso, was one step too slow and could not attack Xiao Chen. However, he was happy to see Xiao Chen exhaust the other two. As Xiao Chen gave chase, he had to deal with the two's harassment and wear down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will on the mask. Danger lurked at every step, making him very passive and unbearable. If he got careless, he would fall into the deep abyss and shatter all his bones. However, Xiao Chen already made up his mind. He had to obtain this mysterious mask, no matter the cost. I have to fight. I have to fight. Damn it. That brat is charging over. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura startled the group of old men who attacked him earlier. The 4 old fogies were currently fighting intensely. None of them wanted to admit defeat, wanting to collect the inherited Dao tools on the stone pillars. When they suddenly saw Xiao Chen arrive, they were startled and quickly stopped. I just knew that this brat was up to no good and would definitely charge back. Indeed, that was the case. He is too sinister. Later, we will attack together and make him stay. The 4 old men started to make false accusations. Not only did they sneak attack Xiao Chen, but they also placed the blame on Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen, who was fleeing for his life, saw that he had returned to his original spot, he felt slightly stunned. However, the 3 old men behind him were chasing too closely, so he could not care too much. Xiao Chen leaped up firmly and landed on the stone pillar. That is, when the 4 old men who were preparing to attack Xiao Chen saw the mask in Xiao Chen's hand give off a strong might and pressure, they were stunned. Before the 4 old men could react, Xiao Chen's saber intent clashed with the mask's sword intent again. Bush, bush, bush. Amid the dazzling lights, saber lights and sword lights danced around. The 4 old men cried out miserably and used all their means to barely stand firm at the edge of the stone pillar. The saber lights and sword chi cut the 4 old men until they were covered in blood, a cruel sight to behold. They were so frightened that their hearts thumped heavily, pounding endlessly as they panted heavily. However, before the 4 old men could catch their breaths, the cold swordsman landed on the stone pillar. The moment his strong sword intent landed, it surged out. The 4 old men standing at the edge of the stone pillar let out startled cries. Their bodies wobbled, looking like they would fall into the deep chasm at any moment. The black-clad swordsman ignored the 4 old men. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, continuing to give chase. Following that, the pretty woman landed. A fragrance spread out, tugging at one's heartstrings. The 4 old men, who were bitterly enduring, felt dizzy. The 4 old men complained in their hearts. After the pretty woman left and the middle-aged fatso landed, the 4 finally stopped struggling. They could no longer complain. When the middle-aged fatso landed, the stone pillar trembled visibly. The 4 old men, who were struggling bitterly, cried out miserably as they fell into the deep chasm. Only 30% remains. As Xiao Chen flew, he felt the remnant Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings will on the mask slowly weaken. For the first time, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's saber intent was at a disadvantage. This was great news. Xiao Chen became a little calmer as he dealt with the harassment from the cold swordsman and the beautiful woman. It was no longer as dangerous as before, as if he would step into the gates of hell at any moment. This kid seems to be about to subdue that mask. The indifferent swordsman, who had been expressionless, could not help but feel a little anxious. The movement technique Xiao Chen displayed was clearly stronger than the 3 of them. In this vast space, no matter how powerful the 3 of them were, they would not be able to trap Xiao Chen. No, I have to take a gamble. 1/10. Only a tenth of the sword intent remained on the mask. Xiao Chen was completely at ease. Xiao Chen's saber intent completely suppressed the white mask sword intent. Just a moment more, and he would be able to subdue this white mask. But at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of danger, the shadow of death looming over his head. At this moment, if Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted and continued to split his attention to suppress the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King would die. In the next moment, he would definitely die. Xiao Chen glanced back and happened to see the cold swordsman hovering in the air, turning into a cold moon that lit up the surroundings. Someone in the moon roared with a sword in hand. Xiao Chen looked around, and a pair of incredibly cold eyes appeared in the cold moon. This person happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This swordsman's senses are really too sharp. If Xiao Chen waited another moment, he would be able to subdue this mask and escape unscathed. However, this swordsman chose to clash head-on with Xiao Chen at this moment. Xiao Chen looked around. On the other side, the middle-aged man, fatso, and the beautiful woman were quickly approaching. Xiao Chen immediately made up his mind. Go all out. He could not stop subduing the mask. Once he missed this great opportunity, he would not get it again. It was rare for one to risk one's life. Xiao Chen had never been afraid of risking his life. Making up his mind, Xiao Chen immediately increased the speed at which he subdued the mask. 2 wheels of great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core lit up, and the Taiji force field suddenly took form. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand spat out electric light. Saber intense soared into the clouds, flickering endlessly with electric light. Crack! However, just as the 2 were about to clash, the cold moon in the skies suddenly shattered. The cold swordsman's physical body shattered into pieces, and he died on the spot, losing all signs of life. Holy Venerate! The middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman trembled in fright. Then they quickly turned and fled. Xianxia slowly appeared amid the shattered moonlight. He sheathed his sword and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Little brother Chen, big brother saved your life again. Chapter 1819. The moment the cold moon shattered, Xiao Chen happened to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. Xiao Chen was first startled when he saw Xianxia appear. Then he quickly and stealthily put the mask away into his storage ring. Big brother, you've come at the right time. May I know why you've come? Now that he faced Xianxia again, Xiao Chen had a plan in mind. His expression was calm and unperturbed as he asked indifferently. Xianxia did not care. He landed in front of Xiao Chen and pointed to the stone pillar in the center. Little brother Xiao Chen, do you see that stone pillar? The faux god flame burning on it contains the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. The faux god flame. Naturally, Xiao Chen had already discovered that this faux god flame was different from the one he obtained in the underground dragon city. His life force was also exceptionally strong, his flames were exuberant, and his divinity was abundant. The underground dragon city's faux god flame was severely depleted due to the constant suppression of the Black Dragon King. When Xiao Chen had obtained it, it had been on the verge of extinction. The memories he had inherited were only fragments. His memories were blurred and he was missing a lot. The faux god flame mainly helped Xiao Chen comprehend the complete will of soul at the major primal core realm. This faux god flame before Xiao Chen was filled with divine nature. He would probably be able to perfectly inherit the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories from when he was alive, all the memories of a legendary pirate king, be it the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This was the true Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, as well as the various battles he experienced and everything he saw. Even if all the treasures on the stone pillars were added up, they would not be as tempting as the faux god flame. This was because it was clear that obtaining these treasures would not help one become a strong faux god like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. At best, it would allow one to break through the shackles of the Cloud Sea realm and become a divine vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and all the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories, it is very likely that you will become the next Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Right now, the elders and true disciples of the three great devil sects, the captain of the Silver Fox pirate ship, and the other holy sages have all rushed to that place. Unfortunately, no one can approach the stone pillar where the divine flame resides. A trace of pity flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He and Elder Chai were the first to arrive. Unfortunately, after trying in all directions, the two of them still couldn't get close to the stone pillar where the divine flame was located. By the time the two remembered Xiao Chen, the other Holy Venerate experts and the disciples that rivaled Holy Venerates had all rushed over. He lost the initiative just like that, and it caused Xianxia to be rather vexed. Now, even if he brought Xiao Chen over, the possibility of him monopolizing the faux god flame was close to zero. The situation was out of control, and it was no longer something he could control. If Xiao Chen wanted to drag things out until the sovereign personage experts of the three great demonic Dao sects arrived, it would be even more hopeless. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort and bring Xiao Chen back. Controlling Xiao Chen was the only advantage that Xiao Chen had. Although he didn't reveal everything, Xiao Chen could guess the gist of the matter from a few words. He could only say 2 words, "Serves you right." The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was smart and full of schemes. However, he could not do anything before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength. This strengthened Xiao Chen's resolve. Before the strong, schemes were all meaningless. Not to mention how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive, just the various means he used after his death showed that they were all open schemes and no schemes. However, this left Xianxia, who was full of schemes, at his wit's end, at a loss. Had he brought Xiao Chen over from the start, he would not have had to worry so much. The situation would not have turned out like this. However, it was already too late for Xianxia to regret it now. Xiao Chen looked at Xianxia and said, "So, Big Brother Yen thinks that the Scarlet Blood War Banner is the key? However, without me, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's War Banner is just an ordinary war banner, useless." When Xianxia heard that, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You can say that. Don't worry. As long as you stand with me, Senior Chai and I will definitely let you obtain a satisfactory harvest from the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left here. The strength of this faux god flame before us surpasses our expectations. Honestly speaking, with your strength, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance. Even now, this Xianxia was still trying to dupe Xiaochen, trying to get Xiaochen to help him willingly. This would increase the chances of obtaining the faux god flame by 1 point. With Xiaochen's help and Senior Chai's and Xianxia's strength, the chances of obtaining the faux god flame would indeed be the highest. Xiaochen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This person before him was extremely hypocritical and ruthless. Xiaochen had already seen through him long ago and naturally would not fall for it. He said, "Big brother Yan, please lead the way." Seeing that Xiaochen's expression did not change, Xianxia rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. I'll bring you over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia used the will of soul of a holy venerate to forcefully resist the faux god might. Then he led Xiaochen through the many stone pillars, moving quickly. Such speed was simply startling. As they passed by some stone pillars, people still fought intensely over the soul tools. Xianxia's expression did not change at all. The faux god flame was a great temptation before him. With the great temptation of the faux god flame before him, the soul tools here paled in comparison. Compared to the value of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god flame, a soul tool was simply not worth it. Furthermore, subduing a soul tool was not easy. If one spent the effort on a soul tool, one would have to give up on the fight for the faux god flame. Hence, a strange scene could be seen. There were about 10 soul tools in this place. However, the ones fighting the most intensely were the late-stage star venerate experts. They fought to the death as they carefully broke the restrictions. None of the holy venerates fought for these soul tools. Their target was the faux god flame. Before I came earlier, I seemed to have sensed the aura of a soul tool. Did you snatch a soul tool from that group of people? Yan just suddenly asked casually. This startled Xiaochen, but his expression did not change at all. Big brother Yan must be joking. It is just a peak inherited Dao tool. What's wrong? Is Big brother Yan interested? I'll take it out and show it to Big brother Yan. Ah, how can that be? I was just casually asking. Yan just smiled magnanimously and did not say anything more. In reality, Xianxia also felt that it was unrealistic for Xiaochen to subdue a soul tool. Xianxia had seen that even if several star venerates worked together, they would have difficulty breaking the restrictions. Furthermore, Xiaochen was a major primal core venerate. How could he withstand the restrictions on a soul tool? Xianxia probed Xiaochen a little and stopped asking. If it really was a soul tool, Xianxia would not hesitate to fall out with Xiaochen and force it out. With a soul tool in hand, even if Xianxia could only bring out 10% of its might, his chances of obtaining the faux god flame would increase significantly. However, no matter what, Xianxia could not imagine that Xiaochen did obtain a soul tool. However, the soul tool in Xiaochen's hand was somewhat special. It was not an offensive soul tool. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had obtained it by chance. He had not studied it thoroughly, only treating it as an ordinary soul tool. The restrictions on it were not as strong as those of other soul tools that focused on offense. Furthermore, Xiaochen's cultivation of the Saber Dao was abnormally horrifying. He also had the Divine Dragon War body and the Blue Dragon bloodline. With a fortuitous encounter, he managed to break the restrictions. If it were anyone else, even a holy venerate, it would not be easy to break the restrictions on this mask. Just how to neutralize that sword intent was enough of a headache. Furthermore, when the sword intent injured the physical body, dealing with it would be even more difficult. If one was not careful,